sing, on a solo sing.
Come through once, going out to make tunes my ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue my ones. Show what I can do my ones. Come through once, going out to make tunes my ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue my ones. Show what I can do my ones.
Shy one. Who would have thought you'd be shining? Come a long way from the doubt. Days in the house from a dangerous route. From a place where the angels are blazing for hell. No one's able to count the amount of pressure imposed that they're only able to palpate. Breed demeanor, run at me like Pisa. So on the street like feeling, got a roam like Caesar. They take notes to get noticing. You ain't fit for this, and you're noticing. Bag of bad breeze that I'm noticing. No words for ya, like the opening. And you know my ting, get the sodas in. That's my lights and stars and a solar ting. I got my own drive, what's it got to show for him? Been in the deep end, no I'm not known to swim. Career can never be curtains, control the strings. Splash, years of focusing. To my back and I'll still be soloing. On the Hendrix flex, bending fresh. Step right to the stage, ending next. They can never face me, I'm the effect. I made the flip, coming down, get left. I make the pick and show the sound blessed. And make all the noise to earn my respect. Never tone down just a sticking heads. Everybody on haze, I'll be missed instead. Miss me with the madness. Rather be insane and average. Don't mistake my silence for inactive. My life with or without cameras.
Come through once, going out to make tunes my ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue my ones. Show what I can do my ones. Come through once, going out to make tunes my ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue my ones. Show what I can do my ones. Come through once, going out to make tunes my ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue my ones. Show what I can do my ones. Come through once, going out to make tunes my ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue my ones. Show what I can do my ones.
People talk not, but don't act on it. Say one thing, then go back on it. If it's stored up, you can't stack from it. When it's en route, you got a map from it. Soon come, no other traction hits. Too many man got a fraction it. And I'd rather be a lone wolf, cause if it's show wall, I got a factory. Mastering what your man's not managing. No stains, they're vanishing. Embarrassing. See you tooled up, blocking your own work. Who let the spanners in? Your envy is flattering. Still under pressure, enough panicking. I can tell them like a blood related. Can't move to us, see the mannequin. Why I move on my ones? Didn't wanna help, so I grew on my ones. Auntie, sometimes two on my ones. Too many men, I got a slew on my ones. You never blew on your ones. Wouldn't have a clue on your ones. Don't need a man, I know P's and Q's on your ones. I'm auntie, sometimes two on my ones. Do what I want. Don't need twos cause I'm blunt. No dancing shoes to get spun. Auntie, sometimes two on my ones. Do what I want. Again, like, do what I want. Don't need twos cause I'm blunt. No dancing shoes to get spun. Auntie, sometimes two on my ones. Do what I want.
Come through once, going out to make tunes my ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue my ones. Show what I can do my ones. Come through once, going out to make tunes my ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue my ones. Show what I can do my ones. Come through once, going out to make tunes my ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue my ones. Show what I can do my ones. Come through once, going out to make tunes my ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue my ones. Show what I can do my ones.
My flight leaves early in the morning. I got no time for taking the stairs. I can't promise that I will write back, but then again, knowing me, I'd do it for years. Oh, and there's nothing to be won. We do it for fun. We'll keep climbing till we hit the sun. Oh, you wanted to be. You couldn't find in me, so I'm going without you.
It's just a state of flux. Too much but not enough at the same time. I know that you ain't fine, I know you'll be alright. Thought you'd build us up, mold us out of dust and save the world that way. Hoped it was enough to justify the loss of every choice you made. I know you thought you gave it up, poured it into us and out of your reserves. And now you're looking back thinking losing what you had was never worth this hurt. But you never lost it, you're just above or below it. And in the heat of the moment, I can see your eyes in my eyes in the mirror. It's just a state of flux. Too much and not enough at the same time. I know that you ain't fine, I know you'll be alright this time, this time. It's just a state of change, so close yet far away at the same time. I know that you ain't fine, I know you'll be alright this time, this time. Talking to yourself like you're someone else that you don't have to love. Picking at the wounds, looking for the proof to justify the cause. Feels like everything is past, slipped out of your hands like it was never there. But look at what you made, in the darkest place I will be standing there. But you never lost it, you're just above or below it. And in the heat of the moment, I can see your eyes in my eyes in the mirror. It's just a state of flux. Too much and not enough at the same time. I know that you ain't fine, I know you'll be alright this time, this time. It's just a state of change, so close yet far away at the same time. I know that you ain't fine, I know you'll be alright this time, this time. It's just a state of flux. Too much but not enough at the same time. I know that you ain't fine, I know you'll be alright. It's just a state of
so off in the attacking rounds over there.
Ah, Smoke, give me the freaking 3-piece.
Of the two spots to actually fight from.
I do see a third man. This throw it. Here comes the shot. Ooh, a collateral!
Zero is a very essential player.
The nade.
And again,
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Call of Duty Mobile Singapore Championship, brought to you by Sony Xperia 1 Mark III, the one and only phone which is feather light for gaming, and it's perfection. I don't know. I think it's perfection. You guys should check it out too. My name's AJ. I'm the mustachio down here with the one and only Beef Mommy to bring you guys all of the action. And based on yesterday, Beef, we know today is going to be absolutely lit.
Lit indeed. Everything's going to be on fire. We've seen so much greatness. Not even that. We saw a 150, 149. We've seen sweeps across the board. If it's going to be the same thing today, we're going to be seeing it in a little bit. So let's talk about the games that we had yesterday, because we had so many special moments already. Gaijin Rouge seems to be like such an amazing powerhouse already, being the new bloods here, and it's going to be impressive. And yes, they had a loss a while ago, and ALMGHTY is going to be obviously that titan that is going to be very difficult to defeat. But ALMGHTY seems to be like they're still the kings.
Yeah. See, in the previous MYSG Championship, Gaijin Rouge was there, and they didn't really dominate the competition, but they most definitely are the best in terms of the Gaijin brand itself. And when they bring it into the Singapore Championship, this is a whole new breed. Like I said, when I saw them playing yesterday, Beef, I just could not recognize them at all. Now, let's take a quick look at the qualified teams, the top 8 that has made it here to this stage. Gaijin Rouge definitely one of the other 7, well, apart from ALMGHTY, the other 6 most definitely have placed their mark in this competition as well, Beef.
Yep, and let's over here. It's going to be a lot of these teams already, but then we're going to be saying bye-bye to 2 teams today. So, again, the qualified teams are going to be ALMGHTY, Cloud Esat, Code Red, Gaijin Rouge, Anything, Impunity, NATO, and 6 Ducks. So we've seen such an amazing matchup, and we are going to be starting everything off in that upper bracket right now. On over to the finals. So again, it's going to be a really amazing opener just because ALMGHTY, we've already seen their greatness, like hence their name as well, and they're such a known brand already here in Singapore. So again, I really want to see how well this team will perform and if they're going to be consistent.
Absolutely. Let's take a quick look at the brackets, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Just like Beef mentioned, today 2 teams will unfortunately go under the chopping block. Let's see exactly who that will be as we open the day up. Bracket final. Cloud Esat will face off ALMGHTY to see exactly who goes on to that grand finals. And then, of course, the lower brackets will kick off, Beef.
Yeah, the lower brackets are going to be so exciting just because this is where we're seeing cutthroat competition. But you know what? Let's talk about the upper bracket final really quick. Cloud Esat versus ALMGHTY. Now, in terms of the scores and the statistics, they are the closest. Well, I feel like it's because Cloud Esat probably had a little bit of, easier competition so far, unlike Gaijin Rouge that had to really go head-to-head really early on against ALMGHTY. So this is really a true testament to their skill, just because you already know that they have such amazing win rates. But you know what? Going up against ALMGHTY, they are flawless. They haven't dropped 1 map out of 6. Cloud Esat, though, they've dropped 2 maps already, so they have a 75% win rate for that. But if it's going to be a team that is going to be going up against ALMGHTY, it would be Cloud Esat.
Yeah, absolutely right. And you see, we've seen a little bit of what ALMGHTY can bring to the table yesterday. They took on Gaijin Rouge in the most fascinating of ways, and we anticipated the Gaijin Rouge would be able to bring on the most amount of challenge for ALMGHTY based on the performance of these teams yesterday, right? But even then, beating them 3-0, ALMGHTY just stomping their presence, stomping their dominance in this competition, as they always have, Beef.
They've always done that. They've always really done well at the very beginning. It's really ALMGHTY at the very end that was a little bit faltering. But you know what? Let's take a look at the schedule that what we have today, AJ. So many things already in store, only in our second day. For our first matchup, we are going to be having Cloud Esat versus ALMGHTY, opening things up and really giving everyone at the edge of their seats. Second matchup is going to be Code Red versus NATO. Third is going to be Anything versus Impunity. And you can already see here in those 2 brackets that we saw is going to be basically seeing Gaijin Rouge and 6 Ducks, which is still to be announced. So either it's going to be Code Red NATO or Anything Impunity, and a lot of things can happen here. How about you, AJ? In this, lower bracket, who do you think is going to be able to see Gaijin Rouge and 6 Ducks?
Oh, I have to go with NATO for sure. Between Anything as well as Impunity, I am absolutely stuck. I cannot make a call based on what we saw yesterday. I was unfortunately disappointed with Impunity's showing, right? Maybe today will be a different story, but that one's a total 50-50 for me, Beef. How about you, though?
Yeah, absolutely right. You got it in the head. Because honestly, Anything and Impunity, they didn't quite do a little bit great yesterday. But it could just be the day 1 jitters. But you know what? What are they fighting for? Let's take a look at what are they going to be getting at the very end of the championship right now. The prize pool with the champion having the 10 10,000 Singaporean dollars. What the heck? That is absolutely crazy money already. And the first runner-up is going to have 5,000. Second runner-up is going to have 3,000. And the fourth placer is going to have 2,000 with a grand total with a lion's share of 20,000 Singaporean dollars, AJ.
Ooh, dollar bills, yo, and they most definitely deserve it. Call of Duty Mobile, Garena, they've been stepping up their prize pool competition after competition after competition, and now with Sony in the mix as well, yeah, most definitely there's going to be a lot of money to throw around, a lot of money for these squads to grab as well if they can reach the top. And you know, the $10,000 prize pool right now has got Almighty stomped all over it for the time being. Nobody has been able to put up a great showing to say that they are going to be fighting them tooth and nail for it just yet, Beef.
Speaking of Almighty, let's take a look at our first matchup, just because we are going to be seeing Cloud Esat going against Almighty, the first matchup where we're finally going to be seeing these two teams. Now, we say that they have the closest statistics, but that's just because we've only had one day to really consider. The second day is what really matters, and going into the third, Cloud Esat is definitely going to want to bring it up. They need to step it up. They should have done their homework by now. We also have Candice, Flex, Saskia, Teddy, and Dracula to represent this amazing brand, and we've seen such greatness here. Candice with that sniper is going to be so formidable. Shut Up and Heaven need to look out for this girl.
Oh, absolutely right. But Shut Up and Heaven, they are most definitely a different breed of snipers altogether. But, you know, whatever said and done, I want to put it on a brand new zero slate right now. Candice most definitely impressed us yesterday. Can she continue to impress us today? I most definitely am sure she will deliver. Flex, as always, we've seen him flex his muscles all throughout the field, each and every single competition that he's dropped into. But here's the thing. Although they've managed to impress us, they now stand before the kings, the gods of Call of Duty Mobile Singapore, the almighty Shut Up, Ian, Incendio, Alip, Irfan J, as well as Heaven. And this is a squad that has not been truly challenged within Singapore for such a long time now, Beef.
You're absolutely right. Just because they've been so good for so many years, ever since Call of Duty Mobile started. And I really want to see all of these teams go head to head, just because we know how very well Cloud Esat can actually bring that competition into that table, and Almighty as well, knowing very well how they can actually go in there. And especially looking over here, look at Dracula. He's always going to be that person that you can rely on, especially on those respawns, having 23.4 average kills. Shut Up as well, not being so far away, just 0.1 difference, 23.33 average deaths. Look at that. Everything is so evened out. 14 and an average assist of 7.4 for Dracula and 6.6 for Shut Up. This is absolutely crazy to me, how Dracula can actually be in the likes of Shut Up.
Yeah, absolutely. But when we look at the average score, Shut Up scores a little bit more higher, right? Because this guy's not only looking for those kills, which he's more than definitely going to find game after game, but he plays those objectives as well. Now, as far as the head-to-head goes, it's just numbers on a piece of paper, numbers on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The true prowess of these squads can be seen through the tactical plays that they'll pull off in a bit. Because mechanical-wise, clearly, both of them are very equally matched.
Equally matched indeed, but then it all is going to depend on our map vetoes and map picks. This is where we're going to be seeing all of these moments shine, and who's going to be winning that coin toss is going to be absolutely essential. You can already see here, it's going to be Cloud Esat with the coin toss win, leaving them to have that opportunity to take that hard point. And you know what? It's no surprise to me that we are going to be seeing Takeoff here yet again, just because you already know Takeoff is going to be that matchup that you really want to master, just because of how unorthodox it is. Search and Destroy Summit is going to be, obviously, Almighty is very comfortable in this particular map, and I'm actually surprised that Cloud Envy didn't ban Standoff.
Yeah. See, Cloud Esat not banning standoff, that's one thing. But Cloud Esat also goes in here and they get stuck with match number 3. Domination, random map picked up. It is Cloud Esat's pick, but Almighty gets to choose the spot as to where they want to start off with, right? Special Forces base, or are they going to go with the Guerrillas? You've already broken things down from the matches yesterday, Beef, as to exactly how those different spawns affect the gameplay of Hackney Yard. So either way, this is Almighty's series to lose, right? They look like they're going to be able to smash it. Summit, Hackney Yard, as well as Firing Range would be the three maps that secures this takeoff. Hopefully, Cloud Esat can show us a really, really strong showing and perhaps an upset later on as well. The operator bans, very much similar to yesterday. The Sparrow is going to be taken off by Cloud Esat. And once again, Almighty, instead of taking out the very, very so OP Annihilator, removes the Death Side from the mix. We've seen the team of Almighty move in with the combination of the Annihilator as well as the Equalizer, and it is most definitely a deadly combo, Beef.
The combo that you don't really want to deal with. You know what? These maps are absolutely scary to me. Just because Firing Range against Almighty and Summit against Almighty is such a scary map. And then with Cloud choosing Standoff, that is not something I would like to see. Just because in Hardpoint, you already know that Cloud Esat has a 50% win rate. So that's going to be a little bit 50-50 for them. And I think they might have a better chance in Search and Destroy just because that 100% win rate for them. But then again, you are going to be going up against Almighty that has 100s across the board. They have not lost any map, haven't dropped a single one, always a sweep. So Cloud Esat needs to step it up a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. When we see Hackney Yard earlier on, ladies, German boys and girls, one thing that we showed you was who went in and picked that map, but we didn't show you which side Almighty went in to pick. And I will be able to give you that information in a couple of seconds. They're going in with this Special Forces base as far as Hackney Yard is concerned. So from the Special Forces base, they should be able to go in and conquer Bravo as well as Charlie. A similar strategy as to what they pulled off yesterday, Beef. And Cloud Esat can most definitely look forward to countering it early. I'm quite worried and quite interested in exactly why is the Almighty pulling in the exact same strat. Are they not afraid that someone's going to be pulling in a perfect counter against this?
They're not afraid to charge in, and even though they're going to be spawning off in that Special Forces base, it does take every time where they can actually go in for that alpha push, because we've seen it already. You can actually win if you actually go and spawn into that Charlie flag. Really surprisingly, I think that was against NATO and Six Ducks, where they just pulled through with that domination match. So maybe we'll see the same thing here, just because they're just that confident to be able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And from the dock house to go in and push to the warehouse Bravo, yes, it's going to take slightly longer, but it doesn't really matter, right? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just like how Almighty slays in each and every single match, the Sony Xperia 1 Mark III will assist you to slay in each and every single Call of Duty mobile match of your own as well. Isn't that right, Beef?
Yeah, it's absolutely right. But speaking of slaying, everyone else in the comments section is absolutely on fire as well. You know what? At the very end of this tournament, we are going to be choosing a bunch of comments from you guys. So please, everyone, just spam in the comments whatever you want for us to read. And you know what? Hearing your name being spoken into the lips of the Mustachio is going to be absolute greatness.
Spoken into the lips of Mustachio would mean someone whispering that person's name very, very close to my lips. During the current times, I think that's a terrible idea, Beef. So I will take a pass on that. Instead, I'll tell you what, I'll shout your names out for you guys loud and clear. Okay, bring those comments in. Thank you so much for all of the love that you guys showed Beef and I yesterday. Let's show way more love for the teams in here today. I want to see some battles between the supporters. What do you think, Beef?
Oh yeah, they're going to be battling and giving some compliments. It's going to be a compliment battle. You know what? We always see toxicity in the chat, but you know what? Let's change it up. Let's make it like a compliment battle, because that's the absolute thing they need to do to your enemies, right? Kill them with kindness. That's what I like to do. But speaking of kindness, there's not going to be any over here, just because Cloud Esat versus Almighty is going to start things up. It's going to start our day with match number 1 here in Hardpoint Takeoff.
Yeah, a little bit of healthy competition never hurt anyone. And as we kick things off at Takeoff, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hardpoint number 1. Let's see exactly who will be able to go in for the slice. Shut Up immediately goes in for the power position to eliminate a couple of players, gets 3 Ps back to back, and should allow his teams to pick up the hardpoint. And this is the perfection from Shut Up. The moment he goes in for the clear, he communicates it with Irfan J. Irfan J is already on point to guard this very, very special position. Because after this is going to be hardpoint number 2 as well, Beef.
Yeah, and you already know that AMT already has the Almighty squad, already gets that. But then just like that, we're going to be seeing that flex player the amazing flex player to actually go in there, kill everyone off, and really, you need to position yourselves in P2 already, even though it's only P1, just because you have that upper hand and really getting that sight off of P1, getting a lot of these kills. Not only that, but positioning yourselves here in P2. And here we go. It's going to be 10 seconds left, and they need to go in there for the rotation.
Yeah, absolutely. And the beautiful part about this whole equation is that particular spot, P2, is the power position for you to hold and dominate. And as all of the players scramble towards the second hard point now, we will see one player, one very special player sent down from Heaven itself to go in for the flank. And Heaven is just absolutely torturing them from the back. And they're going to go in for the spawn trap as well, Beef. And hard point most definitely will be in the hands of the Almighty. Predator missile comes through as well. Flex and Dracula get slain whilst Almighty continue to eat these points up.
It's all Almighty. You can already see here, Almighty, all in the kill feed. They're just absolutely cracked. And right now they're going to be saying a lot of points over here just because you can see 49. That's absolutely crazy. And this was the pick of Cloud Esat. That's something that you don't want to do. They're getting played. And even though that the spawns are in their favor, they still weren't able to utilize the fact that they were just so near P2 already. The rotation needs to pull through. But then you can already see that Almighty is going to be positioned right there. Just like that, Shut Up is going to be there always.
62-9, but here's the beautiful thing about hardpoint, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. As long as you know those rotations, you should be able to pull right back into the game. But as I say that, you also need to be able to mechanically overcome the prowess of the squad that you're taking on. But at this very moment, Almighty look unstoppable in terms of commanding their presence on takeoff. They've been perfect so far. Look at the constant flanks that these players are pulling off on the players of Cloud Esat. Cloud Esat cannot counter this no matter what they try. And Almighty will step into the third hard point and continue raking up those points.
And this is why you need to go do well in P1 and P2. Look how heavy the defense is already in P3. They already have a sentry gun. P1 and P2 to gather all that points and eventually get your operator skills and score streaks already going into P3 and even P4. Now, it's going to be so hard to actually go and break this defense. The pinch is going to be coming on, yes, but it doesn't really matter. It does not work. 90-16, and it's looking sadder and sadder by every second that we're going to be seeing this.
Look at the map, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Look at that mini-map. Each and every single entrance into that hard point. Almighty's not even bothering to pick those points up. They want to make sure none of Cloud Esat steps in, and they immediately move on to hard point number 4 and clear dominance set forth once again. The Almighty wants to ask a question. Cloud Esat, what? Cloud Esat, who? It doesn't matter who steps up to dominate, but they are going to be able to pick those points up. Now, as I say that, the pressure will be able to come through. Cloud Esat pushing through with the numbers, but still, solo, most of these Almighty players stand to slay them. 31-104. This is a long way for them to go to catch up here, Beef.
This is going to be a really long way, but it's really impressive that they were actually went in there. They were able to get P4 and really just go in for that rotation. And yes, even though Almighty went in there very earlier on, the defense and the push was just so solid for the side of Cloud, and they're going to be able to gather up all these points. But then 10 seconds left on the clock, they need to go and push into the mid-section. Just because you already know it's going to be the hardest to actually get P1, and you can see here, lounge area, 2F lounge is going to be occupied already by the players of Almighty, and that's going to be very tricky because that is the power position that you want to take for P1.
Yeah, let's break that down, right? Exactly how did they lose the previous hardpoint and how did Cloud Esat get in there? The thing that Almighty should have looked to doing, and it's not like they didn't try, is to spawn lock the players from Cloud Esat and then reset their spawn. If that spawn had been no way in hell Cloud Esat would have been able to go in there and pull 66 points, right? Pull up to 66 points and try to play catch up to the Almighty. But it doesn't matter. Towards the end, Almighty knew that that particular point was just way too difficult to go in and capture back. Cluster Strike will be brought forth, and this looks like it's just gonna be game over. Heaven onto the slave with the Holger 26, but gets taken out in that process as well. The Cluster Strike will not allow Almighty to pick those points up, but it also disables Cloud Esat, not allowing them to play catch-up.
There is not going to be any catch-up gameplay just because of that cluster strike that is going to be going down. They can already finish it already in P2, and you can see the scramble that's going to be happening here. Look at your screen. Look at how many red dots are going to be trying to struggle to go into that P2, and that even though they had the advantage of actually spawning into that P2 and that Guerrilla Squad base, it just doesn't happen for them. They spawn all the way into Health Center, which is something you don't want to have, but yes, they're going to be able to actually go and infiltrate here. But for how long can they actually take this side, just because it's going to be so hard to defend?
Oh, absolutely, man. Early on, it was the Almighty coming in from the dominance, and if Almighty steps in once again with the exact same play, Cloud Esat will lose this game. There's no way to come back, but look at the competition in here. They've also brought out the sentry gun from Almighty, and that just makes it so much more difficult for Cloud Esat. The sentry gun aids them in picking over the hard point. Beef, this looks like it's all over. 25 seconds to go at the 145 point mark. This is Almighty coming in with the dominant victory, but towards those final seconds, final 2 points, Cloud Esat still putting up a fight. Almighty steps in to finish it off.
That was a beautiful pinch by Almighty. You already saw in P2, both of the members of Almighty split into two and did the pinch, didn't even get to see what happened to them, and Cloud Esat just fell down so hard. And this is the brilliance right now of Almighty in this particular map. Yes, it's a hard map to master, but you already know that they are definitely the masters of it.
You're looking at hardpoint number 2, and like we've discussed yesterday, that's prime position, and that's prime location mainly because of the advantage in terms of height. It's so much easier to look down than it is to look up in mobile games, and it's just pure chaos, right? But even in such dire circumstances, look at the way Almighty went in for the play. It was so risky. Holding a sentry gun and managing to place the sentry gun whilst in the middle of that heated battle is no small thing, right? Against Cloud Esat, above and beyond everything else, that was difficult, but they pulled it off, and that sentry gun just allowed them to overtake that situation. Cloud Esat is impressive, was very impressive in fact, because even after losing it, they didn't give up. The fight was still alive, Beef, and that just works my blood in my body even more so, heating it up, because today is not gonna be an easy day for the Almighty. At least it doesn't look like it's gonna be.
But at the same time, you know, it's been known that Almighty tends to give little crumbs to whoever they are going to be going up against, really having them think that they can have this hard point all to yourself. We've seen it yesterday. Crossfire. Hardpoint, every single hardpoint game that they've been dominating, they always give one hardpoint away to the opposing team. Yes, they do that on purpose just because, you know what, you can get those points, but we are going to be set up in the next hardpoint and you cannot go and infiltrate our defenses. But you know what? Let's take a look at the takeoff hardpoint. Honestly, that was so great. The rotations were just... it was perfect. But Cloud Esat did such a good job because they were able to handle their spawns well, especially going into that P4. Now, that was the point that you were saying a while ago, right? The point where they were actually able to get it.
I don't think they managed it well. The luck of the draw, right? The gods of RNG just blessed them, and they were one after the other, no matter how many times. I mean, as we go into hardpoint, it's always going to be like that. The points are always balanced in terms of be it the guerrilla side or the special forces base, and that's exactly what it was for Cloud Esat. Almighty, unfortunately, could not overcome that, and this is what proves why Almighty is the dominant brand in Singapore. They always know when to engage, and they always know when to fall back. Once they had lost that hard point, there was just absolutely no use fighting for it at all. Just like you mentioned, Beef, why fight when I know for a fact that I can finish it off at the next hard point? But, you know, that comes with its own downfall as well, because when you allow your opponents to pick up a little bit of pace, pick up a little bit of momentum, exactly what we saw happens to break down into games. Cloud Esat got that momentum from that hard point, moved on for that clear rotation right after, and they started making a little bit of a comeback. And that's what Almighty needs to be very careful of. They can play this with other squads, but with Cloud Esat, it might just backfire.
You are absolutely right with what you said. They pick their fights, they pick their battles, and they give up points just to go and set up for the next. And this is why Almighty is just, we keep saying that they're smart, because they're how many steps above and beyond with their competitors, right? They let go of P4 so they can go and set up for P1 and even P2, knowing very well they are so close together and that the spawns are in the favor of Cloud Esat. So what they did, they flipped the spawns. They made Cloud Esat spawn all the way into the other side in their particular particular spawn in their base, going into Health Center, and at the other side of that launch base, it was absolute perfection. We even said it a while ago, like, why are they spawning off to the other side? Why are there red dots on the right side of the map?
Yeah, and you see, on top of above and beyond everything else, right? After Cloud Esat had already gotten that point, when we went back for the reset of hardpoints, go back to hardpoint number 1, what did Almighty do? They didn't challenge it. They didn't go in there and waste their time. They didn't even bother stepping out of the second hardpoint, which they were already playing for focus on, but a mere play of cluster strikes. I don't want those points. Neither do I want to give you any of those kill points, because once you start picking up those points for your score streaks, you might be able to make a comeback later on, right? So just IQ gameplays from the start to the end by the Almighty squad, and I'm just blown away by how fast they think on their feet.
Yeah, and it's going to be so impressive to see what is going to happen. And you know what? Word is that in our Search and Destroy matchup that we're not going to be having the map that we wanted to see, like Summit, but no, it's going to be a firing range. Oh, now that is even scarier. Okay, I thought that Almighty in Summit was scary. Almighty in firing range is just... I don't want to jinx it, but you're going to be going up against two snipers, two of the best snipers in Garena. In firing range.
I have never come across a change of map last minute, but it may have been a technical issue. Maybe they already went in for their map vetoes earlier on, and there might have been a slight glitch with the graphic, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We most definitely do apologize for the inconvenience, but firing range is a map that's going to be able to give us the fun anyway. Let's see exactly what Almighty goes in here to pull off, because this is their map pick. Candice taking down, shutting down the Almighty's, I don't know, confidence in picking this matchup up. Incendio responding real quick. Dracula goes down. Incendio's going to be in trouble, and Flex makes him pay for that immediately.
Oh, that's such a good push, and Candice with that opening pick really will give the confidence right now for the side of Cloud Esat. Only one person is going to be going down. Dracula, it has always been an essential play, but always in the respawn. So you have a lot of really talented players up against your back. We always will have Candice and Flex really pull through in the Search and Destroys. Right now, it's still going to be a very passive push for Almighty, not wanting to make a really irresponsible step, just because they've made it already. They lost shut up so early into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, let's see exactly what Heaven will be able to do here. Scoping in, but it's not going to be able to find anyone. The play is from Cloud Esat, showing a lot of discipline, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. One in the white warehouse. Hopefully, he does not step out. He manages to take a quick peek, spots the player, and he calls in for some backup from Candice. Candice now, the sniper from the side of Cloud Esat, should be able to go in for a shot. Does not get the kill. Unfortunately, Teddy will fall. Candice steps right out. Hoga will be able to make a fall back. Alip gets the kill, goes in for the slice once again. Irfan J is there for the backup, but Flex will be able to shut him down. Heaven brings this to a close. What a way to start it off for the Almighty squad.
Bomb spotted.
Now that was honestly kind of disappointing for the side of Candice, just because she knows she was actually taking some shots, but instead of really going away and just probably proning, she knew that she was probably going to be rushed, and that's going to be something of a miracle if she actually got away with that. So again, a very aggressive push going into that alpha, and then it's going to be probably a very fast plant as well. Information is going to be coming through as we see here. 4 of the members are going to be squabbling over into that center spot, but they need to go in for that trailer control, but it's going to be very hard because you still have 5 members of Almighty still alive.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's see exactly what Candice will be able to do. Shuts down Alip, but back to back, the players of Almighty stack themselves, and it's just a little too easy at this moment. You see, yesterday we had so many questions about the skill gap in the Singaporean scene, because Almighty has been such a dominant squad since the birth of Call of Duty Mobile in Singapore. Has things changed? Have anything changed? Absolutely nothing, Beef.
Hopefully we get to see a round win here for the side of Cloud, because they absolutely just need that confidence to really pick through. Even though they were actually at an advantage and having that one man up, they weren't able to actually utilize that, just because Almighty is just that squad that can pull through and clutch up even though they are at a disadvantage. Look at Shut Up with this really cheeky spot. Heaven with opener, gets rid of Teddy.
Heaven now with that opener should be able to push on through, but Candice holding on to the command center here will try to go in for a shot, but Heaven knows exactly where to spot her out. This is the double sniper move in here by Heaven and Shut Up, and it's just absolutely unstoppable. A 4-2 situation, leaving Cloud Flex as well as Dracula in here. Let's see if or not they'll be able to take the blood from the Almighty, but no, gods don't bleed.
Yeah, and the Dracula here is just absolutely dry, cannot even get a taste of the blood, and he's just struggling. You're looking at that, speaking of, having that 0 kills for his name already. So you know what? It's going to be very difficult for this team to really just get into position just because they keep going for mid and they keep dying, and that trailer control is absolutely essential. And speaking of trailer, Incendio gets a hold of it.
Let's see exactly how much more damage he can bring forth in here with this Fennec, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Spots a player out, will not be able to go in for the slice, but the communication has already gone through. Candice repositions herself to spot out a player, manages to get the shutdown on Shut Up. Amazing skills coming in here from this sniper, but unfortunately oversteps a boundary, and Heaven makes her pay for this. And altogether, it's a 4-on-1, and Cloud Esat is most definitely gonna fall again, because, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Dracula can try, but he ain't gonna be able to get that blood. Holger, 26, gets the 3rd kill in a row. Irfan J, all he needs to do is play for time. 13 seconds more now. Can Dracula manage to get this kill? Even though the gods don't bleed, the bomb can still be defused.
Heaven with a slice and dice. Now that is absolutely rude of him to do, but then he was just that confident to really push through. Oh my goodness, 4-0. And really, let's talk about what is happening for the side of Cloud. They are in shambles. They should go for cover when they should, and they go for cover when they shouldn't. And control center is where Candice should have gone instead of going through mid so wide. You already know that you're gonna get picked off one by Heaven or Shut Up, and you need to get that angle where you shouldn't be seen. And you can see over here, they keep stacking mid. I don't know why they don't just stack A already, just because we've seen over and over, but then just like that, Incendio with the 2-piece.
Oh, that's the thing, man. I agree with everything you just said, Beef, except the rude part. I don't think that was rude at all. You want to go in here to the Singapore Championship and you want to flex it out with a melee kill. If you've got the mechanical ability to get that done on a piece of mobile phone, you most definitely can flex it out at the Singapore Championship. Irfan J, now looking for his own melee, meets Alip, and the Karambit goes in for the slice. The Almighty, dominant as always.
Now, when the melee weapons start coming out, that's when you should be so worried, just because you already know the confidence of your opposing team is just off the charts, and they honestly deserve that. We need to see some sort of stepping up in terms of Cloud right now, just because they're just struggling into that defense, and maybe it's going to be a different story here for the attack. Look at the side of Almighty right now. They're going to be pushing. They know that the Bravo push is going to be coming along. They've been over pushing. You don't get to see this a lot, but here we go. It's going to be the battle of the snipes, or battle of the swords.
Shut Up gets the nade in between all of that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They are going in here for a full-on melee round. Heaven, can he get the slice? He's gone in here and played that cheeky try a lot of times already. And Cloud Esat showing Almighty, you gods can come in here with all of those jokes and jeers. But my friend, bullets travel faster than the slice of a knife.
Well, we're not quite sure what is going to happen over here, just because they just really want to have fun with it. It just seems to be like they want to go in for the melee kills. Look, they have the baseball bats out, they got the katanas out, and it seems to be like it's just going to be just a passive push here for the side of Cloud, and one person is actually already going to be in that trailer. Shut Up is going to be meeting this one person. Not quite sure if he knows where that one person is, though, and that is going to be Dracula and Flex as well.
Now he should be getting his life sent back up to where he came from, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Shut Up about to go to Heaven, but Heaven himself takes Candice out of the equation. I'm wondering why Flex has not done anything yet. He finally turns out to send a couple of bullets towards the side of Shut Up, and he manages to take Heaven out of the equation as well. Irfan J as well as Incendio thinning down the herd on the other side. Incendio once again pulling out the katana to see if or not he can get the melee kill. Alip beats him to it, and the final slice goes down in the search and destroy. 6-1. No friggin' contest. The Almighty as dominant as ever. No. They just got way more dominant in the past few months.
they're just having fun. They're just having fun with it. How many melee kills did we see in this map? That is just crazy. You already know if someone brings it out, they know they mean business. They're just having fun with it. And it's not just that. I feel like with Almighty in this particular map, it is scary to actually go up against them here. Only a few teams can take them out and search and destroy in firing range. I've been watching a lot of VODs recently, and even with the likes of the COD Mobile China region, they are probably one of the best teams that we've seen here. And Almighty, it seems to be like they can actually take on those teams just because of how calculated they are with every single step, with every single push. Best believe if you kill one person, you will be traded out just like that.
Yeah, at the very moment, whenever all of these players are thrown into one lobby to compete with each other, I still feel like there's a little bit of an imbalance because it's the world of the internet, right? And you are going to have a little bit of latency in there. One fine day when they all go to that one physical location for a LAN competition, well, I don't know if or not mobile phones will have the LAN cables slotted into them. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, on that day, we will be able to see exactly which team reigns supreme, and that's exactly what the Singapore Championship is for. We want to see exactly which squad will dominate each and every single country, region, go onto the world stage and make their nations proud. And for the time being, the Almighty most definitely look like the brand to represent.
They've been so strong, and they just keep getting stronger.
Yes.
We've seen them grow throughout the years, throughout the months that they've been playing, and we haven't seen them really play in a big stage like this in a while. It's been a few months already, so it's impressive to see that not only did they actually get even better, it just seems like they're so much solid as a team already. They haven't had a change in their rotation or in their, in their teams. They haven't replaced anyone. That means the brotherhood is there. It's a solid family, and that's probably one of the things that we don't get to talk about in the pro scene, right? Is how important it is to actually keep your squad, to keep your team together, not really replace everyone, and just know that, okay, if something happens, if something is wrong, if you lose, it doesn't mean you have to replace a player. You just have to probably just keep the bond and just see where the plays went wrong.
There's a balance there, right? Because sometimes you put together a squad and you put together a squad based on necessity. Sometimes you put together a squad based on what talent is available out there. And at the end of the day, if the performance from a certain player is just not making the cut to meet the quality of your squad, then that player is going to get the slice. And I think, any and all pro teams out there function on the exact same basis. Why? Because this is a business at the end of the day. The big brands want to send players in who can get games won. And Almighty is a squad like that. They've had a very, very minor addition into the squad, but a base number of their players have all remained the same. And you are absolutely right, Beef. All of the top brands have had this one thing in common. And the reason why a lot of these big brands don't consistently change players, although I have said that performance matters, is because in the first place, they pick the right talent. And once again, that's exactly where Almighty, or in the past, Divinity Uprising, has excelled so much, right? From the get-go, even before Call of Duty Mobile was anything big, right? The game was brand new. Who's the guy who's behind this squad of Almighty, he has the vision, he can see the future, because these boys started off small and they are about to wreck the whole of the Singaporean scene.
They want vengeance, and they've been honestly going up against giants already. They've always been a step back, and even though they really want to have steps forward, they always go up against such strong teams to the point where they weren't able to actually win last year's world champs to qualify for that LA championship that we really like to see. So this year we've seen it already. We know the thirst, we know the hunger, and hopefully they go through. You know what, if they are going to be dropping a map, I'm going to be surprised if they drop one map at this point.
Yeah, I would be most definitely surprised as well, but it's highly unlikely. The next match that we are going to drop into is going to be Hackney Yard, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And what I've already broken down yesterday, Almighty was not very good at Hackney Yard. Almighty, every single time they find out that they are weak at a certain map, the very next competition, it will be one of their main picks, because that's all these boys focus on. They do not focus on their strengths. They focus on their weakness, because they are looking to be that all-rounder squad that represents Garena on those big stages. Bravo as well as Charlie picked up by the Almighty. Let's see exactly what they pull in here at Hackney Yard.
special forces spawn is something that you actually don't want to get. We keep saying this. It's going to be so hard for you to get Bravo, but then just like that, we're going to be seeing Bravo being capped by Almighty just because they're just that good. You can see here, probably into the later stages of the match, probably get into that alpha flag as well. If they really want that triple cap, it's still very, very doable. But you can see here, the struggle is so real for the side of Cloud to actually even step on this particular warehouse just because it's just so hard for them to go through. The spawn trap is going to be in order.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know the meta from NAEU is a little bit different. They really prefer to go towards the guerrilla base. They maybe feel like Alpha, in terms of domination point, is a little bit more easier. But clearly from what Almighty has shown us yesterday, clearly from what we have seen in the 2 days of competition in Singapore, all these teams in Garena love to pick up the Special Forces base. They love to pick up Charlie first, go in for the straight access into Bravo, and then shut them down. Now, a lot of questions will be coming through. How come? Because the distance in terms of Charlie to Bravo seems a little bit further compared to Alpha to Bravo. What we have to understand is that second floor of that warehouse, the entrance into that second floor of the warehouse is so much more easier if you're moving in from the Special Forces base. And look at how Almighty just dominates this match right now. The players from Cloud Esat haven't been able to step in and pick Bravo up at all.
You can see here, they're set up. You already know that there's going to be two people here in office going and rotating through that spawn, getting that kills off of A. But then just the stop here by Candice is, I'm not quite sure it's going to be enough though, just because they can't even get past office. They can't even rotate all the way over there. You can already say that they are probably going to be going into that office warehouse and really just getting a lot of these kills. They can't even go inside.
And the main reason is because, as we can see, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Almighty, not only are they holding onto the warehouse, but they are pushing a couple of men out forth to get the sleigh at the red truck as well as cargo land, making sure that none of the players from Cloud Esat even goes in for the approach towards the warehouse. And here they come, the clear out by Candice onto that second floor of the warehouse, but still shut down. Almighty maintaining hold. And the question is going to be put forth by Cloud Flex. He can challenge that Bravo point, but he does not dare do so because he knows he does not have any backup in this game. 75-38, Cloud Esat most definitely has a lot to improve in Hackney Yard, the map that the Almighty have most definitely conquered.
I probably already know into that Charlie spawn first. I think it's because they know if they dominate here, it's for sure that they're going to be dominating in the second half. And you can already see here, there's going to be a lot of clearing out to do, but then it's going to be so easy for them to actually get that Bravo flag. Maybe even putting that sentry gun, adding a little bit more defense, but then it's going to be a heavy stack and rotation going into the side of Cloud, going into and probably getting that alpha, but no! Gets denied by Incendio!
Oh, let's see exactly what they pull off in here, because Cloud Esat, what they are trying to do now is pull in the distraction, go in for the flank through office, drop into the abandoned building, move into the tire shop and pick Alpha up. But by the time they even go past office, these players are getting shut down one after the other. The sentry gun right at the base of Bravo will be able to help Almighty continue picking all of these points up. 92-48 right now. Cloud Esat looks like they just do not stand a chance of making a comeback. Mechanical ability earlier on in the day, on paper, they look equal. It will all be decided upon the gameplays. It will all be decided upon the strategies that are pulled off in here. I clearly was just half right because it's the mechanical abilities as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and a triple cap at Hackney Yard will prove that.
A triple cap is going to ensue it. How long they're going to be able to take out? They're probably going to take it to the very end. They're not going to allow anything to happen. They're not going to allow it to touch that for the side of Cloud. And right now, you know what, for me, what I've noticed, split the map into 3 sections. You're always going to see the whole squad into just one tiny box. And that's how good and calculated Almighty is.
Oh, come on. The players from Cloud Esat are not being allowed to go anywhere near the hard point, anywhere near the domination points, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, all under heavy lockdown. Almighty slain all the way through. They've held on to the triple cap for the longest that I've ever seen in a Singapore Championship. The Cloud Esat squad just cannot do jack right now. They flow in. They go in one after the other. They've given up on Bravo. They've given up on Charlie. They want Alpha, but but solo Irfan J stands in there to prevent it for them. 150 to 54. The Almighty have crushed, dominated, obliterated, annihilated their first competition of today. 3-0, the third donut in a row.
A clean sweep from Almighty, and you can see the brilliance of these boys. Like we kept saying a while ago, these guys all calculate and they will bring you down. Not even that, they will add salt to the wound and rub it in so hard. Cloud Esat at the very end, they just gave up. They wouldn't even get Bravo, they wouldn't even get A. They just wanted to go in for the kill. At some point, Candace was also doing melees. They just know it was already game over. So you know what? We're gonna be killing the Almighty boys how they killed us a while ago. And it's just, I want to talk about what went down, because I'm not quite sure if everyone else saw what happened in that mini-map, how calculated these boys are. Like what I said, split the map into 3. There's always going to be an amazing hold for the side of Almighty. Let's take a look. Actually, I really want to.
Which three part are we referring to here, Beef? Because
okay,
see,
so
yeah.
So there's the map, right? You can split it off into 3 sections. They're always gonna funnel the side of Cloud into either one side, either this little box, or this little box. It's just so great to actually see. We're actually gonna be seeing that post analysis really soon, so you can actually take a look at what I'm talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's take a quick look, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The 3 matches back to back. Once again, the donut being served. This was match number 1, which was taken in such a dominant fashion. Like I said, right, the moment the match opened up, what Almighty goes in to do, they immediately move into hardpoint number 2 and look at hardpoint number 1, because they know the first hardpoint in the game is just so difficult. It's a bloodbath every single time, Beef.
They got a hold of P2 already. They positioned themselves, and even though they had the opportunity to go in for that hardpoint number 1, yes, it's going to be very hard to get a hold of that just because of how open it is. So they just had, they just went into that P2 just because it's a little bit of a priority. But speaking of priorities, they got their priority straight here in Search and Destroy. I don't even want to say any plays here because I feel like there's really not a lot of things to talk about just because of how dominating it is.
There was a lot of things to talk about. This is firing range, right? And Cloud Esat has been that squad that has been so dominant. Let us remind the audience that this is the match to send the teams into the grand finals, right? This is the match that makes sure that, well, these 2 squads have dominated in day 1. We give them the opportunity to dominate each other. And as you can see from the slices and dices of those melees, it wasn't much of a competition at all. And that by no way is an insult towards this side of Cloud Esat. Like whatever we said yesterday still stands, right? Crazy good IQ gameplays flowing through the squad. But Almighty, just a mind-blowing team to watch in action.
There's definitely talent for the side of Cloud Esat. There is no denying that. But with how ready they are in this competition, Almighty just questions that. As we thought that they're going to be dominating as well, they need to step it up. This is the pressure. And the reality of the situation is that watch their plays. Almighty knows where to go. The communication is just absolutely A+. So with that being said, like what we see, I think it really showed in that domination matchup, like what I keep saying. They keep funneling players. They know where to push them, kind of like a dog in a herd of sheep. They know where to funnel through everyone. They know where the spawns are going to be placing, and that's why they keep doing the spawn traps. They keep knowing which power positions to actually take, and even though they were at the weaker side, it doesn't really matter.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we'll tell you exactly what matters. Code Red and NATO, we want to see exactly which one steps up fourth and which one says bye-bye. We'll be right back after a quick short break.
They talking about me cause they never been relevant. Haters will copy, but I'm never done stunting tricks. Watch when I walk into a room, it gets lit. And since we talking about my girl, I drop a couple of hits. My daddy strong. Do not care what you do, where you been or who you know. I go for mine, don't waste no time, and I ain't never stopping. I got moves to make and I'm bad. I work hard and show it. I stand hard, got hard bars, got bad girls sipping my way. Imperial about the acres, don't give a damn about the haters. I stay fly and stay live, so serious about my paper. I look good in that grind, and I grind. Come for mine, why you trying, I look good, and I grind, come for mine, why you trying, Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Spit your game, show you got drive in that flavor. Get it, girl, don't lose all of your favor. Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Spit your game, show you got drive in that flavor. Get it, girl, don't lose all of your favor. I'ma give you life when I throw this money up on you. I'ma give you life when I throw this money up on you. Bad little bunny getting money, it's a competition. Steph Curry up the backboard. I ain't worried about it, come up, chef, certified star. Wanna win that work for it. I'm the one they love, don't trip, I'm fucking amazing. I'm the one they love, don't trip, I'm fucking amazing. I just came home, now I'm back in the groove when the ride till the wheels fall off. Never get lost in the sauce, matter of fact, I stay getting mine like my legs blown off. Hot like Hades, it's amazing how much I'm gonna leave here for my babies. How could I ever lose my head? I'm on a path to with blueprint checks. Crossing the leg in the roving flows. Energy steadily hot to the bowl. It's critical that all my girls get paid and they're good from now to the end of the day. I look good, and I grind, Come for mine, Why you try? Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Spit your game and show you dropping your flavor. Get it, girl, don't you lose all your paper. Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Where my ladies who be stacking that paper? Spit your game or you got dropped in your flavor. Get it, girl, don't lose all of your favor. No.
Somewhere so far from pain. I feel it, she's gone. Dead and so unfamiliar. I feel it. My love, inside my blood, inside a soul will lead to her. Buried in my head. Tell me what you're here for. There's no answer, and I believe the dark. Tell me what you're here for, 'cause I know. Hey la la la, you got to believe it, la la. Finding the way
Impunity so off in their attacking rounds over there.
Ah, Smoke, give me the freaking 3-piece.
Of the two spots to actually fight from. I do see a third man. This throw it, but here comes the shot. Oh, a collateral!
Zero is a very essential player.
The nade.
And again, Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021, and this is the Singapore qualifier presented by Sony. As you guys can tell already over here, the Sony Xperia 1 Mark III is the official phone of the tournament. It's absolutely amazing. It's chef's kiss, and you know what? AJ has been using it for a few days now. Let us know what happens over there. Well, how's the phone?
It is amazing, right? I mean, we're talking about the AMOLED screen. We are talking about the fact that it can go up to 120 frames per second. This is an absolute beast of a phone. If you want to talk about max frame rates in MP, this phone is going to be able to carry you. And like I said, right, there are many factors that people go out there and they look for mobile phones. I've transitioned from playing on a PC to a console to mobile recently. And one of my biggest pain points has been holding on to a really heavy phone. And this phone is just about 400, less than 400 grams. That's friggin' light, man, for a mobile phone. And all you need to do is just have that plugged in USB-C cable and it lasts you throughout the whole day. I've had a gaming session on this so far, played 6 hours on it, 0 complaints, beef. And I'm just trying to push it as much as possible because at the end of this show, I have to give it back to Sony. But it's okay. I will abuse this phone to the maximum potential it can be abused to and tell you guys exactly what I find out.
Abuse it for you and me just because I don't even have a chance to get a hold of it. But you know what? It doesn't really matter. You go play that for us. And you know the reason why I really like this phone and the fact that it's light is for the gyro players. The fact that you have to really hold up your phone, do that, do this, and just be able to get all of those kills. So speaking of getting those kills, our match number 1 was an absolute sweep. Almighty just giving every single one the donut. And honestly, it's what we expected.
Is there anything else that we can expect out of the Almighty squad? I quite frankly do not think so. I did expect, though, for Cloud Esat and anybody else that actually takes up the fight against them to, show up a little bit more. But I guess that's a little bit too much to ask for based on where the Almighty currently floats in terms of capability of dominating the whole competition. And this is going to be the next match, Code Red against NATO. Do you have a pick by any chance, beef?
Well, we already keep saying this just because we've seen an amazing play from NATO. They did get 1 map off of 6 ducks yesterday, so that's going to be very impressive for me to see just because we know they can pull through. Code Red, on the other hand, they won hard point against Cloud just because Cloud was actually down 1 person, so I don't really consider that as a fair win. So out of everyone, I think NATO really gave 6 ducks a kind of a harder time compared to Cloud, and versus Code Red just because, it's a little bit uneven. So I'm giving it to NATO.
I will have to unfortunately agree with you, although I do try to play devil's advocate sometimes. Explos, Dante, High Torch, Zixi, Erebus will be stepping in for Code Red, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And the biggest Code Red that I saw flashing on my screen yesterday when they continuously went in for those rushes during their search and destroy and raid. So hopefully this time around, they've learned from all of their mistakes from yesterday and they bring in a totally different sort of gameplay because the squad that they are taking up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, were the squads that, like Brief has broken down, took on the 6 ducks and managed to score 1. And in the games that they did lose, they were not very easy victories at all. NATO gave them a sure run for their money. Goddess, Italy, Gmo, Balake, Zen, as well as Ricochet for the lineup, beef.
It was always a close game with 6 ducks versus NATO. We already saw that hardpoint game. They had 2, 150 and 140 and 150 to 91. So those are really close numbers. And for S&D as well, 6 and 4. In domination, that's where they were actually able to pull through and win in that Hackney Yard domination. And this is where their brilliance really absolutely shined through. And you know what? Let's take a look at these special members that we saw just like a while ago at the head-to-head. Let's see all of the scores, all of the statistics, everything that I really love to see. And it is going to be Zixi versus Balake over here with an average kills of 6.7 for Zixi and 5.33 for Balake.
The average deaths, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, does not look good at all in terms of Zixi. He very much likes to move right back to the reset point all the time in comparison to Balake. Average assists, on the other hand, Zixi is a little bit better with a 3.33 versus a 2.67 that we see on the side of Balake from NATO. In terms of the average score, Balake most definitely the one who sees much fewer of those. Zixi, with the number of deaths, we clearly can see this guy has been positioned to pick those points up, right? He's the point man. He's the one who plays all of those objectives, hence why the high rate of deaths. But let's see exactly how things break down, because like we've seen in the previous match, in the opener for the day, these numbers, regardless of how close or far apart they are just mere numbers. It's all about the strategy that they pull off against each other, that they whip up in that instant moment itself, Beef.
Yeah, and really in the moment, really going in there, especially it's going to be important how they pick their maps. And speaking of the maps, let's take a look at our map vetoes. And just like that, we're going to be seeing Code Red winning the coin toss. And it seems to be like Takeoff is always going to be that map they want to play for Hardpoint. Takeoff is going to be such a hard map to actually go and pull through. But you know what? I really want to talk about the stats that they had yesterday, right? NATO had a really not great start, especially for Hardpoint. So it's a really good thing because they have a 0% win rate here. And for the side Code Red, they won one map, but then we already know how disadvantageous it was for the side of Cloud. So going into that search and destroy, NATO as well as Code Red both have no wins here so far. And Raid is definitely going to be that map that you don't really want to go and rush into. I already know that Code Red will most definitely go in for the rush already, and NATO will go there and there for the response. Domination as well. Hackney Yard. Now this is dangerous. Code Red, why? Why did you just choose this map just because Hackney Yard is going to be so difficult? You already know that this is the only map that NATO won yesterday.
Yeah, and it just seems to be a situation where Code Red does not perhaps see the depth of the water that they are dipping both feet into at the very same time. Quite honestly, these boys are just jumping headfirst into a very deep ocean without any life vests here whatsoever. Now, the numbers from yesterday cannot be pulled as a perfect comparison because just very low in terms of what we can go into and compare. And at the end of the day, those were matches taken off against other squads who were good and, had a few areas that they can improve in. This is the first time we're going to be seeing both of these guys go head to head. And like I said, right, I feel like it's an equal battle in terms of their mechanical gameplay at the very least. Strategy-wise, Code Red, I'm a little worried.
A little worried indeed, just because we kept seeing such aggressive pushes and mindless plays going in there, guns a-blazing. We're not going to be caring who's going to be in that particular site, which we'll see in Search and Destroy. Hopefully, they make more calculated plays there, but then Raid is going to be a map that is not going to be formidable just because you already know it's so easy to flank people over there, especially if you're going to be able to give the chance, especially if there's going to be a sniper in your mid. So again, with the respawns though, they might do a little bit of a better matchup just because we already know that it can push through, but hopefully we get to see that. You know what? At the end of the stream, Mustachio, what are we going to be able to see?
Shout out! Throw your comments into the comment section, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We are going to be picking 3 lucky comments and we're going to be presenting it for you right down here, and Beef and I will read all of them out for you. Thank you so much for all of the love that you guys have showed us yesterday. If you guys want to continue showing us that love, we will most definitely appreciate it. If you guys want to support your teams out there, go ahead and do it. If you want to show some spirit of competition, get that done. But like Beef said, no toxicity. But then again, I don't even need to say that because the Singaporean scene, I have never within the SG scene itself. The teams most definitely look out for each other. They want to support each other's growth. I mean, the scene itself is quite small. It most definitely makes sense for them to do that, right? Now, here is the thing that I'm thinking of focusing on as we move into the next match. With the fact that NATO will be able to bring in the better side of the strats. They've already shown that they are ones who clearly do their homework. They saw exactly how Code Red performed at Raid. They saw exactly what sort of match that was as well. It was that search and destroy. What NATO is doing here with their map picks is playing it to the weakness of their opponents, and I feel like that's just gonna hurt Code Red so much. So I'm looking forward to seeing a different side of them today, because if we see the exact same side, they're gonna say bye-bye, Beef.
Bye-bye is what they're going to be saying. But hopefully, it's going to be enough for them to push through. Maybe at least one map, at the very least. Because you know what? We keep saying that the numbers might not matter because, yes, it's going to be against different squads. And they're going to be facing a different team from yesterday.
Yeah.
But they did go up against Cloud Esat. And the numbers were kind of crazy. Just because hardpoint number 1, we did see them win. But in hardpoint number 2, it's 150 to 53.
Yeah,
it's very, very far in comparison. And S&D 6-0. So yeah, it's gonna be hard to see just because we already know they might have troubles when it comes to the strats. But hopefully the hours in between this tournament and yesterday will be enough time for them to go and study up NATO.
Yeah, and like you said, even the match that they did win, Cloud Esat unfortunately lost a player there. So I don't know, right? So I'm not saying that the hopes for Code Red is really low. They have, at the end of the day, made it into the top 8 for the Singapore Championship. What needs to be done here is I want to see how much did Code Red learn from the mistakes of yesterday, especially in Raid, Search and Destroy, because that's a direct comparison that they can pull in terms of how they play when they get their hands on the bomb beef. Rush the swimming pool.
Honestly,
Rush the swimming pool.
I'll
I'll tell you what's the play. Yesterday's play was rush the swimming pool, take a quick swim, and get killed from whoever who goes into basketball court as well as the kitchen, not watch the garden. 3 things that they were doing. If they go in for another swimming pool rush and fall because they do not keep their eyes on these 3 spots, I will have no idea what to do, because technically when you rush into the swimming pool, those are the only 3 places you can keep an eye on, bro.
You said it for me already, La. And it's just going to be so difficult for me to even just put salt on the wound and just, you know what? They're probably going to be doing the same thing in Bravo. Hopefully in Gallery, they don't really go in there blind. If they go in for that Bravo push, they need to take Gallery. They need to go and peek and who's there. Just because there's always going to be that one player going into that top laundry or maybe even near the bomb site near Pizza. So it's going to be very difficult. They need to clear out sites first before they can even go in. But knowing Code Red, they might not do that. But I want to be proven wrong here.
Yeah, knowing Code Red, I don't think they want to go to Bravo. And I think we saw that proven yesterday, because Code Red needs to understand that when they step into Bravo, they need to be on the lookout for Laundry Room. They need to be on the lookout for the left side as well as the right side from Laundry Room. And it's just too many sides to be looking at, right? The access can come in at any point of time. And for all you know, a couple of players are hiding behind of Laundry Room, just waiting for that plant. So too much of anticipation. The approach onto basketball court, on the other hand, can be taking a little bit more daringly, a little bit more fast, but I don't think fast is what this squad should be looking for. Code Red, I hope and pray you take this match slow.
Taking it slow is what they need, but speaking of slow, this is not a map where you need to be slow just because it's going to be hard point and takeoff. We're going to be seeing an early pick here from NATO, and the goddess herself is going to be taking that kill, but does get taken out by Erebus.
Oh, this is what we are talking about. Code Red blazing it up early in the day, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, picking up all of the points from the hard point. And here's the thing, not many of those players are holding on to the key position, hard point number 2, to go in for the shutdown. And that's exactly what we see the side of NATO doing, and they overtake in terms of those points immediately, B.
Immediately needing to go in there for the contest, and it's a good thing that they actually are going to be able to do that. Code Red going to be able to push through, but then Balake with the cheeky spot gets a double kill. This is what we like to see, and also NATO being already in that second hard point. Balake really providing that amazing OBJ for his team.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's take a quick look and see exactly what they can pull off in here right after the Predator missile goes in for the miss. Goddess slashes Tosh, beautiful nade right onto the head of Goddess. And as we move in here to the move off that hard point number 2 is most definitely going to be an easy one for NATO to pick up and shut down. Code Red do not look like they're doing too well at all in terms of the mechanical ability of overcoming their opponents. Let's see exactly what goes in here to get pulled off, because they've taken over the hard point. It's all about the defense now, B.
It's the pinch by Code that was actually able to pull through and give them a bunch of these points, but then just the same thing has happened for the side of NATO, giving him a taste of their own medicine, and they need to go and pull through just because the contest is going to be coming on, but then the rotation needs to pull through. 30 seconds left on the clock, though. There's still a lot of points to actually go in there, but they need to go in for that spawn control. None of these teams have actually done that yet so far, so I'm interested to see how they're going to be pulling through in that third hard point.
Absolute carelessness as Code Red goes in for the access into hardpoint number 2, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And now 20 more seconds left. Code Zixi just getting all of their job done in terms of those slays. They are able to kill, but they're not able to kill when it is required. They're not able to get the job done when it is in terms of fighting for that hardpoint. And this is going to hurt them. Let's see them move on to hardpoint number 3, which very, very smartly they move on too early. So let's see exactly what sort of a defense they can put up here, Beep.
There was no early rotation on the side of NATO going into that hard point number 3, which, you know what, Code Red absolutely just took advantage of. But then just like that, the pinch does income, and then it's going to be Goddess and Gmo yet again, the duo that we like to see. And Gmo is usually that point where it didn't really get to really shine and search and destroy, but seems to be like it's the response for him. Code Red is going to be having a hard time really infiltrating. As you can see here, the sentry gun is going to be coming in.
Too much of panic, too much of movements from the players of Code Red. They're not locking down their position. Instead, they are helping their friends to peek in at every single entry point. You need to be able to have that trust, to have the... Just watch your own access point. And that is exactly what NATO is doing to perfection. 15 seconds here, and they are about to wrap up hardpoint number 3, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and strut on over to HP4. Look at the absolute surprise that Dante is pulling us here through, because he's already on P4. Guarding it. It's way too early, Beef.
It is way too early indeed, but then you can already see here it's going to be a stack of Code Red players. They're going to be able to defend that really heavily, and it's a good thing for them that the spawns are in their favor. But it's going to be very difficult right now for the pinch. It's going to be ensuing for the side of NATO, but then they're going to be able to do that. They're going to be able to pull it off, and that was absolutely crazy. Even though we saw Code Red there so early on, not being able to defend it right.
Yeah, and this is a part where the side of NATO needs to understand how do they manage the spawns. They need to also make sure 2 guys are out there spawn locking the other players, and thankfully, unfortunately, they are all spawning above each other right now, Beef, in that bottom left-hand corner there for the spawn point. And here's the thing, Code Red is taking advantage of this so well, and I love to see this. NATO's confused, and Code Red takes advantage, but not for long. The gunfight, the power of NATO in terms of mechanically overcoming this challenge is just too great for Code Red to take on.
It's really just the individual gunfights that NATO is just winning, but when in terms of like that spawn control, they don't have that. There is no slayers that you're going to be seeing outside of the map, especially going into P3 and P4. So that's something that you should consider at the very future if they do get to meet a lot of these other teams, is just knowing when to go in there and really just having that control in the power positions, right? Just to control the spawns of your enemy. But then just like that, it's going to be that first hard point yet again here through mid. Now it's going to be very difficult to actually go in here. They need to get that power position in P2.
Yeah, 130 to 57 now. NATO just 20 points away from closing this off, and they are actually going in to fight for hardpoint number 1 because they know exactly how far away victory is. Not far away at all. And the faster they close this off, the faster they can move on to raid, search and destroy and annihilate the side of Code Red. But hopefully their overconfidence in raid later on will allow Code Red to maybe make a slight comeback and push this into a guaranteed match number 4. Because for the time being, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, match number 1, NATO absolutely crushes it. 150 to 61.
Pure gun skills. They were able to really pull through with those individual gunfights, and you already know they are talented mechanically. But like what we said, you need not to actually just put all of your skills into those mechanical individual gunfights just because you need to think about the next steps. This is why ALMGHTY is such a great team, just because they keep thinking 5-6 steps ahead, really getting to know the spawns, controlling them, having slayers outside. But what we saw in NATO is that they really utilize and have that heavy defense inside of the hardpoint. You're going to be seeing a lot of the time, but that's why they keep spawning out, really trying to go and rush in. If it was any other team, they could have been brought down, but it is Code Red. We already know that they've been having a hard time just because they keep just rushing in there.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Earlier match, you want to rush in there, you most definitely have all the right to do so because it's non-stop respawn match type. And then we go into search and destroy. where you only have one life each round. And Code Red, thus far, have not been able to manage that one life type of a game anywhere close to perfection. Anywhere close to good, still struggling. Continuously rushing in for the spots, not looking at those, vantage points that can give the opposition a little bit of advantage in many of these circumstances. And every single time they've rushed in for the plant, they've gotten taken down. They were slightly better on the defense, but just ever so slightly, Beef. Even then, they fell quite easily. But thankfully, being put in the exact same situation, I hope they've been able to identify what went wrong yesterday.
Both of these teams have played in Raid, Search, and Destroy, and both of these teams have fallen to their foes. So it's their time for redemption. Obviously, one of these teams will win, and it's just a matter of who gets to outsmart who. Like what we keep saying is that it's the game of information. They need to gather that information, know when to push. Yep. Either it be by your sniper who giving you that information, or it be like a flash grenade that you throw in there just to see if it's going to have that little X mark to know that there's going to be one person hiding in that corner. So that's what NATO and Code Red need to do. Code Red is not the type to do that, but hopefully they get to do that here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, information like that can be quite vague at times as well. So it's all about how you bring that information into your head and how you turn it around and make it beneficial for your squad, right? Having that information that there is a player there, you still need to move in, not knowing how many players are there. So each and every single corner needs to be checked all the time. And a majority of the opportunities that these teams have gotten, we see them going for those individual pushes. And what the biggest squads usually do for the access into the bomb sites, you see those nades as well as smokes coming out, not only to get information, but also to obscure the vision of the opposition. And that's the type of game that I want to see Code Red bring out here. And an early takedown coming through, beautifully played by Balake, and another opportunity will arise in a little bit. Dante coming in for that backup. Fennec has already gone in for the aim, and Balake absolutely slays. Tosh takes him out, Fennec to Fennec. He doesn't stand a chance. 4-3 now, the numbers drop.
Balaka gets traded out, but he just does so much damage already, getting rid of 2 players from Code Red. This is going to be very tricky right now, especially the sniper going to be coming into play at the very end. They need to go in there for the peak. And you know what? You said a while ago that they're probably not going to be going to gallery, and that's what they did. Like, this is how predictable Code Red is. That the fact that they didn't do well in gallery, they keep pushing, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. And what is that bomb doing in mid? What is that bomb doing in this staircase? And they really need to go in there and push through, really just applying that play here, really just having to adjust for the player who just died.
Yeah, so now they pull it back 3-all, but they're really balancing on a very, very tricky situation here, taking those risks. But Alpha is all wide open. Basketball court can be, can receive the bomb now. But Gmo will be on the wait. Holger 26, and the opportunity will arise, but he won't be able to kill anyone here from such a distance. He needs to take it a little bit closer. Tosses the nade, doesn't get the kill, but manages to get the damage done. But unfortunately for him, Erebus out of nowhere buys into the back. Eerily gets taken down as well. Erebus potentially has won this for Code Red.
Goddess should have already been there with Gmo. They should have switched positions, and instead of Gmo having sights on A, it should have been Goddess with a sniper, just because you already know the Holger is going to be having that really terrible recoil, like what we've been seeing. That is the reason why, honestly, Gmo was having such a hard time in Alpha, just because he was spamming that Holger 26 yesterday, and it didn't even kill anyone, just did a little bit of damage, yes, but no, didn't get rid of every single one. So that was a mistake right out of NATO, and that's why this is so hard for them to actually pull through. It just seems like Code Red's actually going to be able to pull through.
This is a different breed. This is a different side of Code Red that we are witnessing here today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They will go ahead to take over the gallery real quick to step in to see if or not they will be able to get the Bravo plant. Balake takes high out of the equation, noticing that Code Red's coming in for the push. It's a 4-3 situation now as things break down. Code Red needs to decide if or not they want to continue focusing on Bravo or back. Gets taken down. Erebus gets a little bit more confident. Bravo might just be the site they go in for the push. A rotation might be a little bit more beneficial though, Beef.
Balake was just too aggressive for that. Yes, you got 2 kills, but at that point, you should just back off and wait for your teammates. Everyone else was so far away. Knowing very well that there were 2 people in that particular room in gallery, you should just back off in that particular point. And now, Zen is going to be in trouble just because it's going to be a 2v1 situation all through mid. With that information in mind, though, Erebus absolutely erases Zen. And this is what we need to see from the side of NATO, is communication and just to stick together as a team. We saw that a while ago with Goddess as well. They weren't together. And that's the fact that they got picked off one by one.
I'm loving Code Red right now. Code Red, you keep this up and I'm gonna hype the living life out of this match for you guys. What an improvement from yesterday. And Erebus once again steps up to the plate. And this time round, he eliminates the Goddess. Code Red 2-0. Who would have thought? And why are they able to move up ahead? It's because every single mistake that was made yesterday have been corrected. No continuous pushes into the swimming pool. No continuous rushes. They are taking those power positions, and now they move into gallery. Nobody's going down into passageway or the gym. They will be able to control this. One player now jumps out to the passageway as soon as they potentially see attack coming in. Italy takes down Zixi, and this immediately puts Code Red on red alert.
Red alert indeed, as there's going to be 1 person down, but it's just like that, Erebus, big plays yet again, evens out everything. Now, AJ, this is what NATO needs to do. They need to stick together and not over push, but I feel like for the side of Balake, he wasn't able to really just have that. He was taken out so early already. I know he's going to be that Slayer, but he should know when to actually back off, back away, and just really disengage, go back to his team, form again, whatever duo you want to see. But then it's going to be very difficult. They keep over pushing. I'm not quite sure why they have to go in there really aggressively.
Oh, High needs to be careful. He's about to get snuffed out here. Drops into the central garden, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But we do have Zen firing right back at him. And this is not going to be a situation that Code Red will like. But the bomb is still lingering around gallery, trying to see if or not the access into Bravo is going to be easy. But as they waste time, Code Red needs to understand that the rotation needs to come through. The side of NATO already understands that the bomb is going to go in for the access towards Bravo. What's the bomber doing?
What's the bomber doing? Because he just died. Why did he go in there so aggressively without any sort of assistance? And that is going to be so bad just because they have to go in for the play. And yes, Erebus is going to be there, going to be getting a lot of big kills, really evening things out in 2v2. Again, mechanical skill already for both of these teams, but Zen does the job. And yes, it is going to be going down. The bomb is going to be going down, but then the pinch is going to ensue.
Erebus! One more opportunity, Erebus! What a freaking clutch by Erebus! He's been on absolute fire today! Code Red, 3 points in a row, and Erebus is not done at all!
It just seems to be like NATO is search and destroy is not gonna be good. Code Red, who had a 6-0 yesterday, is handing you the donut. NATO, you need to pull through, and the fact that they're going to be having that switch is going to be important for them to learn. Balake, yet again, is going to be overstepping, going to be a little bit too aggressive. The information is going to be going out just because he threw that nade, but then Dante is going to be right there with the Holger 26. Balake, you need to chill out just a little bit because they know you're going to be there.
Now, I'm worried for Code Red right now. They should potentially switch up their gameplay. A little bit too much of attention is going to be paid into Bravo. But thankfully for them, NATO thinks that it might be an alpha push this time because Code Red has just focused in on moving in towards Bravo so many times around already. And if it was not for that one and only Erebus play earlier on, they would have most definitely lost that, gone to 2-1. High as well as Tosh getting down Italy and Balake. Once again, Code Red looks strong, 5-3. The numbers game on their side. Goddess with the slice. Tosh about to go down, but using the terrain to his advantage and all of those blocks. Tosh takes Gmo out of the equation as well as he tries to get away. A 3-2 situation with the bomb on the ground, Beef.
Oh, almost cutting it. Zen just at the last second pulls away. Should have gotten that kill, but then takes the advantage of the fact that Code was going to be over there up in that statue, but then needs to go in there for that kill as well. It's going to be very hard because it's only going to be a 3v1 situation. This is going to be hard. The information is going to be pulling through, but no, they're not going to be getting that, not knowing where he's going to be. He needs to go and pick one by one, but then the defense is going to be a little bit too strong here.
Oh, what a play, man. Erebus once again steps up to the plate, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 4-0. Code Red absolutely dominating this game. Why? because they slowed down. And let's see whether or not this slower pace gameplay from this squad can continuously get them those victories, because they are on their last attacking round in here. Let's see exactly how they go ahead to put immediately in for the access towards gallery. They don't want to step out into the central garden, but here comes the play. We can see Balake steps up. He's already read through Code Red, and this is what I was saying moments ago, Beef. They should change their plan because the side of NATO already sees this game. Oh, goodness me.
Balake seems to be like he really wants to have the ace, but then Erebus is not going to be make it easy to him. It's not going to be easy as 10 points already, 10 kills for Erebus, especially with the PP19. Yes, it has been nerfed already, but then the max size is not going to be a question of Edoli. Finally, 1 point right now for the side of NATO, and this is what they needed. Balake is always going to be having a lot of those frags, always over pushing. Yes, it's really like a high risk, high reward type of situation, but it always leaves them a little bit having a hard time. But then, speaking of a hard time, Code will definitely have a harder time just because they are going to be on that defense. Hopefully, they're not going to be a little bit too aggressive, just because on defense, if you're going to be going on aggression, kind of like what we saw with NATO, that's going to be dangerous.
Yeah, Balake with the absolute ace. Once again, drops Zixi. Goddess goes down as well. Code Red, most definitely on red alert right now. A 2-on-2 split for the defense has turned out very badly for them, and now they need to retake the situation. Opportunity drops in for Erebus. Unfortunately, the PP19 Bison does not strike Fennec from afar. Balake once again gets the curtain pulled over all of the dead bodies of Code Red's members. And now a 5-2 with a bomb planted. It looks like Code Red is about to drop yet another round.
Yeah, that's going to be so tricky to actually pull through. Tosh goes down, and it's going to be up to Dante to actually go and pull through, but then it's going to be too difficult. 4 members versus 1 with 13 seconds left on the clock. This is near impossible to actually go and pull off. Just needs to go and get 1. He just needs to get all of those points and really just show how much damage he can actually push through, knowing very well he's not going to win this round, but Goddess shuts him down. A 2-4, and if Code Red drops the ball at this point, I don't even know already. And NATO is doing such a good job just because they're a little bit more aggressive, and that was something that you shouldn't really have on the defense like what they had a while ago. They went in there, they always overpush. Balake shouldn't really do that, but always applying that damage, and at the same time, they're just doing such a great job.
Woo! Zixi drops Zen, and the bomb is on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here comes Code Red with the comeback gameplay right now. And one player, one and only, going in here for the shot. It is Erebus with his PP19 Bison. Gmo goes down, and Idoli right there in front of him goes in with a suppressive fire through the smoke as well to make sure Idoli does not have the guts to step out and ask those questions. Goddess gets thrown onto the ground. Balake right down beside her as well. This is Code Red going in for point number 5. And as far as the numbers game is concerned, Idoli stands no chance.
Speaking of Idoli, I feel like this player kind of lacks that trigger discipline just because in that last round from their defense, he basically shot at the people who were so far away, didn't even know where he was, but he shot at them, but basically giving his cover. He's basically giving information that should not have been given in the first place. So Idoli is probably that player that wouldn't be able to go and pull through a clutch, but here we go. Very, very fast push into Bravo.
Boy, Reba strikes once again. Balake taken down, but Dante drops right back through. NATO loses 2 players, and this is the side of Code Red stepping into raid to say that we are not to be looked down upon. 6-2, Code Red is back in the game.
Explosive end to that search and destroy, and Erebus just had to put that cherry on top and make that vehicle explode with the FHJ. God dang, that was so amazing to actually see. Got Erebus with that PP19, and it's the first time I've actually seen a PP19 in this tournament.
It should not be the first time we see the PP19 Bison in the tournament. It's most definitely an amazing gun to bring into these matchups. But here's what I absolutely love about Code Red. Each and every single mistake made yesterday recovered today. And after they made that unfortunate mishap with continuously moving into gallery, they switched things around, right? But thankfully for them, the sides had to be switched around as well. They moved into the defensive position, and they needed now to figure out brand new stats. In terms of attacking, they've already got that down. They now know how to bring that bomb into the bomb site, get that planted safely. But in terms of the defense, they really had to count on luck. It's a game of rock, paper, and scissors, of figuring out out where your opponents are going to go in for the rush first. And one of those rounds, that final round, they got that on the dot. They move in towards the basketball court. They send in 2 players towards kitchen, 2 players towards garden. They get the perfect flank and they catch all of the players out of guard. The very first frag coming in from the kitchen, Bomber drops the bomb, and from that point on, unfortunately, NATO was all over the place.
When the bomb drops, that's when you know the play has absolutely fallen apart, because you have to make another one just to pick up the bomb.
Yeah.
That is the reason why you don't over push as the bomb carrier, or else everyone else is going to have to adjust towards you. So that's what we saw a while ago in NATO, and even in the defensive side, they just struggled there. They over pushed. They were on the over aggressive side, and we saw Balake, yes, he was able to frag out a lot, but then there needs to be a little bit more discipline on his. He was a little bit too aggressive, too thirsty to get those kills, knowing the fact that if he's going to be at a disadvantage, knowing very well, this is basically what I'm saying. There's this one part where he got 2 kills already, but that wasn't enough. He knew that there's going to be 2 people up in gallery, but for some reason he didn't really back away in that situation. Still tried to go for the kill, eventually got traded out himself. He could have saved his life for another day, and honestly, after that point, it was Code Red's match. So it was just a show of discipline and really getting to learn what the mistakes they had in the previous day and really apply it here in Raid.
Yeah, I can't really throw shade on Balake that much, right? Because if anything, we were mainly seeing him in performance because he was one of the few that was performing for NATO in that search and destroy map. He was back-to-back getting those slays, whereas all of the other players were getting slain. So hence why we were seeing a lot of the mistakes from his end as well. But if he had not stepped out and taken all of those risky maneuvers, we wouldn't have been able to see him ace one of those rounds and get so many of those important frags. So definitely a key player, but the backup from NATO just wasn't there in that search and destroy. Charlie and Bravo this time being picked up real quick by NATO as they start things off from the side of the Special Forces base once again.
They like being the Special Forces. They've chosen this one. They've been chosen again here in Charlie. They were able to get that really quick Bravo push, but then just like that, it's going to be Code Red yet again, trying to go in for that Bravo as well. It's all up to one person to go in, and Balake, and none other than Balake, is able to actually go and push through. X-Plus, though, they have a lot of defense here, just because you know that they're going to be having a little bit of advantage here in terms of the distance into the A and B.
Yeah, beautifully played so far. NATO picking up those 2 points, but Code Red not letting this go real easy. They go in there for the flush, unable to pull the distraction though. Code Red needs to figure out a different sort of a gameplay. They're taking this a little bit too, straightforward, continuously jumping in from the right-hand side of the warehouse. Not many of those players are going in for the backstep flank on right from the office. If they were to pull it from guarding the guerrilla base, it might just bring a little bit more benefits to the game, Beef.
B is still going to be heavily defended. Right now, it's going to be NATO yet again across the board. Even in the kill feed, we're going to be seeing so much kills. Balake again, so many kills already, but then he's going to be hurted just like that. And we might actually get to see here a push. Finally, this is what they needed. 2-man over here in Bravo.
Oh, 2-man, and they do really, really well. Just leaving one last player, Rebus, the one who has been slaying back and forth again and again. But unfortunately, there's just so much he can do all alone. The backup doesn't come through for the squad, and he gets wiped out as well. The side of Code Red trying to play catch-up here. NATO just a little bit too good on this map.
They need to get office. This is one thing that they need to do. They're just funneling into one particular entrance, and that's just too predictable on their end. And it's going to be NATO with such a dominant play here just because they've been doing so well. But then big kills by Tosh.
Oh, let's see if one of those big kills will be able to give them anything. Code Red on the 31 point. NATO 30 points beyond them. And look at that sentry gun placed in by NATO as well to protect that Bravo site. There's nothing. Code Red can't do jack right now on Bravo as much as they try. They have to go in for that flank. But the numbers game is flooding the warehouse right now. Code Red is just trying to force the issue, but they have to understand time is not on their side. The clock will keep ticking. 75 points to the halfway mark, and all of those efforts absolutely wasted.
It is wasted. You can already see here, it's 75 and 39. They couldn't even touch Bravo at least once. They couldn't even capture it. Yes, they were able to get just a little bit for it to go through, but then not being able to really just cap it off. And right now, they're going to be siding into that Guerrilla squad side spawn. They're going to be having a difficult time just because we already know that NATO is doing so well in this map. This is the pick.
Oh, come on. This time, NATO dropping into the warehouse early. Balake got us with a two-piece for herself. Balake in for the slice as well. Immediately, Alpha and Bravo picked up by NATO. Very, very similar to the previous situation. And it doesn't really matter for them in terms of the balance of the map. Beat Alpha Bravo, beat Bravo Charlie. As long as they've all gotten the hold onto two sides, they're more than happy. They don't want to force a triple cap. They know they are no almighty just yet. They just want to secure this victory for themselves, and they most definitely have it in the bag. Code Red, unfortunately, just is not pulling the strats off. Mechanically, they're getting the kills. Strats-wise, they are falling flat on their faces.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They're falling flat in terms of the strats just because they don't really get to have the power positions, and you already know that NATO is going to be getting them. Push finally through mid. This is what they needed. They need to pull through and really win all these individual gunfights. But no, it's going to be a little bit too much. Goddess is absolutely just popping off.
This is the play that we were looking for. Finally, the flank coming through for Code Red. The players are most definitely getting shut down, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But that is the distraction gameplay that is required in order for Code Red to go in there and pick Bravo up. But unfortunately, the distraction just is not making its mark. Those players that go in to pull the attention of the NATO squad is just unfortunately too soft. They drop one after the other. Goodness gracious me. This is difficult to watch. NATO, on the other hand, they are having the time of their lives at Hackney Yard. 120 to 61. Victory is most definitely guaranteed.
Guaranteed victory, and Earbus is just absolutely crazy with the jump and really just denying, but then just going to be able to pull through. Hai can actually make important plays here. They're actually going to be able to go in for the spawn trap. He needs to go and pull through, though. He's going to be the only one in his team that's going to be going into Bravo. What is that? What? He wasted the chance to actually go in there for the death machine just because he didn't have any assists from his teammates.
Yeah, so this is just a situation where NATO understands exactly what is happening. Don't forget, Code Red was the one that chose this map, and unfortunately for Code Red, NATO can choose the site that they want to start on. They start off at the Special Forces base. They take Charlie and Bravo because that's so much more easier to go in and command because of that second floor of that warehouse. And after that, they go in for the swap. Bravo Alpha, way too easy. Mechanical skills wise, they are able to trump all of the Code Red players. And this is game number 2 that they pick up for themselves. So far, it has been back and forth. I hope to God Code Red can push us into game number 5, because if they drop game 4 beef, it's all over.
NATO in the respawns is just unstoppable, and Code Red is going to be having a hard time. They need to win. They need to win hardpoint because they're so much better at search and destroy. So that is going to be, honestly, it's going to be a very hard task to actually pull through. But then let's talk about that domination. We already knew coming in here that NATO was probably going to win that just because they did such an amazing job taking one map from Ducks, and this was going to be in Domination Hackney Yard. And going into that first map and into that first round, that was so hard to watch just because they kept on, funneling through. Code Red just went into the same entrances, didn't even get to have a hold of power positions like 2F in Warehouse. That's what we saw NATO actually pull through, even though they went into that second half and really just spawned into that A side. They went into the second half into that 2F and really just pulled through with the power positions.
Yeah, I can't brain this because this was a map pick by Code Red. Do not pick a map that you cannot go in and conquer. Most definitely, that's terrible. Unless they picked a map that they felt that, their opponents, NATO, were going to do slightly bad at. Definitely wasn't the case. The strategy was just all over the place. And like you mentioned, right, Beef, it's not like they didn't go in for the flank at all. They eventually started going in for the flank, but that was way, way too late. Towards the ending of the game, in the second half, they tried to go in for the flank. And when they tried doing that, a little bit of the gameplay improved in terms of pulling away the attention from the warehouse. But even so, out in the open, mechanical-wise, NATO just crushed those players who were trying to play distraction. Nobody were able to go past cargo land into the guerrilla base. None of those players were.
Yeah, it was just basically two players that was just stopping the push every single time. That was a really great effort though. But what you said, it was just a little bit too late because it was basically going to be at the late half of the second round. So they kept pushing, yes, into that office part, but it's just a little bit too late. You already knew, and NATO knew that. NATO knew that there was going to be a push going into that A site, and they all needed just one or two players really just heavily defending Bravo, and they did such a great job in that defense. Really amazing plays here on the side of NATO.
Absolutely. And NATO picking the side of the Special Forces base, once again, using that second floor of the warehouse to gain confidence, to gain domination. And then later on, the moment that one of the players could pull a sentry gun out, they pull a sentry gun out and just backs it up in terms of firepower. Taking care of that Bravo point became so easy. This is Code Red with the opportunity to make a comeback in a slower pace match. Search and destroy at standoff. Let's see what happens. But unfortunately for Tosh and Explos, they go down high, eliminated as well. Erebus, they're all is left with him, and a two-piece for Erebus before Nikashay shuts him down. And unfortunately for him, it is going to be the play where it beef. Hotel Yard is so lit, but the play is just going all around this merry-go-round.
I love hardpoint and standoff just because everything is just going to be so crazy, especially in P1. P1 here in Granny in that hotel yard is going to be absolute chaos, and it really takes a special team to get a hold of this for a long time. And that special team is going to be NATO. There you have a really solid hold here. Not only can they have a solid hold, but they can actually go in there for the rotation as well. The rotation, though, is going to be pulling through on their side, so it's going to be important that they're going to be actually able to stay there. But we keep seeing that they're going to be pushing off, but then P2 is going to be going up against Goddess right now. It's a very solid hold so far.
Yeah, let's see exactly what they pull off. 46 points, and Hotel Yard is absolutely crazy, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Code Red most definitely needs to step it up, but maybe that'll happen over at the warehouse. This is hard point number 2, and as we can see, NATO's already on point, picking each and every single one of those beautiful numbers up for themselves, whilst Code Red is unfortunately stuck at 0. Look at the defense. There's one player in there right now, finally gets dropped, and this is the opportunity for Code Red to pick their points up. But no, still under contention. NATO absolutely dominating standoff right now.
They're dominating in every single respawn that we see them play, and right now it's going to be very difficult for Code to actually go in there. They are at the red. We are at 74-0. We are almost halfway there. You know what? Yes, we are already halfway there. 150 is just not far away, but then it's going to be very, very fast. 1 point, just 1 point for the side of Code Red. It's going to be very difficult for them to pull through. They need to go in for the rotation into P3.
No, this is absolute ridiculousness. NATO leaves one player to take care of the warehouse, and 3 of the players are already on an early rotation to make sure not to hold on to a point that's not activated, but to make sure the spawn is most definitely not held on by the side of Code Red. And they do that perfectly. They've already pushed them out, and they have gotten a hold of the house. And this is the third hard point, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 91-9. I won't be surprised. It's about to be 99-9. Perfection on in the house.
Score streaks are going to be in order, as well as the operator skills, and this is why you need to do well in P1 and P2 for the situation like this. The setup is going to be so solid here, and the fact that they have already all these utilities coming around is going to be so amazing, and they're just going to keep getting more and more, especially going into that bakery, which is going to be that money hill for them. They need to contest this, but then you can see here 20 seconds left on the clock, and we need to see a rotation going into bakery for the side of Code Red.
Oh, absolutely, man. But going in for that rotation a little bit too early most definitely is not going to do Code Red any favors whatsoever, because they've fallen way too behind already. 127 at the moment to 12. Code Red is on the verge of annihilation. Look at them piling themselves into the bakery. It looks like the boys from Code Red, they are hungry. Well, NATO's about to serve something hot up for all of them to eat. Here comes that cluster strike. Open wide, boys.
We've seen a comeback over here, but it just seems to be like it's going to be too difficult for them. The cluster strike is in order, plus the equalizer. This is the score streaks that you really needed to have. And plus, not only that, that, you're going to be having a sentry gun as well. That defense is going to be impenetrable.
Oh, look at that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 150 to 15. NATO crushes Code Red, and no way in hell is a comeback going to be possible from that third hard point onwards. Code Red just gave off way too many points, way too many advantages, and NATO crushing them by the time they head into Bakery just for a sweet, sweet closer. My apologies, by the way, for thinking it was a search and destroy. Got that totally mixed up. But at the end of the day, even if it was not a search and destroy, which unfortunately for Code Red is the situation, because I feel like that's the only mode at the moment they are able to change the pace against the other squads.
It just snowballed from P1 heading on over into P5 and P4. What? We weren't even able to see a reset happen. Now that is just something that's just amazing. Yeah. Let's take a look at the post analysis and see what really happened here. The dominance of NATO and the fact that we saw dominance actually into that search and destroy for the side of Code Red.
Yeah, and it was good for Code Red. Unfortunately for them, they just couldn't get it done on any of the other maps, right? It was a great fight when we opened things up at takeoff. It was quite equal, but the main reason as to why it was quite equal at the start, at the very least, is because of how chaotic things are in this match. But as NATO would go ahead to prove, dominance is going to be really, really easy for them in this series. Things change so fast at that second hardpoint beef.
I think it just really went down to the rotations and the individual gunfights that they actually won. But speaking of, this is something that you need to win as well. Search and destroy. Code Red absolutely obliterated NATO, and NATO just had a hard time. They faltered through. That was the moment actually I was talking about with Balake, where he should have just actually went past him. But you know what? He had a lot of essential kills, but he needs to know when to actually go and back away. And he was able to do that there. But then he keeps overextending, and just getting a lot of those kills really is going to be important, but everyone else in his team need to step up to his level as well. But here we go. Speaking of stepping it up, they absolutely just hands down crushed it here in our domination hacking yard.
Yeah, absolutely, man. But Balake picking up that ace for himself in that last round of Search and Destroy as well. Nothing short of impressive. But you know what's more impressive? NATO pulling this victory over the heads of Code Red in such spectacular fashion, dominating 3 of the hard points and just flushing them out of the 4th hard point, right? The rotation from the 3rd hard point from the house into the bakery was so early from the side of Code Red. And I don't know, man. If I was their coach, I would be screaming my head off against them right now. Mainly because it was a game that they clearly could have won. And it was all up to the strategies. We have clearly seen in terms of mechanical abilities in that Search and Destroy, they can take these gunfights. As the strats just keep falling flat.
Hardpoint standoff, you said that the rotation was going to be a little bit early, but I think regardless of early rotation or not, I feel like they still would have lost that just because the score streaks and the operator skills were just on the side of NATO, just because they kept on winning the gunfights and all of those hills for them to actually go and stock up and use the utilities into that P4 in Bakery. Yeah, so the cluster strike did go down. We saw so much. It was honestly so great to actually see NATO really pull to their first hard point. This was a little bit more better, more polished, and with takeoff, it is going to be a more difficult map. But I'm excited to see what this team is going to be pulling through.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, like Beef says, a lot more in store for you guys. Anything Impunity.
my girls with me. Rock with me, all my girls with me. Rock with me, all my girls with me. All my girls bossy, rock with me, I'm a savage. All my girls bossy, if they want it, they can have it. I ain't even till I get the bag, babe. Rock with me, all my girls with me. All my girls bossy, rock with me, I'm a savage. All my girls bossy, if they want it, they can have it. I ain't even till I get the bag, babe. Rock with me, all my girls with me. Rock with me, all my girls with me.
so off in their attacking rounds over there.
Smoke, give it a freaking 3-piece.
Of the two spots to actually fight from. I do see a third man. This throw it, but here comes the shot. Oh, a collateral!
Zero is a very essential player.
The nade.
And again.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Singapore Championship. Not the halfway point yet, but we are at series number 3. And all of this action is brought to you by Sony Xperia 1 Mark III. My name's AJ. I'm the mustachio down here with the one and only Beef Mommy, bringing you all of the hottest actions. And now we are in time for series number 3, Beef.
Oh, I'm so excited for this one just because we don't know. This is basically the wild card that's going to be a little bit unpredictable. Okay, it's going to be probably Impunity versus Anything, and anything can happen here just because they did. Okay, I'll be frank, they did quite terrible yesterday, and that's why we don't know what's going to happen. I mean, a glimmer of hope is what we want to see for both of these teams, and now this is evenly matched. Everyone, I think this is going to be a matchup that we really wanted to see just because the numbers are going to be very similar for both of them, both having a very hard time being honestly 0-3 for them. No wins yet, but hopefully today they're going to be able to rack up the points.
Yeah, absolutely right. So both of them equal matchup. Technically, based on how they performed against other squads, we weren't really able to see exactly where they excelled at, but this will be the opportunity. But once again, it's a situation whereby one is going to be very, very happy at the end of the series, and one is going to be, unfortunately, very, very sad, Beef.
But then, okay, Impunity though, let's give like one shining point for them. They took one map in S&D against Gaijin Rouge, and they took it into round number 11. So we already know that Search and Destroy is probably going to be something a little bit better for them. But then, Anything had the opportunity to actually really meet the Kings themselves in day number 1. It was basically Almighty versus Anything. So that's something that is very unlucky for them, and the brackets just did not go their way. So hopefully today, they can really pull through, knowing very well that they might be able to rack up the points.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I am very much impatient to see the map vetoes. We want to know exactly how things are going to be breaking down, which side wins the coin toss, because very clearly, winning that coin toss allows you to take control of the matchups in terms of deciding 3 out of the 5 maps that you'll be playing at. And it's super duper essential because the very first map itself that you have got will decide the momentum that you can take, right? This is the versus graphics. Just to make things official, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, it is Anything taking on Impunity.
Now, these are the two squads that need to pull it through. The pressure is on them because it's going to be just like that for your exit over here. And now that's going to be immense pressure on their shoulders just because they need to go and pull through and really rake up all the points, have the strats. But then knowing both of these teams, I feel like Impunity has shown such strats in Search and Destroy, so maybe they can shine through for that. Anything, on the other hand, I haven't quite seen a lot of the plays that they need to do, but hopefully they get to pull through. Just like what we saw in Code Red, they were able to actually win Search and Destroy, but sadly faltered in the respawn. So for anything needs to be on their table. They need to pull out the strats, the kills, not only that, individual gunfights as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, anything goes in terms of what Anything can do. But Impunity, definitely the squad that has got so much more to prove in here because of their seniority within the scene itself. Let's see if or not they will be able to step up to the plate and get that done for themselves, right? Anything most definitely will be a challenge that they can overcome, but not just in terms of mechanically, not just in terms of the strats, right? They want to overcome them, so they put themselves in the right mindset because it's going to be a long, challenging journey, even if they manage to win the series. Sir Taffy, Fame, 369, GGBet, as well as Asafi dropping in here for the lineup of Anything. And 369 as well as GGBet, these two players, we saw a little bit from them, but Fame has managed to outshine them in terms of getting those kills. These 3 players most definitely are ones that they can bet on to get those kills in a bit, Beef.
Absolutely. 369 is going to be that player for those respawns that can get a lot of those frags and the Slayer for their team. GG Bet, on the other hand, you can definitely bet that he's going to be getting a lot of frags in Search and Destroy. He's had a lot of highlights as well. I mean, you know what? I said a while ago that it's kind of hard to see any highlights for anything, but I think it's really those individual players that really gone through. But speaking of a team that was able to actually pull through yesterday, Burger B, Sky, OAC, Shadow, Tofu, and Siafi Kwafi for Impunity, really having a really nice lineup. Winning that Search and Destroy matchup against Gaijin, taking that one map is so important. You already know that you shouldn't joke around when you are going to be going up against Impunity and S&D, but when it comes to the respawns, not quite sure what is going to happen, just because the numbers on their end is going to be a little bit similar as to Anything. Already know Almighty is going to be a little bit of a harder opponent to actually topple, so I feel like Anything just had a little bit of a misfortune in terms of the brackets.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at the head-to-head just so we are able to put some numbers behind these players. Like you say, Beef, on paper, it might look a little bit equal, right? 16.5 to 16.67, a little too close between Sir Daffy as well as OAce. In terms of the average death, we most definitely see OAce going down a little bit more, but he is the objective player, isn't it? And that can most definitely be seen through his assist and score.
I love OBJ players just because they just need more love in the community, because everyone just wants to be a Slayer doing rank, and no, you shouldn't always be a Slayer just because you need that OBJ, you need the points to actually pull through. So these are the people that you're actually going to be seeing. So far in head-to-head, we've seen a lot of the OBJs really get to shine here just because their average score is just so dang high. 2,700 already for the side OAce, and that's not a number that you actually just play around with, and that's going to be very important for all of those respawns that you need to pull through.
Absolutely. I mean, the respawns that you pull through, be it the kills and how important they are, they most definitely will come in useful, because if you don't have a front man getting those kills for you, even those objective players aren't going to be able to do much. It is a combination of all of the prowess. The teamwork will decide exactly which way this goes. So far, we haven't been able to see a strong showing from either side. Let's take a quick look at the map vetoes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to see exactly which side the gods of RNG will lean towards, and thankfully Anything wins the coin toss for themselves. Summit for Hardpoint, Domination, Hackney Yard, and then later on to close the day off, if we get to go to match number 5, it is going to be Raid. Impunity, on the other hand, will bring us to Crossfire for the Search and Destroy, and then later on Takeoff for Hardpoint. Beef.
Hopefully we get to see that match number 4 and 5, but then for both of these teams, for match 1 to 3, they actually haven't played here in those respective matchups, so it's going to be interesting how they actually go into play. We actually saw Anything go up against, I think, it was Almighty going up against that in Hackney Yard Hardpoint, but it's going to be Domination this time, a completely different game mode, which will be honestly a very interesting team to see. But then going into Hardpoint Summit, you need to have the rotations down, just because you already know that both of these teams kind of struggle with the respawns. So hopefully we get to see something pull through, especially knowing that the rotation is going to be key. Control room, though, you need to have that 2F spawn, kind of like what you have in Takeoff. 2F near P2 is what you need to get.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, standoff as well as firing range getting taken off of the list earlier on by the two squads, but operator bans surely are a little different from what we usually see, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm actually really quite surprised that the gravity spikes are going to be here. We don't really get to see it that much. Yes, we've seen it a few times already, but I feel like it's going to be a little bit hard. The fact that you're going to be probably having annihilators and death machines all over the place. The Sparrow, though, will always be banned just because of how OP it can be. The range and the damage of that thing is absolutely just nuts. So again, with the grav spikes being banned, that is a very interesting pick. Not quite sure if that's going to be the best pick, though, but I guess it's going to be really interesting to see it in Summit, just because it's always going to be small spaces that you need to pull through. The OBJ, though, OBJ needs to be the last resort in Summit. That needs to be the last point of contention. Everyone else should actually be doing the slaying. If someone else gets into that point, the OBJ needs to be the last person to go in there for the kill.
Yeah, absolutely. And, any OBJ players that bring in the gravity spikes will understand that very recently, gravity spikes not so functional within the game, right? I think this ban was maybe, potentially, I don't know, I'm just guessing here, was a message, a subtle message to the other team saying, hey guys, we're going to ban something that we know you're not going to use, okay? So don't take the Annihilator. out of the gameplay. And thankfully, the Sparrow gets taken out, and that's fair. Just like what the side of ALMGHTY have been doing, they keep the Annihilator wide open for themselves, and the artillery that they can bring in, the operator skills, most definitely will be the Annihilators, the Equalizer, as well as the Death Machine. Let's see exactly which one of those players bring in the skills. Now, do you happen to have a prediction for game number 1, Beef?
Just because anything actually banned the gravity spikes, that makes me question everything that they're about to do. So I'm going to be giving it to Impunity just because of that. Because, I mean, okay, the gravity spikes, you can counter it by jumping. We've seen it so many times already before. There's a counter to that, and everything else doesn't. So, you know what? Anything versus Impunity here in Summit, I feel like Impunity might take the cake.
Oh, goodness me. Yeah, so, yeah, that's why Malaysian Singaporeans, they say sangka baik. I think they went in there to ban the gravity spikes because they wanted to send that subtle message, right? Not because they didn't know that it was useless. Let's see if or not that will turn out to be true. The first hard point at control room number 2, as usual, is going to be lit up by both of these squads in here looking for those points, but it is going to be anything that brings in the domination early on.
Well, I feel like it's because Impunity was just clearing out the side before even stepping into that hard point, but then it just seems like just one person in the side of Impunity is actually doing a lot of the killing. It's going to be Oasis who's going to be able to get a lot of these kills already. Then it's going to be the contestant yet again. It's going to be Impunity getting a hold of that, but then at the same time, they also have a hold of 2F, which is very important to hold on into that search and destroy point.
Oh, Sky just dropping right back through it as Fennec goes in for the slice. He needs to be a little careful, gets a double immediately back to back, goes in for the reload as well. Will be able to spot a couple of players, continuous with his absolute tremendous gameplay back to back. Fennec ascended, he backs away, anticipating an attack, and it's going to be GG Bet that gets taken down by Shafiq.
Wow, that was so amazing to actually see, just because we know very well that they might have a hard time. We can see here the points are going to be trickling down, just 2 points in between them. Impunity was able to actually clear out the side, but then they weren't able to go and contest in that first hard point. And then P2 is going to be coming into order. You need to get a hold of that 2F, and what you can see here, it's going to be anything going to be able to actually go in there. But then just like that, it's going to be Impunity just again and again, contestation and contestation after contestation. It's going to be a very close game. I'm actually surprised it's this close. Now we already see a very early rotation going into P3. You already know that Impunity is going to be able to actually get that. But for the side right now of anything, they also have one player there really applying that damage and really winning that gunfight. That was a big kill. He should probably get this one as well. Yes, he does! Siafig is actually going to be able to get kills, and that stops the push. That absolutely just stops everything. The fact that he was able to kill those 2 people meant that they spawned into the very back of that P3.
Well, it is going to be the cable car platform, absolutely dominated by anything right now. With Shafiq getting taken down by Fame, it opens things up for the side of anything. Let's see exactly what they go on to do here. They bring through the KRM. Shadow now just busting through each and every one of these players, but anything holds on to their ground. The players now just flooding in. The spawn has not been reset. The players of anything still coming through from the side of the Special Forces base, and they will be able to take over the scene. But look at that, from the access point going into the cable car platform, both corners, Impunity stand for action, but still get flushed out. The numbers game will win, but it's just a back and forth match so far. It's all about the rotation that they make into the next hard point. And as we can see, Impunity has already buzzed off. They don't want anything to do with the cable car platform, because that's exactly where the players of anything seem to be spawning out from. And I love the way they are going right back into play for the 4th hard point. Look at the flank coming through from the edge platform B.
That was a late rotation for the side of anything. The moment that they saw that the clock was only 15 seconds left, they should have honestly, they should have just brought everyone else. There were 3 people left there with still 15 seconds left on the clock, and that made them have such a late rotation. We're going to be seeing a very solid defense, though, at this side of Impunity. Really giving a chokehold right now for the side of anything. They're going to be struggling right now just because there's going to be such solid defense, and you're going to be seeing a lot of operator skills already coming to play.
Oh, and Impunity finally going into that hard point, managing to pick a few up, but the contention coming through from Anything. And this is that catch-up gameplay. Anything moves right back in there, but the numbers game will catch up with them. They've managed to reset the spawn already and bring the sentry gun out. Anything looks to absolutely crush their opponents, and Impunity is going down. This most definitely proves the theory. Yeah, they most definitely banned out the gravity spikes because they wanted to start things cool, man. They wanted to say, leave these Sparrows as well as the Annihilators out. Impunity don't want any of that. Anything says, even if you don't, we are still going to crush. And that rotation of the hard points will go in for the reset. Back into control room number 2 we go.
Impunity is in shambles. They can't even get a hold of a point that was a little bit easier to actually go and defend. Now they have to go and defend the hardest point to actually infiltrate. But then they're actually having a great hold on it, and even though the contestant is going to pull through, it's going to be quickly going into the side of Anything yet again. Just like that, it's going to be fast back and forth.
This is game over already. Anything has this in the bag. The absolute strats that are pulled off back to back to back to back is just perfection. And as Impunity drops into control room number 2 to overtake it, they seem to be trickling 2 by 2, not 1 by 1, which I guess is a little bit better. But look at the players just strafing around. 369, not even sitting down inside of control room number 2, going out towards the green radar station and absolutely annihilating the rest of the players. Contention for the points will still come through, but at the 141 point right now, Anything looks so good to finishing this match off.
The setup needs to pull through in P2, and whatever score streak and operator skills they have, they need to use it over here. Pull it out, just get everything out. Utilities, they need to do that just because on the side of Anything, I actually saw that they're using more of their utilities apart from the Impunity team. They really need to go and pull through, and yes, you're going to be seeing a lot of big kills right now, but they need to be consistent here. The contestant is going to be coming through though.
Let's see exactly what they'll pull through because one final player was in their 08, and as soon as he gets taken down, the hard point is all for Anything. Predator missile goes through and doesn't even take out the one on the hard point, but it doesn't matter exactly why, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because at the end of the day, Impunity should be able to pick that hard point right back up for themselves. 20 seconds to go in here. Catch up gameplay. What can the side of Anything do? If they go ahead to drop the ball at the very last second, it will be so heartbreaking. 3 more points for them to scratch up in here, Beef.
Oh, this is really good that they're actually still stacking up P2 just because 3 seconds is all they need to go and bore over here.
Beauty.
But then P3 is going to be another point of contention. We already see one person left over here, but then Shadow's going to be doing a lot of big kills.
Oh, absolutely. And this is for Impunity to lose. They have got the spawn point. The spawn reset being attempted here by the player from the side of Anything. But unfortunately for him, it gets shut down. Spawn reset coming through. Anything. This is the gameplay. Hunter Killer Drone outside. The spawn reset is gonna go through. They don't even need to wait that long. Anything gets the victory.
Well-deserved victory. And honestly, Anything was just so impressive. There were so many bright spots there. The rotation, the defense, the way that they actually broke the defense of Impunity. That was so impressive to see. And Impunity couldn't even get a chance. And we keep saying, yes, they're so experienced already just because they've been fighting for such a long time. But they are the team that kind of got caught in the times. And for some reason, these newer teams, it's just crazy.
Yeah, so like I said, right, it's all going to go down to exactly what happens in terms of strats in the game later on. And clearly the ones who have had the strats, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, was not Impunity. Look at the flanks that were going on in there. We started off in control room number 2. That was a straightforward fight, right? All about mechanical skills. And even there, Impunity got dominated. We move on to the second hard point. Same story yet again. And what did Impunity do? They move on to the cable car platform early just to see if they can hold on to it, which they did for a while. And then all of the players just went in there for the rush and absolutely in a dominating fashion slowly took over. And the way they were able to do it, Beef, is to reset that spawn. And that's what they kept focusing on.
It was just one player that did so much damage. I actually forgot who it was, but he went in there early. There were two players of Impunity. Oh yeah, it was Fame. Fame was the only one there in that P3, and he got rid of two players. Eventually, the spawn was in their favor because Fame was there. Honestly, if Fame wasn't there, it would be another story. It would be Impunity that would be spawning over in P3. So that is honestly individual gunfights that they just won, and that basically won them everything.
Yeah, that's why I was saying, right? 369 most definitely the shining star, but Fame is always there at the right time, right place to get the clutch for the squad, to make sure that they're always up on point, right? And here's the thing where it's so impressive as far as anything is concerned. Impunity understood that after they had gotten their spawn reset at the cable car platform, they couldn't go in for the fight. They didn't want to give the points for the score streaks too much, and they move on to the hard point number 4. And at that point, anything could have gone in for a straight up gameplay, right? They could have gone through control room number 2. They could have gone through the cable car edge, which is nearer to hard point number 4. They didn't do that. They pulled the trickery. They sent one player to take the straightforward route, and all of the other players were smashing in for that flank, and they took the longer way around the edge platform. They managed to flush out those players from the side of Impunity as well, get the spawn reset again, and they dominate hardpoint number 4. I absolutely love the strats that they're pulling off. They take their time because they're so confident they can get the points.
Yeah, they're so confident that they even broke the barrier. They broke the defense of Impunity. That was so solid before. I don't even know why Impunity had such a hard time with that defense, and I want to watch that matchup again just because I just blinked my eyes and I was like, what? Anything was able to get P4 already just like that, and it really was because they won a lot of the gunfights ensuing from P1 all the way to P3. That's why they were able to utilize and put that sentry gun into that P4 and really just eliminate everyone in their midst. But then it is going to be another matchup though. Anything versus Impunity. Already Anything with 1 point to their name, but Search and Destroy, it seems like Impunity is actually going to be a little bit more comfortable here.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see exactly what happens here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Anything looking for that early snipe, and Sky absolutely annihilates Afi from the side of Anything. Early on, Impunity is going to have that advantage. Shafiq dropping down Sertafi as well. Let's see what the 5 versus 3 can bring out for them.
This is going to be very hard as the bomb carrier is going to be all alone here in that Bravo site. And there's only going to be 2 players right now from Impunity to actually go in for the defense. It's going to be very hard. They need to stick together. They absolutely need to stick together. It's going to be very hard if they go and push without even taking 1. They need to play for picks here so they can finally clear a site and really go in for the plant.
Yeah, let's see if or not they are able to do that, because the bombers, or the attackers, I have to say, so far, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, have played this quite badly. They've allowed the sniper to pick them off so easily. And let's see if or not the access will come through. The bomber's going to be hanging back at the lounge, just lounging a little bit, trying to get a couple of frags for themselves. And we can see that 369 and GGBet is going on the hunt. Burger B shuts him down so fast. He ain't going to be betting on his life anytime soon.
GGBet should have been that initial fragger for his team, but not getting quite the information. And not only that, also getting the information just really lacking. That really was their demise in this round. And hopefully in the next few rounds, we're going to be able, GGBet, to actually go and pull off a lot of kills, because he's going to be the only one there, especially going up against Burger B. We already know that Burger B can actually go and fight with this sniper. So it's going to be interesting how they pull through with a 2v4.
Ooh, Burger B shuts Fame out as well. 369 opportunity, but the numbers game will catch up, and Impunity picks up point number 1. Looks like Crossfire most definitely is their spot to come in here and dominate, but that'll all depend on how Anything goes in for the cross right after this. The early smoke needs to come through in order for them to have safe passage going right across into the bus station. And just like that, instead of going in for that early smoke, we can see them flooding into the office building. Sertafi goes out, Always gets dropped, but Shafiq is right there behind him to equalize things, and it's a 4-4 situation.
Always should not have been in no man's land. There's a reason why we have that nickname for that, just because it's so open that you can get picked off just like that. GGBet still struggling to actually get one kill, just having just 0 fame as well. We're going to be seeing here a 3v4, but then easily a sniper from the side of Impunity can actually go and make the difference.
Yeah, look at that fake plant there coming in from Fame. Very, very smart in terms of tricking his opponents, making them think that, you know, the unexpected can be expected. And right after this, since that trick has been pulled off once, we are expecting them to lay that smoke down and go in for the plant to bring in the pressure onto all of the other players from the side of Impunity. They are down in terms of those numbers. Sky, the opportunity now goes in for the scope. Hard scoping, not going to be able to find anybody whatsoever as Afi gets taken down. This is going to be 369 with unfortunately poor play in that round.
This is going to be very hard because the sniper presence for the side of Impunity is just too strong at this particular map. This is going to be the hardest map to really pull through, but then Sky's going to be able to actually get probably one more, but then backs away. It's a good thing that he actually didn't quite get that, just because he'll probably lose that engagement. Tries to go for a second one here, AJ.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be possible. Sky, the sniper, all the other 3 members need to do is just back away and wait for him to come in there for the defusal. And if they go ahead to push or run around the map aimlessly, they might just give Sky that opportunity that he is looking for. Picks up the shorty deep tech to go in and close the distance between himself and a couple of players. GGBet right down there below him, goes in for the quick scope, pulls out the shorty opportunity, but 3 players firing at him. GGBet pulls out the MW11 in through the chest.
That was quite impossible to actually pull through, and he should have just went into that sniper mode. But then, you know what? 3 players stacking B, that's going to be very difficult to actually pull off. Again, they need to be a little bit careful here at No Man's Land, and I know Awace actually went in there very, very confidently, but that should be a lesson for him not to go in there. But then, just as I said that, does the same thing, and it's a good thing that he doesn't really get spotted.
Yeah, absolutely. Bomb now moving in towards bus station. Opportunity to go in here for the early plant, but can be prevented by Shafiq, who is on point. But Cert says, get out of here. Do not come in for that dangerous approach. The KRM to the face, and 369 goes in for a little bit of action on his own. Takes out Always from the equation, and it's a 5-on-3 version. In at and anything most definitely should be able to pick this round up. But even though the confidence can be on the outside, they do take their own sweet time for the plant, and Burger B makes Fame pay.
Burger B with the rejection, and that's a really big kill. 2v4? No, a 2v3. This is very doable, especially with a sniper on your side. The plant is still going to be going down. Burger B, though, needs to cook the bomb really well and doesn't quite get anyone just yet, though. The fake was pulling through, and Shadow is going to be overextending himself towards the spawn right now.
Yeah, hit marker on 369. Burger B does not get the kill. He will be a little bit annoyed, but he needs to have his head in the game. Opportunity will stand in front of him once again. The bomb is about to be planted, but Cert gets taken down. Burger B, absolute perfection on the DLQ-33. Opportunity once again. Burger B takes out GGBet. It's a 2-on-1 situation. Shorty gets pulled out. Shadow knows exactly where 369 is. This is going to be a backstab. Burger B doesn't get it. Shadow gets the takedown. Fennec and right to the defusal. This is what teamwork is all about. Impunity gets point number 2 in the game.
Great info. Burger B hands down winner for that round, the MVP for that round. And you know what? He has so many kills already. That is so impressive. And this is what a sniper presence does to you in Crossfire. That even though you are up one person, if you have a really good sniper on your team, that is not even going to matter because you are going to be covering every single angle. And speaking of, GGBet needs to pull through. He only has 1 kill to his name. Burger B yet again getting that entry frag.
Oh, A's going in for the strike as well. GGBet is down and out for the count. This is anything with the unfortunate situation. A 3 versus 5 now. Fame might be able to equalize things, but he keeps holding on to the lounge because he's the bomber. And we all understand that the bomber cannot go in here for the rush. But most of the time, the other players are just straying out alone. Anything needs to have a fresh new strat as to how they go in here for the plants, Beef.
Absolutely. And they are just struggling for every single round. Yes, they were able to get 1, but then we always have the response from Impunity, especially for the side of Burger B. Not only that, Sky also does a great job, but then Awace is going to be so aggressive with his Fennec right now, but then Ares with the response take out Shadow.
This is absolute craziness. 2-1 so far, and the situation, the numbers just don't look good for anything to pick a victory up, but they will be able to make a comeback if Fame can find someone, but instead he gets found by that Fennec, and Sky wraps things up. A double sniper play by the side of Impunity is just so difficult to overcome.
Fame should have had that trigger discipline and not actually give away his position. The fact that he was shooting at at central building with a Holger, which you already know has such terrible, what do you call this? It's going to be very terrible because it's going up and down. It's going to be the recoil that you have to have a problem with. But then Serdafi having a first kill here, gets rid of Shadow.
KRM to the chest. The response was pitch perfect, and Ace right after takes 369 out of the equation, but it's still a 3 versus 4. Impunity needs to take out one more, but as I say that, they lose yet another player. As the clock ticks on, the defending side looks weaker and weaker, and this is the opportunity for Anything to go in for the plant, but they're hanging out at the corner building. The bomb is not going anywhere, and they lose GGBet in the process as well. Fame needs to step it up right now.
Not quite sure why they actually go and went back and forth. And just like that, gonna be picked one by one. Burger B doing such amazing kills, getting even the quick scope. Can he get the second? No, he doesn't, AJ.
Well, good on Ares for getting that kill, but it's a one-on-one right now, and all Ace needs to do is go in for the approach. With the Fennec, he should be able to get the quick kill. The bomb is being planted. No, not being planted. Ares still wants to spot him out. If he goes in and makes one mistake, that's all Ace needs for himself. And it most probably is going to end up with an alpha plant. Looking at the 30-second timer, though, the flank around towards Bravo can most definitely come through. Ace, it's all in his court. Let's see exactly how he plays ball.
And they're going to be meeting each other right now. And Always seems to be like he's going to have the upper hand. And yes, and he is going to be able to go for the defusal. And the problem right there for Anything is the fact that they couldn't really tell where to plant at some point. They kept trying to push for B, tried to go to push for A, but then just that uncertainty is just so unfortunate. We keep seeing Anything go down even though they have the numbers advantage. And this is where that double sniper really goes into play, just because you already know the angles are going to be covered by Impunity.
Yeah, I think that was terrible play. Right after the plant, he should have planted it for Laundry, moved on into Laundry and tried to take a defensive position and just play time. Instead, he steps up to see if or not he can go in for the slice, paid a terrible price for it. Anything now look to step their gameplay up. They've won match number 1, but Impunity looks so strong on this search and destroy. Now, Shafiq going in for that fake plant real quick, understands that he needs to back away as he recovers his HP. It's Shadow onto Fame, and the side of Impunity will most definitely be happy because Fame has been such a pain in the butt as far as those gunfights come, of course.
Fame is always going to be getting a lot of those kills, but then a 2v1 is definitely something that you can push through, but no, Shadow is going to deny that. GGBet needs to have more presence here as a sniper, and it's that double sniper is just going to be so difficult to actually pull through. You need to find a way to counter that, and for the side of Anything, they just have nothing.
Yeah, it's going to be Burger B with the 8 kills. Whether or not they have anything this time around, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, will be most definitely decided by exactly how the snipers start the game off. It's all about the initial pressure, and it looks like 2 players have managed to go on for the crossover, in for the early plant as well. Shafiq will be able to build up the pressure onto the players of Anything, and this most probably looks like a victory on the side of Impunity, because this is just going to be chaos as the players now start to panic.
I feel like for the side of Serdafi, he probably heard that the bomb was going to be going down, and GGBet should have probably thrown that nade a little bit early on, but then just like that, that was so fast. A victory right now for Impunity, a 6-1, and it's going to be a 1-1 situation here as Search and Destroy is absolutely going to be dominated by Impunity without any doubt.
Yeah, it was just such a poor play coming in here from Anything. They were not confident at all when they had the bomb on them. Fame, although he was an amazing player, that amazing player can only be great in a game mode like this if he can depend on his other team members, and the positioning was just so bad. I get the ideation as to what they were trying to do, right? Because they stacked in 2 players at the corner building, they send in a player towards bus station, and Fame stands back at lounge. But the problem here is we are having a 2-sniper run on the side of Impunity. Those players are going to be able to aim at you from afar, and each and every single second that Fame was losing and not going in and planting for the bomb, he was just giving the advantage over to Impunity. Had he gone in for a push and gotten those early plants, the pressure would have been on and it would have been such a different game, Beef.
Honestly, anything couldn't pull through because number one, they couldn't have a lot of that play, the confidence that they needed. Number two, GGBet, the only sniper in their team, couldn't pull through against 2 snipers that was absolutely just popping off, and that's why we see a score of 6-1. Not only that, I'm gonna mention also Serdafi in that last matchup should have given that information to his team that okay, they're planting now, throw a grenade going in there, because we've seen in this competition already, Crossfire, you're gonna be seeing a lot of grenades. Once the information comes in, you're gonna be seeing a rain of grenades going towards, and not only that, maybe even a bunch of flashes as well, and maybe even stopping the plan. But they weren't able to use their utilities right. Not only did they have not a really great presence for a sniper, but the utilities weren't going to be used.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know how strong the trophy system gameplay is there from that squad, but that's the problem with assumptions, right? You assume that the trophy system gameplay is going to be really good at the bomb site, and therefore you don't want to be wasting any of your lethals so early on, maybe to catch that player off guard a little bit later. And this is that balance. This is the balance of making those decisions at that very moment itself, because each and every single microsecond that ticks on, you are either losing or winning the game. And unfortunately, for the side of Anything and Fame, unfortunately, there's no way they could have won that match continuing that exact same strat. And they did the same thing again and again and again, no matter how many times they got beaten down.
Again, this is like madness, right? That is insanity. To make the same mistakes over and over again and to expect a different result. And for some reason, Search and Destroy is just not their game. Impunity just really shows to everyone that Search and Destroy is their game and that they are so powerful in this particular game mode. But then we're going to be crossing over to Domination. We already know that Impunity is not going to be that good in our respawns, but that win in Search and Destroy hopefully gave them enough confidence to go up against Anything.
Yeah, and this is Hackney Yard. Anything has picked this map. The great blessing here for Impunity is they get to pick the side. So hopefully they go ahead and pick the side of the Special Forces base and get access into the second floor of the warehouse early on, because when you have that momentum early game moving into the second half, you don't really need to worry that much. Now, if they are on the back foot though, they will have to now worry about number one, how to reset the spawn of their opponents and then to take over Alpha again. So that's going to be a very, very difficult place to recover. First half itself, it needs to be done really, really well. It's all about the strategies from the get-go. Yes, the mechanical abilities do matter as well, but it's mainly the strats as far as Hackney Yard is concerned. With the rotation, it needs to be solid, Beef.
The rotation needs to be solid, and not just that, you need to get the power positions. You need to get 2F over here in Warehouse. Absolutely crucial point to actually have. And Impunity seems to be like they're going to be rushing over to Bravo just because they are going to be having that Guerrilla squad base, which you really want to have. But then you can see here, Anything with a kill, big kills right now. They seem like to have that really early Bravo push.
Why, oh why? Why would Impunity choose the wrong side and give themselves such a disadvantage in this game? I do not understand, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They had the opportunity and they have squandered it, and they picked the side that is a little bit weaker from the get-go, but maybe they've got a strat that we don't know of yet. Let's see them pull this off. They have the opportunity to take over Bravo. One player steps in to eliminate that opportunity from them, and that is all it took from Anything. They still hold on to Bravo.
I think it's the reluctance right now of Impunity that's just showing. There were 3 players in Bravo and just like 1 player from Anything, and it's just a reluctance that we see that no one is stepping on that Bravo flag. What just happened here? This is the point that you need to get. 2F here at offense. It's a power point that you need to have power over. Not only that, you can also have probably here in Warehouse as well into that second floor, really getting a hold of that spawn point.
Oh, they're finally going to be able to take Bravo over with a beautiful push onto the second floor of Warehouse. They flush out the players who were being such a pain. Mainly GG Bet with the Holger in his hands with the unlimited, well, quite unlimited number of ammo that he can spray on. It was being quite a pain. And now the opportunity to turn things around will appear. One final player alive for the side of Impunity roaming around, but Sky is just way too good to take down.
Yes, now this is the play you need to make if you are going to be in the Gorilla squad. There's a reason why they picked this, and because there is a play where you can have and really just overpower your opponent. They finally found your footing. This is it. This is Tofu Siafig just having really big kills. But then you can see here, it's just going to be a back and forth yet again. It's going to be very hard for anything to push through, but here we go. The full push is going to be ensuing as they finally have that 2F control.
Absolutely. It would have been difficult if they don't take second floor first, but they do exactly that. They've maintained control already. Second floor now has got 2 players. This is all for the taking, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Anything. It's all equaled up now. They go in for the play at the very final moment, but one player still coming in to make it so difficult. Ace just buying time for his side as Sky drops in to do the exact same thing as well. And although Anything have managed to clear out the hurdle, clear out the obstacles in front of them in terms of those players, they're not able to step into that hard point and to the domination point and pick it up right away. They finally do. Bravo in contention. Are we going to see it finished off? Aries, they get prevented and it still stays in the hands of Impunity. What a showing. What a dominance. Impunity is not letting this one go so easily.
Yeah, but then we can see such a fight here for Anything. GG Pet was actually such a big player there. He was a key player to actually get rid of so many Impunity players over there. And not only that, I feel like the communication didn't really pull through. I think Impunity didn't know that GG Pet was there or didn't even tell their teammates that that person is over there. But then just like that, it's going to be that second half yet again. 15 points is not going to be a lot. And we are going to be seeing a very strong side right now for the side of Anything. It's very close. I don't know who's going to win this.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, Impunity are onto the switch and they get to hold on to that power position immediately. Second floor of Warehouse has been overtaken. Impunity should be able to shut this down, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's see exactly what Anything has. Anything flooding into the Warehouse, but the takeover has already started. Impunity on that point, but the numbers game catching up with them. The players need to hurry up.
Oasis is actually, I'm not quite sure why he didn't get to see GG Vet right above that corner. I'm pretty sure if you are going to be rushing over there, that's the first place that you are going to be able to look at. But then Impunity is going to want to have to heavily stack that Bravo flag just because it's going to be very hard. But then you can already see here, they're going to be getting that, cleaning it up. But then one by one, it's going to be the Death Machine's time to shine.
Fame opportunity with a fag, unfortunately taken out with the gravity spikes. And here comes the opportunity after opportunity that we usually see them step in with. But, you know, here's the impossible thing that Anything is now facing, right? How do you eliminate Impunity when they are so good at flushing you out? The backup gameplay from the squad is as good as it has ever been at this moment, Beef.
Hold on. Did we just see gravity spikes? Hold on. Isn't that banned? Wasn't that banned a while ago? I'm not quite sure what just happened. Unless we were wrong and the information that was given to us was wrong. And apparently the gravity spikes can be used, but hopefully we get a little bit of clearance there, some clarity by the production. But okay, let's move on to the game. It's going to be Impunity yet again being flushed out into that 2F, and still no one is going to be able to actually get a hold of that. Now this is a good thing for Impunity. It just means no one is going to be getting Bravo. It's going to be a standstill, but still Impunity with the 99 and 84. Losing A yet again, applying that pressure. That's definitely going to be applying that pressure and see a big kills.
So, an update for you guys, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The one that got banned out was not the gravity spike. It was the gravity vortex, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So, they escaped there. No disqualifications whatsoever. Everything is still fair play. Sparrow was the one that got banned out by Impunity. As we move on back into the game, either way, Anything still has got so much more to struggle for. And they finally step into that Bravo point. But they are picking over Charlie at the very same time. Look at that pressure step in through. Anything comeback gameplay prevented by Tofu.
Tofu, big kills, just stopping almost so close here, but that's going to be up to one player to actually go and pull through, but no, doesn't quite get it. 369 feet doesn't quite get the kills. Solid defense right now for this side of Impunity. Is just going to be showing who's boss. 125 and 99, 100. That's going to be very important. G puts it up, but it's a cleanup. It's going to pull through. No, it still doesn't get to bed.
Yeah, he should be able to close it off right now, 102 to 131. But the question is this too late? If they can hold on to this Bravo side all through to the end of the match, is it still too late, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Impunity on 134 right now. This is a game of mathematics in the head of anything. They need to consider if or not Charlie will be worth going in for the fight, or do they just want to lock down Bravo? It is all up to the mathematics, and I think if they hold on to Alpha and Bravo for the time being, not focus in on Charlie, they are gonna be in a lot of trouble.
I don't think it's enough for anything to actually pull through, but let's see. There's going to be 20 points right between them. It's going to be very, very close. We need to see that solid defense. They need not to get very, very close into this Charlie flag. They know that 140 to 125, yes, like what we've already been saying, this is not going to be enough. They need to get a triple cap in order to be able to finally win this one. It's going to be Impunity yet again with such a solid defense here. Not only that, Sky with the Annihilator gameplay as well.
Oh, 146 to 133 now. This looks like it's just out of their hands. The play is coming through in here for Charlie. One player is able to do it. Aries steps in, but he's forced right back out. It's a one-on-one situation. Can Aries go in here for the flush out? Aries takes the fight, but 150 to 139. Impunity fights against the odds and gets that victory.
It's just all about the power positions. They kept trying to go for that 2F, knowing very well that they're going to be spawning off and not at the very great spawn, but they still always fight for that 2F. Fight over there into that warehouse. You need to have that, or else you're going to be losing, and we've already seen it already. Not only that, they've been winning a lot of these gunfights. Yes, the gunfights are going to be kind of equal already. We've seen such greatness from both sides. It's just
absolutely
too much for them to
right.
handle.
Greatness from both squads, but Impunity just a little bit better in terms of taking this map away. They didn't have the advantage in the first half, but even though they didn't have the advantage, they immediately turned things around. They still walked into that second floor of that warehouse and dominated the players from the side of Anything. And Anything, I do not know what was wrong there. It was all about the individual gunfights that just fell flat.
Yes, the individual gunfights, and another person that actually really shined through that had really big plays was GGBet. For a long time, he actually had a hold of that 2F over there in Warehouse, got rid of every single one of the Impunity members that actually went in there. Don't know why he wasn't gotten rid of, just because they already know he was there, and he was able to get how many kills? 4 or 5 kills already, but eventually getting taken down. But it just seems to be like, for the side of Impunity, they just kept on going, they kept pushing, they did not give up.
They didn't give up, most definitely, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But the way things are breaking down right now, there is a potential for match number 5 if we can see Anything fight right back up, right? Because this next map that we are going to be playing at, let's just take a quick look, is the pick of Impunity. This is going to be Takeoff, Hardpoint. I don't know the probability of Anything taking this, because Takeoff number 1 has been picked by Impunity, and if they are picking this map, there most probably is a reason. But we've seen Impunity kind of pick those maps and make those mistakes as well in the past, Beef.
Yeah, we've seen that already, but hopefully it's going to be a different story over here. As we can see, Impunity is going to be up 1, and we're going to be seeing a catch-up gameplay here for Anything. The pressure is on them. If they lose this, they're going to be going bye-bye already. It's going to be very difficult right now. It needs to be perfect. It needs to be crisp. As we can see here, Hardpoint is going to be contested.
Yep, straight up into the main hardpoint. Almost nobody picking up the power positions here except for one smart guy, and that is Tofu. Tofu himself steps up, but even though he tries to put that pressure on, he immediately gets ousted out by Aries. Shutdown comes back through, but so far Anything have been able to pick those points up. Not too shabby at all. Let's see exactly what's the response going to be like from Impunity.
We need to see 2F launch base to be infiltrated by Impunity, because right now the spawns, I'm not quite sure why they're actually spawning off into that top spot of the map. They need to go into that 2F. They need to go to P2. I mean, it's not going to go rotate randomly. They already know that is the eventual route of the rotations of the hard points, right? But then for some reason, they're just not getting a hold of that, and that's a start that I don't really like to see. 31-0. Impunity seems to be like they're having a really hard time here in takeoff.
Am I missing something? Didn't Impunity pick this map? Why are they playing like they don't know takeoff? They're going in for such a long flank on such a huge map, and all of that just wastes so much of time. All for the play to take over hardpoint number 2. Let's see if or not that turns out in their favor in terms of time management, right? Beautiful plays coming in here from Tofu as he shuts down those players one after the other, but anything right back into the hardpoint B.
Right back into the hard point, and they're absolutely just dominating this particular hard point. But then the points are going to be trickling down slowly but surely. 40-8. The contest is going to be coming in though. It's going to be just too impressive as both sides of the squads are going to be taking at least one entrance, but it's still going to be anything with a dominating run. We already know that hard point is going to be very, very nice for them as Fame gets 2.
Fame's always too good, man. Collateral right there behind him, picking off a couple of those shots, ricocheting off of the walls. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the situation where Anything was dreaming of moments ago, right? Impunity have got 2 matches in their side. Anything most definitely needs to hustle, and hustle they shall. Look at the play now as all of those players wait for each other, and the numbers play will take over hardpoint number 3 as well. They're making this look way too easy.
They're making it look so easy to actually go and infiltrate there. They were able to flush out the whole squad of Impunity. And even though Impunity went in there so early, they just weren't able to push through into that defense. And it's just so easy to penetrate right now for the side of Anything. And just like that, 65-15. Dominating start here. Still doable for a comeback though for the side of Impunity, but they need to get it right. They're just funneling into one entrance, and that is the reason why that one-dimensional play that you don't want to have here.
Yeah, so two ways you can take a look at it. They just feel like as long as I can clean door, I can flood in there. Yeah, and all of the other corners are left unchecked, and Impunity will not be able to hold on to that point for long at all. Even the scrap points are being picked up by the side of Anything. One final second there, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we jump on over to the 4th hard point. The players from Impunity will have it. This is their spot. Let's see exactly how the reset now happens as Anything comes up front. It's the numbers game. They've taken the spawn. They're going to go in here for the move, but they have to understand they need to hold on to the spawn as well as the hard point if they want to make sure they continue winning this.
Shafiq, what was that? Almost getting taken care of, but then that was very impressive. Now, I like to see this push right now from the side of Impunity. Their positioning was honestly way better than the last 3 hard points, and that was very, very solid. This is the point where they can finally push through, and just like that, it's going to be 60-73. This is the money hill for them. They were able to get through and have those Slayers getting and taking rid of all of the Anything players, but Serdafi seems to be like he really wants to get the response, and it's going to be contested.
Oh, this is that catch-up gameplay. Thank goodness for hardpoint number 4, which is quite honestly so equal. Even with the reset of that spawn, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the benefit just does not come through to Anything. Impunity takes the lead 78-75 as we go in here for the reset of the hardpoints.
Shadow, what were you trying to do? Why were you at such an open spot, knowing very well at every corner someone is going to be there? You can see here, Anything is going to be able to actually pull through into that 2F, but then it's a good thing right now that Shafiq was actually able to get it, but no, lost it yet again. They need to get this power position, go up into that 2F, into launch base that we always see Anything have. They need to get into the bag, but you can see here, finally Impunity is going to be able to go up 92-81. Anything is just dropping it.
Yep, and Anything, as they drop the points, they will pick the hard point up right back for themselves. 88-92. They are now playing catch-up gameplay. They most definitely will be able to do so at this hard point. And then to the second floor, right? And even before getting up to the second floor, they've managed to move right back into that leading spot already. Clearing off the second hard point now a little bit too eager as they will lose off a couple of scrap points, but it is most definitely for a good cause. Anything focusing on their next objective already, and they've stacked the defense, Beef.
But Impunity was already there early on. They even had that setup, but then unfortunately they just dropped it. But then the pinch needs to ensue here. You can see the spawn points are going to be all over the place. They're going to be going and spawning all over into that very end of the map. But then just like that, big points right now from Waste getting big kills. And now the spawn has been flipped. It's going to be a different story. It's 40 seconds that you can have over here.
No, either squad that loses this, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, says bye-bye. GG Bet steps in here. Shadow gets that win. This is not match number 5 yet. This series so important. As you can see, Impunity as well as Anything. Both of these squads know exactly what's online. Sky goes in for the 3-piece, and it's not important. It's not enough just yet. The fight is still on. Impunity looking to finish this off. Anything. They fight for their lives. They fight for the Singaporean Championship, at least for a chance to remain in contention.
Early rotation right now for the side of Anything, and it's beautiful. I think they're going to be able to go and pull through there. I think by that point, Impunity should have gone into the rotation, but you can see here the pinch is going to ensue. But then the gunfights are just winning right now for the side of Anything, but it's still very doable for both of these teams. But here, very big cluster strike.
Yeah, Cluster Strike will most definitely come through, but the players of Anything already safe in this compound. They should be able to make sure they don't step out and lose their life. But if they get annihilated inside here, when they go in for the respawn, there you go. By the time that even happens, the Cluster Strike has already ended. 117 to 138. This is crunch time. They need to get this, but they also need to make sure the early rotation is most definitely possible, because Impunity does not need to fight them in P3. Impunity needs to focus on finishing off the game at P4, and that particular spawn point, which is so difficult to overcome, will definitely aid them. XS1 Goliath going to be brought in as well. Here comes Tofu. He ain't soft. This is one hard Tofu. XS1 Goliath on for the slay, and he steps into the hard point, picking up the victory for Impunity. Not just yet, because the timer will run out.
But then, just like that, we're going to be seeing the whole squad right now with Impunity just circling in and really having that Annihilator to guide them as well. This is going to be game over right now, and finally, Impunity wins it. They are going to be moving on to the next round, and that's going to be so impressive. A victory, a very well-deserved victory for Impunity. They had a lot of scratches and scrapes, but then they were able to pull through at the very end.
Yeah, unfortunately, just like Code Red, Anything will have to bow out of the competition, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but that most definitely was a very good showing from the squad. It was not dropped easily. The fight was most definitely in them, but Impunity had the strats for takeoff. And I was quite concerned earlier on, because this was a map that Impunity had gone in and picked, and it didn't really look like they were doing all that well. But that comeback gameplay was most definitely real, Beef.
That was so impressive. From P4 all the way into P1, P2, it was just all Impunity all across the board. And yes, they dropped it during P3, but the difference was the XS1 Goliath was able to pull through, and it was just one player there. It was just one or two players that in their particular part, and everyone else was able to go and rotate into P4 because they knew that they couldn't win it in P3, so they went to the other hill, basically just topped everything off so nice, and that comeback was so great to see.
Yeah, XS1 Goliath was just a little bit too OP to take down there. And once again, right, the way they had pushed the match already, they quite honestly didn't even need to take P3. They could have just left it with the side of Anything, but Impunity didn't want to take that risk. They bring in that XS1 Goliath at the risk of even wasting it, right? Because it was brought out so far, and if that XS1 Goliath had been taken down before it had reached P3, it would have been so devastating for the side of Impunity, because winning that could have most definitely gone down the drain. Let's take a quick look at the recap of that match and just try to break down these key highlights for the audience, people.
There are so many highlights just because it was just a back and forth. This is why we keep saying that this is an evenly matched game. This is evenly matched teams that we really like to see. And that was absolute domination for the side of Anything in that first hardpoint in Summit. There's a reason why they chose this, and they really just dominated, especially into that P3. Big plays right now that we actually saw with one player just getting rid of those two all of these spawns. But then greatness comes into the form of Impunity in terms of search and destroy, because they absolutely crushed it with a double sniper meta.
Yeah, greatness comes because Burger B was just so freaking crazy, and his secondary was, of course, the shorty. Sometimes this guy just picks up that Fennec and just rips through all of those players, right? But either way, you hit the nail on the head. It is the double sniper meta on that map that just absolutely conquers. And this is where I saw the side of Impunity absolutely shock me with their victory beef.
Yeah, it's just really that rotation is so nice. The fight for that 2F in Warehouse was just essential. And even though we saw really incredible moments from the side of iAnything as well, especially for GGBet, it wasn't, honestly, it just wasn't enough. And with the secondary weapons, like what we said a while ago, the Shoddy Patty, that's really an amazing gun to actually have. And seeing it over here, this is the greatness that we've seen in Impunity, the comeback that they were able to push through, going into that P4 all the way into now. They were able to get 3 points, racking everything up.
Absolutely. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that marks the slightly over the halfway point in this competition, right? And 2 teams have unfortunately bowed out. They will be Code Red as well as iAnything. And this sets up the matches that will ensue. Gaijin Rouge will be taking on NATO later on. And to wrap the day up, it's going to be 6 Ducks meeting Impunity. A quick short break for Beef and I. When we come back, more from the Singapore Championship.
Solo ting, on a solo ting, on a solo ting.
Come through once, going out to make tunes more ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more ones. Show what I can do more ones. Come through once, going out to make tunes more ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more ones. Show what I can do more ones.
Shy one. Who would have thought you'd be shining? Come a long way from the doubt. Days in the house from a dangerous route, from a place where the angels are blazing for hell. No one's able to count the amount of oppression imposed that they're only able to palpate. Breed a mean and run at mean like Pisa. So on the street like feeling, got a room like Caesar. They take notes to get noticing. You ain't fit for this, and you're noticing. Like a bad breeze that I'm noticing. No words for you, like the opening. And you know my ting, get the sodas in. That's my lights and stars and a solar ting. I got my own drive, what's it got to show for him? Been in the deep end, no, I'm not known to swim. Career can never be curtains, control the strings. Splash, years of focusing. To my back and I'll still be soloing. On the Hendrix flex, bending fresh, step right to the stage, ending next. You can never face me, I'm the effect. I made the flip, coming down to the left. I make the pick and show the sound blessed. And make all the noise to earn my respect. Never tone down just a sticking heads. Everybody on haze, I'll be missed instead. Miss me with the madness. Rather be insane and average. Don't mistake my silence for inactive. My life with or without cameras.
Come through once, going out to make tunes more ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more ones. Show what I can do more ones. Come through once, going out to make tunes more ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more ones. Show what I can do more ones. Come through once, going out to make tunes more ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue more ones. Show what I can do more ones. Come through once, ones. Going out to make choose my ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue my ones. Show what I can do my ones.
People talk not, but don't act on it. Say one thing, then go back on it. If it's stored up, you can't step from it. When it's en route, you got a map from it. Soon come, no other traction hits. Too many man got a fraction it. And I'd rather be a lone wolf, cause if it's show wall, I got a factor it. Mastering what your man's not managing. No stains, they're vanishing. Embarrassing. See you tooled up, blocking your own work. Who let the spanners in? Your envy is flattering. Still on the pressure, enough panicking. I can tell them like a blood related. Can't move to us, see the mannequin. Why I move on my ones? Didn't wanna help, so I grew on my ones. Auntie sometimes two on my ones. Too many men, I got a slew on my ones. You never blew on your ones. When I have a clue on your ones. Don't need in a man, I know P's and Q's on your ones. I'm auntie sometimes two on my ones. Do what I want. Don't need twos cause I'm blunt. No dancing shoes to get spun. Auntie sometimes two on my ones. Do what I want. Again, like, do what I want. Don't need twos cause I'm blunt. No dancing shoes to get spun. Auntie sometimes two on my ones. Do what I
Come through my ones. Going out to make choose my ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue my ones. Show what I can do my ones. Come through my ones. Going out to make choose my ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue my ones. Show what I can do my ones. Come through my ones. Going out to make choose my ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue my ones. Show what I can do my ones. Come through my ones. Going out to make choose my ones. When it all breaks down, I'ma glue my ones. Show what I can do my ones.
My flight leaves early in the morning. I got no time for taking the stairs. I can't promise that I will write back, but then again, knowing me, I'd do it for years. Oh, and there's nothing to be won. We do it for fun. We'll keep climbing till we hit the sun. Oh, you want it to be. You couldn't find in me, so I'm going without you. So long, so long. My life spins closer to the middle. These flashing lights in centerfold. And day might slow my evolution from the boy who sent those letters before. Whoa, and there's nothing to be won. We do it for fun. We'll keep climbing till we hit the sun. Whoa, and all you wanted to be, you couldn't find in me, so I'm going without you.
Impunity so off in their attacking rounds over there.
Ah, Smoke, give me the freaking 3-piece.
Of the two spots to actually fight from. I do see a third man. This throw it, but here comes the shot. Oh, a collateral!
Zero is a very essential player.
The nade.
And again, and welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021 presented by Sony. We are going to be seeing the Singaporeans take everything out and about. And let's not forget, our sponsor for today is going to be the Sony Xperia 1 Mark III, an absolutely amazing phone here today. It is me, Beef Mommy, and here with me today is the absolutely amazing Mustachio. And we've seen 3 great matchups here today so far. A lot of things still going to happen within the day, and I'm so excited what to happen.
Oh, absolutely right. And, you know, the match that we can look forward to next is going to be most definitely an amazing one. Gaijin Rouge will be in action once again against NATO. And we've seen Gaijin Rouge be such a dominant power within the competition. But when they took on the likes of ALMGHTY, all of that brightness, all of that power got dimmed down to a point where it was only that the Almighty stood out. 3-0, they got defeated. So it's all in the ball. It's all in the court for Gaijin Rouge now to once again prove their dominance against NATO. And NATO most definitely isn't going to be making it easy for them, Beef.
Absolutely not. NATO is going to be that team that really just shined through. And even though, yes, they lost against Six Ducks, but they were able to get one map away from them, which is going to be domination. Gaijin Rouge, on the other hand, had a really hard time because obviously you're going to be going up against the best team in Singapore. So that wasn't a surprise.
Yeah.
But Gaijin Rouge definitely has had very amazing moments just because they're the team that was able to pull through that 150 and 149 in that domination round. So these two teams, you already know they're going to pull through in domination. This is going to be absolutely hot. You know what? Let's take a look at the brackets really, really quick just because we already know, and I'm really excited to see who's going to be going against who.
Absolutely. So just as we broke it down a little bit earlier, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Almighty, Gaijin Rouge, that one, it was just an unfortunate situation that happened yesterday, right? But the information from what happened today, Cloud Esat, they met the Almighty thinking that they could perhaps show a little bit more than what Gaijin Rouge had. But no, even they went on to fall. Almighty moved on to the grand finals, and that gave way to the lower brackets where Code Red unfortunately got eliminated by NATO, who moved into the lower brackets round 2. And the exact same thing there has happened to Impunity. They've eliminated Anything and gone on to the next round. Gaijin Rouge as well as Six Ducks, they wait for them here at the lower bracket round 2 for all of them looking for that opportunity to shine, Beef.
Opportunities to shine the most, especially going into the lower brackets round 3. Now we are going to be seeing two teams battle it out of that round 2. Heading on over to our lower bracket finals, going to be able to see who Cloud Esat is going to be going up against. Whoever wins this lower bracket final is going to be seeing that Almighty team in that grand finals. And if and only if the lower bracket final winner, that team, if they win the grand final, they need to do everything again and have that second grand final. But if Almighty wins that, there isn't going to be that second grand final. So again, there's going to be a lot of pressure for that lower bracket final to actually pull through because they need to win twice.
Yeah, and a day of heartbreaks here for sure, because we are literally going through 4 teams back to back who are getting eliminated from this competition. Gaijin Rouge as well as NATO, as they take on each other. Which one will stand? Which brand will fall, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? But let's bring on the versus graphics just to make this official.
Official is what we want to see here. Gaijin Rouge versus NATO for our lower bracket 2, match number 4. Gaijin Rouge, they have fallen from grace, but then they still have a lot of baggage for them, especially going up to the heavens and really going up against the Giants. They're going to be, humbled down just a little bit, and NATO is going to be definitely a team that you don't want to miss out on. Gaijin Rouge having Flash, Casso, Mythil, Mickey, and Glowy absolutely having an amazing time here in this competition so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm most definitely looking forward to seeing the gameplays by Mythil as well as Glowy. They most definitely have stood out the most. And Flash just needs to watch exactly how he plays some of these objectives, right? Because he seems to be going out in a flash as well. And Gaijin Rouge, as long as they can maintain that support for Mythil and Glowy and make sure these guys step up front to get those slays, they most definitely will be able to give NATO a good fight. But of course, the team that takes on Gaijin Rouge, the team that most probably is gonna have quite a tough fight before them, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They understand this challenge. NATO brings in Goddess, Elodie, Jibo, Balake, Zen, as well as Ricochet to pick this challenge up. Balake, we've seen him pick the ace up earlier today. We've seen him take all of those great plays. But, as far as great plays go, it has to be a team work at the end of the day, Beef.
Well, it just seems to be like NATO is going to be probably that team to pull through. We already know they're really good at those respawn game modes. Balake especially going in there, really being that aggressive. So it's going to be a different story though going into this search and destroy as well. But then we're going to be taking a look at our head-to-head right now. It's going to be Glowy going up against Balake without any surprise. Yeah. 18.25 versus 21 kills. We already know that Balake is going to be having such a dominant start already. Not only that, take a look at our average score as well. 3,300. I think that is probably one of the most points that we've seen over a player here so far. You already know this guy will absolutely slay whoever he's going to be, going up against.
Yeah, every single information on the screen here shows that NATO, together with Balake, should be able to win this next matchup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's see whether or not the theory of this is just pure paper and numbers put to the test, right? Because I believe Gaijin Rouge should be able to trump NATO, even with all of these numbers that we see against them. Let's take a quick look at those map vetoes and see who wins the coin toss. It is NATO that gets it on their end. And let's take a quick look at the bans before we move on. It's going to be a standard ban of the Annihilator as well as Sparrow. Firing range is not going to be available, and Hackney Yard gets removed from the list by Gaijin Beef.
Well, that is a really, really good breed there, just because Hackney Yard is going to be very essential since NATO really loves to have that. And yes, Gaijin did their homework, and that's really good to see. NATO, though, on standoff, we already know they've been okay in hardpoint so far. They've been doing a really good job, but it really is that search and destroy that they have trouble with, and they're going up against such a solid team in terms of S&D. But both of these teams actually kind of struggle already. Gaijin actually lost that to Impunity. So gonna be very hard for both of these teams, but I feel like from the game that we saw a while ago with NATO, that was just something I did not want to see on their end, and Gaijin Rouge absolutely probably will crush it, especially knowing that it is their map pick. Going into domination, though, again, this is Gaijin's playground. We've seen them have a really great show here in Takeoff. The only team that was actually able to stop them here was obviously the Almighty squad. Did such an amazing job at stopping every single one of their pushes.
Yeah, Gaijin Rouge, as they took on the side of Almighty earlier on, they have shown us that no matter how dominant they may seem in some of these games, they are just no match for the top dogs just yet. Or was that just to show the top dogs that, hey, you know what? We are actually not a threat at all. Please do underestimate us at the grand finals later on, because that will be quite the run from the lower brackets, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all the way into the grand finals. But of course, in order to do that, not only do they need to go through NATO right now, potentially 6 Ducks as well as Impunity, and then later on, at the very end of the line, Cloud Esat is the very final hurdle before you can step up and once again meet the gods of Call of Duty Mobile in Singapore. It's not going to be an easy path at all, Beef.
But then we keep talking about the game. We want to talk about you. You already know at the very end of this tournament, we are going to be choosing very special comments just from you guys. So just comment down below on your Facebook, or if in your YouTube, just type below what you want. All of your love and all of the comments we're going to be featuring at the very end of the show. AJ and I are going to be able to actually read that and give some love. And yes, please, no toxicity in the chat. We're going to be choosing nothing but positive comments in this tournament.
Absolutely. And if you do throw in a negative comment in there, nothing's going to happen to you. You probably won't get your comment read out on stream. I mean, that's pretty obvious, isn't it? Now, let's see exactly how the journey of these players will continue in on for this competition. Do you have a call, Beef, between Gaijin Rouge as well as NATO? Who do you think is going to pick the win up here?
I think I would have to go for Gaijin, just because they went up against the harder team. That's just because they have, like, the reason why they have, worse stats is because they went up against Almighty already, and we already know how good that team is. NATO, though, on the other hand, they were able to go and really pull through just because their opponents were just a little bit easier. Gaijin, on the other hand, has better numbers to their name. NATO is going to be having probably a really good domination run, but Gaijin also really has really good domination plays as well. It's really down to that search and destroy, I think, is where we're going to be seeing greatness in the side of Gaijin.
Yeah, 6 Ducks have beaten NATO, and when the 6 Ducks get the opportunity once again later on, I feel like that may probably fall, in the exact same way as well. And I'm looking forward to seeing maybe a matchup between the 6 Ducks as well as Gaijin Rouge, and what a matchup like that can maybe bring for us, right? It most definitely will be one that I'm looking forward to. Not saying that I want NATO to fall. I do agree with Beef with all of the action that we have witnessed here. Very few matches. I do agree with the 3 days for the competition. It has been quite enough to say that Gaijin Rouge is going to be very, very dominant in the upcoming match. But Gaijin Rouge is the one that has won this coin toss. So let's see if or not... my apologies. NATO is the one that won this coin toss. So let's see if or not it will be giving them a little bit of extra leeway.
And as we can see here, it's going to be a very early rotation for the side of Gaijin already, having already 2 players, no 3, going in and stacking Granny's house. But then the response is going to be coming here for Ricochet, and they're going to be taking a lot of these points. But then Granny's house, we already know, Hotel Courtyard is going to be very heavily contested all the freaking time. So they need to go in there for the contest, and they need to go in there for the rotation once that 15-second mark is going to be going down.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's see exactly how they will go ahead to play Hotel Yard. The players from the side of Gaijin just stacking their bodies up one in front of the other to pick those points up. And NATO just goes in there to flush them out. They're taking such a dominant lead in the first hardpoint. 23-9. Gaijin still unable to find a response, find an answer for this. Balake gets dropped from afar. Mickey's Fennec will most definitely be enough to get this pulled off. But NATO still in there. It's the game of numbers that NATO continuously brings in, most probably because their spawn is a little bit closer here. But now let's see how they face a situation where the spawn favors the side of Gaijin. Gaijin, using that to their availability, immediately takes control of hardpoint number 2, Beef.
Italy was actually having a lot of heavy hitters right now. And again, Italy with a nade, doing such a great job already. Going to be able to finally pull through into this P2. But then for how long they can actually get that with the pinch, not quite getting it. The pinch is going to be ensuing for the side of Gaijin. And what a great response, what a great defense. Knowing very well that it honestly was really good. The gunfights from both teams are actually going to be really good for the side of Gaijin as well. But then just like that, NATO's actually going to be able to get it.
Yeah, because this is so straightforward, right? Every single time NATO steps in, they are taking a straightforward fight. They're not going in for the spawn reset. They just want to focus in on the hardpoint. And if anything, hardpoint is always about the elements that are around the objective that gives you that hardpoint on itself. And let's see exactly what NATO is able to do as those scrap points now they get to pick up. Gaijin Rouge already onto the move for hardpoint number 3. And what a slay dropping in here by Mithil to pick that obvious objective up for themselves. They are going to be able to set the defense up first.
Early rotation coming in from the side of Gaijin Rouge. And that's going to be very important for them to get all of the points here. But then Flash already with the equalizer just equalizes everything, but then does get taken rid of. And then it's not going to be really good for him. He doesn't get to utilize that equalizer very well, but then does enough of damage for them to actually stop the push. Now that's going to be very great for them, that even though, yes, they got the scrap points from P2, the really late rotation just really had to pay for it.
Yeah, and let's see exactly how they can make their way back in here. Gaijin Rouge taking the lead, moving up in front, and they have got the hard point. It's going to be really difficult to flush themselves out of commanding this hard point. Very simple. Not only do they focus in on that objective, they go in for that reset of that spawn. So essential. And now they are able to leave just one player to hold on to all of the rest of those points whilst they go in here for the next play. And it's going to be the bread that they bake in the bakery. Look at the way the players from the Gaijin Rouge squad flood in there. And this is going to be too easy of a match for them to pick up.
NATO already had that early rotation on, but then they couldn't even get into that defense. I was gonna say, Mythil should have saved that hunter-killer drone going into that bakery, but no, they didn't even need to do that. They're just that good already that they didn't need the help of that score streak. And just like that, you can see here, speaking of score streaks, they are gonna be going down one by one, as well as the operator skills. It's a pretty much a done deal here. If you can't get bakery, if you can't even get a hold of it, they're even spawn trapping from so far away just because they have so much utilities already. That is absolutely crazy.
Gaijin Rouge has already won this game. It has already been proven from the very second hard point where we saw NATO taking so straightforward attempts to pull that hard point back for themselves. Yeah, they're not going to be able to do it. And even in this spot, Gaijin Rouge knows that they have got the command. They made that rotation so early on because they knew how important this hard point is. They knew exactly how important bakery is. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, at the time the timer stops on 0, they reach 150 points. Perfection for game number 1.
That was so clean and so satisfying to watch. I already knew they were going to win it in that 4th hard point in the bakery, and it's just so nice to see the clock trickling to 1-0, and then you can see the points 150. They just couldn't stand a chance against Gaijin Rouge, and they had it to the T. You were right. By the time P2 came along, they just had that solid hold. It was just too predictable for them, and then Gaijin Rouge just read that. Not only that, they went into the rotation really early on into P3, and it was just downhill from there. It was just snowballing all over the place.
Yeah, they go in for the clean rotation for P3 and they make sure that spawn is reset. And in order to reset the spawn, we can clearly see the strategy that's being pulled off here by the squad because the players move individually, Beef. Hotel shortcuts, they send one player down there. You've got one player moving down from the private backyard as well. So either way, it's most definitely an obvious pinch that they're going to be able to pull off. And you've already got one player situated within the house itself. And the combination here is just so mind-blowing because when you've got that one player sitting down in that house, the immediate objective from all of your opponents is to take that guy away. And with the flank push from both sides, it was such a beautiful match, such a beautiful win. There is no way in hell it could have gone into the hands of NATO. And if this is the way things were to continue, Gaijin Rouge will still continue to get the title of IQ Play Masters.
That is really scary. The fact that they dominated so well in Hardpoint. Again, Gaijin is always so clean with the rotation. We've seen it in Domination. We've seen it in Hardpoint. It's Search and Destroy. They kind of had a little bit of trouble with just because against Impunity, they were supposed to win that, but then dropped 2 rounds in a row, really causing and pushing it into game number 11. Eventually, Impunity winning that Search and Destroy. But then they are going to be going up against NATO, who also has very questionable plays here in Search and Destroy. So I think, again, I feel like I don't want to be correct because I really want to be proven wrong just because I know NATO is such a really good squad, but then they have a very, very hard opponent. Gaijin Rouge will definitely give them a hard time.
Yeah, I think the difference in these two teams has already been proven from game 1, along with the other series that we've witnessed thus far as well. With Summit being the pick of Gaijin Rouge, Search and Destroy, mechanical abilities where Gaijin Rouge is just so good at taking some of these gunfights, it's going to be a hands-down victory unless NATO can just pull off a master strat. But what have I been saying so far? The strategy plays, they are with Gaijin Rouge, so Search and Destroy is the game that they were born to play, right? What's the probability you think on your end, NATO being able to pull a victory off here, Beef?
I honestly don't think it's that big. Probably a 30% win rate. Probably. And that's if Balake is gonna pop off and do right plays. Because for him, Search and Destroy is going to be a very, very strong point for him. But then he needs to know when to back away after he gets 2 frags. Because it's still important to keep your life afterwards. Because what we keep seeing, Balake keeps getting the flags. They keeps getting the kills. And they have the advantage of having the man advantage. But for some reason, they always just keep dropping like flies at the very end of the round. Then here we go. We are going to be starting our Search and Destroy here in Summit. Gaijin Rouge versus NATO. We already seen a very dominant start here for Gaijin, and if it's going to be the same story here, we're going to be seeing it in a little bit.
Yeah, Gaijin going on the defense, a quick 3-2 split and one player dropping into the control room number 2 to make sure the flank does not come right round from the midsection there. It is going to be the numbers game 5 versus 5 and everything has been stacked to show us that the bomb might just be going in towards Bravo. Let's see exactly how things break down as Mickey will be able to get the first shot, but immediately turned around by Zen and things will be evened out. Balake loses his life to Gaijin Flash with the Fennec. Let's see if or not they will be able to continue this pace.
Balake is always going to be that roamer for his team, getting a lot of kills, but then Flash is going to be too a little bit fast for him, and then just like that, what a quick round as Gaijin gets that first point here. NATO, they were a little bit passive, yes, but Gaijin just pushed in with the same amount of aggression that NATO usually has, and they are not used to that. Gaijin is really showing up here.
Yeah, watch the minimap, guys. It's going to be a 2-1-2 split once again, and this is the exact move they pulled off moments ago. They send in Flash to take control of control room number 2, and he's watching that mid doors, and we've got one player here, Glowy, who will be holding on to that to that B side. So let's see if or not this is that impregnable defense that they will be able to set up and hold on to. We can see Miki goes in for that backstab, overstepping her boundaries just a little bit and pays the high price for it, but thankfully Balake is down as well and things are evened up once again for Gaijin Rouge to take yet another victory.
It's just so hard to see Balaki just going down so early in the matchup, knowing very well that roaming ability of his is gonna be really good, but then not in a team like this. They've learned that in the first round. They are gonna be learning it yet again. Hopefully in the next round, they're not gonna be able to make the same mistakes. Yes, it's going to be a 3v3 situation, but the bomb is gonna be going down, but then just like that, Glowy with a double kill.
Now, Chloe with the two-piece for herself there, leaving Goddess all alone. Lonely, she is so lonely. Fennec with the double kill. Let's see if or not she will be able to make Glowy lonely as well. But unfortunately for her, Glowy still shines bright with Gaijin Rouge picking up the second round in a row. Glowy, look at that, 4-0 on the KD so far. Absolute perfection. And thus far, might I also add, NATO has not planted the bomb, not even once.
It's because Gaijin is just absolutely applying that pressure, and they keep going in for the same push. Balake is honestly predictable that they know he's going to be there, and they're just going to wait. They're just going to be they're going to be waiting. I'm not quite sure if that's going to be the great idea for the side of NATO right now, just because they know Balake's there.
Yeah, you see, Balake has already taken out Glowy, and that's amazing for him to do because Glowy has been the biggest pain from the side of Gaijin Rouge, and this is the opportunity for NATO now to take this win because the biggest pain is down and also the numbers game is on their side. NATO, as I say that, loses Gmo over to Mythil, and everything has been equaled up in terms of that numbers game. Flash as well as Miki popping off. Goddess will be able to strike right back towards Mickey. It is a 3-2 situation. Bomb has been dropped on the ground, and it just looks like Gaijin is about to pick up yet another victory. It is all in the hands of Italy. Let's see exactly what this Holger 26 play can pull off, your beef.
Flash with the patience, just big kills, getting rid of Balaki, and he's always a playmaker for his team. And this is what we like to see on the side of Gaijin, everyone pulling through that. Even though one player, the essential player, Glowy, is going to be going down, everyone else can pull through. I'm not quite sure if it's going to be the same case though for the side of NATO, just because Balaki is always going to be making a lot of these kills. And that shouldn't be it. Everyone from your team should also be making big plays as well. Idoli having 0 already. I feel like the Holger 26 is probably going to be the hardest gun to have in this map just because of the ADS speed is so slow.
I know, right? I was just about to say that she should be picking a Fennec up for herself. Not only the ADS speed, the movement speed is super slow as well, and she takes a sweet time moving on. Italy unable to respond much at all as Caso drops in quick with the Fennec. So easy for Gaijin so far. Let's see if or not this particular strat will continue, because I do anticipate that 2-1-2 once again, as they will send their player 4 towards that mid doors. And if that happens once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, no, they are switching things around just to make sure the players of NATO get thrown off. Beautiful attack coming in here from Flash. Gmo gets taken down, and this is something NATO most definitely did not expect, babe.
That aggressive push was something that they couldn't really handle, but then we're going to be getting that response from Balake. Again, you need to get rid of Balake, and Flash gets rid of that. Was listening to us casters and doing such a great job at eliminating that high fragger that is Balake. It is going to be a 3v4 situation here, and it's going to be that fight for Alpha.
Yeah, Glowy, as he removes Zen from this equation, will have another opportunity. Mickey just steps in front of his crosshair, making it a little bit too easy for Italy. A 2-on-1 situation. Goddess now needs to take Flash out of this equation. Fennec in hand should be able to get this done. Goes in for the slide, but Flash is just a little too fast, leaving it on a 1-on-1. Italy, once again, Holger too slow, and the Fennec gets it done. This is the perfection of Gaijin Rouge.
Italy needs to let go of the Holger. He's too attached to it and even brought it here to the search and destroy. Yes, he was able to get that kill, but only because of Mickey's error where she actually slid through and he was just pre-firing, pre-aiming all over the place. Only has 1 kill. Look at Gmo. The usual Holger 26 player as well. I know he has the Asval, I think so, but still it doesn't really get to make sure that it's going to be a little bit of a very aggressive play right now into the control room.
Yeah, look at that beautiful nade getting tossed right over control room number 2, taking out the trophy system play that the attacking side wants to put on, and they know that the pressure will be moving on towards that Bravo side. They immediately take the plant onto Alpha. This is one of the best rounds that NATO has taken so far, but Mythil removing Balake from the equation here will most definitely put NATO in a sticky situation. Italy, Goddess with a 2-piece, turns things around, and it looks like Gaijin Rouge is about to drop 1 point finally.
Oh, Jimo, finally, big kill, and that is one kill he really needed to make. It's going to be a 1v3 situation. It's going to be so hard for Castle to pull through, and there you go. Goddess with a shutdown, having 3 kills already, and finally getting 1 win for NATO. But then it's going to be switching sides right now, and the bomb is going at the hands of Gaijin Rouge, and it's going to be very difficult because the attacker's side is going to be having a little bit more of an advantage.
Yeah, I love how Gaijin Rouge wanted to mix things up a little bit, but quite goodness me, they should have just stuck on to what worked. I mean, if it's not broken, why in the world would you try to fix it? Glowy is shutting Jimo down so early on. Mithil will be able to take a frag for himself as well. This is a 4-on-3 situation, leaving NATO 1 man down, make the 2 man down, and the numbers game will not be doing them any favors at all. But Goddess and Balake just equalize everything between the 2 squads, and this is going to be on 2-on-2. Balake spotting Mithil out. This is the Fennec gameplay. Ascended going out into the open. Very bad play, and Mithil takes advantage, and this drops down into a 2-on-1. It is all in the hands of the Goddess of NATO to get a clutch.
Great comms from Kaso and Mithil. They went in for the pinch and got rid of Balake. Mithil could have actually easily went down, knowing very well how good Balake is with the gun. But then, finally gets the information, and Kaso actually doesn't know where it is. But then finally, just like that, gets that win. Goddess goes down from the heavens, and then we are going to be at match point. 5-1 in the favor of Gaijin Rouge, and it seems to be like NATO is going to have such a hard time here. It just seems to be like it's going to be a very hard time to pull through.
Absolutely, that's exactly what it looks like. Be 5-1 with Miki now holding on to the bomb. They make a quick push in towards Bravo, but it's going to be quite a sticky situation in control room number 2. What a beautiful snipe coming in here from Kaso. Anticipation on point. Brings the Fennec into play now. He should be able to go in for a kill. Miki drops right down, takes out a player right in front of her. A 4-on-2 situation. Gaijin Rouge look more definitely to take this with a absolute beautiful 6-1. Miki drops Zen, and it is most definitely sure now Goddess will not be able to do much, and Gaijin Rouge brings this game to a close.
As expected, Nader goes down, and that's honestly very unfortunate that we expected it to end this way. 6-1. 6-1. Gaijin Rouge did so great for this one. The anticipation, the plays, the different counter plays that they actually had. They even changed it up on that defense. And the moment they had the bomb, it was basically just game over. You're supposed to have and really dictate the rhythm of the game if you have a hold of the bomb. And NATO wasn't able to actually get that. For some reason, they treated this more like a team deathmatch rather than actual search and destroy. They weren't able to get to have the bomb down too.
Yeah, it really wasn't up to the side of NATO because, like you said, right, it is the ones who hold on to the bomb will be able to dictate the pace of the match, and Gaijin took that so well. And the moment NATO got the bombs in their hands, I feel like it was just one round too little for them as an opportunity, right, of those holding on to the bomb. We have to take note of what Gaijin pulled off there. They tried to pull off an alternate strat in that very last attacking round, which fell flat on its face. And I feel like it is amazing to make these mistakes early on in the competition, because that sort of a mistake cannot be afforded in a later stage beef.
You can't afford mistakes like this, because just like that, you are one map away from getting eliminated in this competition. And NATO had such a great run, especially going up against Sixlux. Yes, they probably couldn't really win a lot of that, but they still were able to pull through that domination. Speaking of domination, NATO is in a little bit of a pickle because, yes, they're really good in domination, but the map that they're really good at was actually banned by Gaijin, which is definitely a calculated move on Gaijin's part. We already know that Gaijin is going to be another really smart team to go through, so it was really great for them to ban that particular map.
Yeah, absolutely right. They don't want to have anything to do with the Hackney Yard. Then again, although NATO is good at Hackney Yard, I feel like Gaijin probably took that off of the list because they weren't very comfortable taking the hold on that map as well, right? So it most definitely has those two things in play. But to take the fight at takeoff was not something that Gaijin is in Gaijin's hands. What is in Gaijin's hands is the fact that they get to decide exactly where they want to start off with the spawn. And hopefully, in terms of strategy, it ends up in their favor. Thus far, with whatever we have been able to see, every single strat that they have pulled off seems to be working, Beef.
The fact that, NATO actually chose takeoff. It's just so ridiculous to me. We seen such greatness on the side of Gaijin Rogue in this particular map. We saw plays. I actually saw plays in takeoff, which is something hard to pull off. Just because takeoff is such a complicated map, and you do have here, they're already up 2, and NATO is going to be 0. It is going to be in takeoff. We've seen amazing plays in the side of Gaijin. Having that one person going in Bravo, being that distraction gameplay, I mean in Alpha, that distraction, and going on to B, now that is something that we're definitely going to be seeing here.
Yeah, it's such an annoying point here that Call of Duty Mobile only has about 7 maps in rotation, right? So if you go in there, the initial thing is to ban 2 maps, and the other 5 maps must be played, no matter what. So either way they run, they most definitely have to play takeoff. But I agree with you, Beef. They perhaps could have kept takeoff in for map number 5, because I don't think it is the best place where they can shine through, right? And Gaijin Rogue most definitely looks to punish them for it. 13 points now, they take the lead because Alpha and Charlie in their hands. They are going in for the impossible split on takeoff. And I'm quite worried as to how they are going to be able to hold this, because if they don't start focusing on Bravo momentarily, it's going to be quite easy for NATO to come back in here.
This is what I like to see. This is the plays that I expected to see in takeoff. That AC push that I keep talking about, that I keep hyping about. Just leave Bravo alone. Just use it for your distraction. Let your enemies get Bravo, because they will have a really hard time. But then, just like that, it's going to be that A push yet again. It's all up to Mickey to actually stop the push. Needs to really just throw the grenade, and finally gets 1, but is going to struggle to get 2 more. It's going to be such a heavy defense, though. Going into Charlie, not quite sure if it's going to be the smartest thing to actually put that XS1 Goliath there, just because it's so far away from everywhere else. They need to be able to capture A as well.
Yeah, what you just said is point on as to why I personally don't like Alpha and Charlie, because it's just way too difficult to make a rotation when it comes to defensive time, right? You are going on for a split for potentially maybe Charlie and Bravo. That is perfection if you ask me, because if you know your side of Charlie is in trouble, dropping back from Bravo is going to be, you know, a matter of split seconds. And now with the opportunity that the players from Gaijin are providing themselves, they should be able to take over Bravo. XS1 Goliath in play as well, and it's just going to be too easy from this point on. 45 to 44, it's a little bit too close though.
The trophy was just not there. I feel like every time you need to capture a point with an XS1 Goliath, you need to go in for that assist and really put down that trophy system just to protect them from all of those grenades. Yes, they were able to actually finally get to that Bravo, but they could have actually extended the life of that XS1, really bringing on the heavy defense off of Bravo. It's going to be very hard though, as you can see here, solid defense all the way through. They have the power position going into that top 2nd floor. Over there, Mickey, big kills.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. So much more easier for them as they try to juggle Bravo and Charlie. Look at them flood that midsection, pushing in on, and they just leave one player to take care of Bravo, barely pushing in any support for Charlie at all, because they should be able to take that fight very, very easily the moment they see that timer ticking on. And it's a 2-on-2 situation. Make that a 3-on-2. The numbers game will catch up. NATO not making the plays, and they're not even going for the distraction onto Charlie. It's taking it such in a straightforward way, giving Gaijin Rogue the lead at that halfway point.
NATO being absolutely one-dimensional right now, and Gaijin is just being the master of the puppeteers. I forgot what they're called, but basically I can see the strings coming up from the air, and Gaijin is just playing them. And you already know they're going to be the puppet masters. There you go, I was able to get it. But then, very, very one-dimensional indeed, as the push for B is going to ensue yet again. And you already know that the push for A is going to pull through. Mickey!
What a play with the death machine. Mickey absolutely slays 4 players back to back, but NATO unable to capitalize. Gaijin Rogue will be able to go in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and take both of those sides. A majority of that play was done by Mickey. She got shut down, but the damage had already been brought forth, and now the cluster striker law as well. They start things off with the split push just to distract NATO. The moment NATO starts to focus in either Alpha or Charlie, and NATO once again making that mistake of focusing in on an Alpha, by the way, they will most definitely pay the price. This is once again IQ gameplay perfection by Gaijin Rogue as they take a triple cap on takeoff.
Take a look at the combo right now of Kaso. He has 12 kills, 0 deaths. He is on the road to actually possibly getting a nuke. If he doesn't die, he needs to really make a play here. Mickey yet again. 24 kills, and the XS1 Goliath is going to be pulling through. The cluster strike is going to be stopping that push, but then they were able to actually get that C flag. A and B still going to be at the hands right now of Gaijin. It was so good. From the very beginning of every single round, that AC split. Gonna be able to get that, yes. It's gonna be hard to take it at the very end, but then they already know automatically the push in B is going to be ensuing. So you know what? They're gonna be like, okay, you can have Bravo. We're gonna be getting Alpha and Charlie as well.
No, they need to make this play. Miki needs to just recharge that XS1 Goliath, overheating there. But the opportunity to defend most definitely will be there. Two players back to back try to step in, but they manage to pull it through for NATO. Miki just so ineffective with the XS1 Goliath, a little too slow, pulls it out a little too early. Bozen provides the defense for Kaso. Kaso solo now trying to pick that point up for himself. Balake makes him pay, and this is perfection as well coming in from NATO. The fight most definitely is real. NATO does not want to go down this easy.
It's going to be difficult, though. I don't think they're going to be able to pull through into the clutch. They need to have a triple cap right now, and even though Balake is finally popping off, it may be a little bit too late. We're going to be seeing heavy defense here to the side of Alpha, just because we already know that Gaijin is going to win that as long as they have Alpha, and it's going to be too late for them because everyone else is so far away.
Yeah, Alpha 138-93. This is an absolute victory for the side of Gaijin Rouge, and all they need to do now is hold on to that 1 point. They don't need to move, they don't need to aggress. They can, well, they can't start emoting because it's an official competition, but they can do whatever the hell they want, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as long as they hold on to that Alpha side. 144 point now beef. I feel bad for NATO, but the exit is that way.
The exit is just so great. And we already saw that Gaijin just finessed him. But oh my god, a triple cap is going to be ensuing. 147, 148, 149 is going to be stopped. NATO seems to be like they actually want to win this, but then Bravo is still going to be ensuing. It's not going to be enough. They stacked A just a little bit too much. And just like that, we finally get to see that Gaijin Rouge win. Not only that, but really just finishing everything off so greatly. And a 3-0, an amazing sweep right now for the side of Gaijin Rouge. And you know what? NATO gave a little bit of a fight, but it's just unfortunate enough their skills didn't really pull through, and we're going to be saying bye-bye to them.
This was what we were discussing moments ago. The IQ gameplay, whether or not it can come out and whether it can dominate, it most definitely dominated. We went into standoff. Hardpoint was just so easy for them to take. It was NATO's pick, and NATO also picked takeoff. 2 maps they had taken in the back, but the search and destroy at Summit, that was close to perfection in terms of just showcasing exactly what Gaijin Rouge is made of when it comes to some of these strats that they are capable of pulling off here.
So yeah, with a lot of things being said, let's take a look at the post-analysis and really just take a look at how great Gaijin really performed, because they dominated in every single aspect, every single game. There were no mistakes. There were no mistakes made, and that was absolute perfection. We expected them to actually not make that, but then NATO, I expected them to give a little bit more of a fight, but then sadly, right over here in our hardpoint number 1, it is just, after P2, it just snowballed downhill for the side of NATO. And speaking of downhill, search and destroy, it was that also.
And unfortunately for NATO, because of the fact that they were not able to get it done in this competition, in this particular series specifically, they will be exiting the fight, right? They will not be able to move on any further. Gaijin Rouge moves on to the lower bracket round number 3. And this was that search and destroy that we were discussing, and barely any highlights we get to witness there because of how really quick the game was, beef.
That was so quick, and like what we keep saying, it's scary to actually fight Gaijin in takeoff in terms of domination. Just because you already know the plays that they have, they are ready. You will always see an AC split. That's what they were able to do, really just to distract their opponents, because once they funnel everyone into 1 point, that's when they actually go in for that Bravo push, eventually getting B. You have a really great point. Bravo is going to be a little bit easier to defend, but for you to actually catch your opponent off guard, knowing that, oh my gosh, we don't have a spawn point. We're going to be spawning everywhere else. They're going to be having that panic and eventually going into that one point, and then eventually you're going to be seeing, oh, Bravo's gone. We finally have A. And that's what we saw a while ago. The greatness of Gaijin, really just playing puppeteer, puppet master, really just playing the strings right.
Absolutely. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are just one series away from closing off day number 2. And the series that we have in store for you is the 6 Ducks taking on Impunity. I absolutely can't wait. And I just have one wish for the ones running this competition. Please let them just use their original name. It's more epic. Your mother, most definitely Singaporean scene.
The production saying, yeah. How about your mommy? How about
production
your mommy?
is in our ears, so like, stop saying your mother. A quick short break. Viv and I will be right back without our mothers.
I said a lot of things that you never should say. Told the bitch one thing, stop drinking lemonade. I put that juice in my cup, sauce on everything. You know what's up, I boss everything. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me. It's a ride, I'm saying it's a ride. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me. It's a ride, I'm saying it's a ride. She say, wait, sweet like a lolly. Say, wet like a wet. Me, my nigga brother. Say, her thing is proper. She like to pull up and drop it. And when she jump on it, she do it faster like Sonic. That's just so good, man, I don't wanna stop it. So when man, I call it aquatic. You know she down, right, on it. Your bitch, she want it, cause I got it poppin'. She no, stop it. We go, on it, no. I might give her something, no. She call me hot stuff, Baker. I took her out west like Laker. Had to put the flow on major. The key got Cali going crazy. The sea got things all wavy. You see me at the river with your lady. Now we eating ice with the brunch. Man, I got the sauce, got the gravy. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me. It's a ride, I'm saying it's a ride. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me. It's a ride, I'm saying it's a ride. I need more honey, bee, well, then a jet ski. Hit legend tree, well, then a dream. Yeah, jeez, Gucci legend tree. I need better be, well, then a jet ski. My head looks like Angela, like Pamela. Make it the camera. I'm that BBW handler. I run the game like a manager. I tell these Akis I don't play though. Need it done when I say so. I'm the one, my shit fuego. I don't play. Cause if I see something I like, I get digits on sight. Hey, rock that booty all night. Hey, day like Sprite. Hey, it's devastated I left, cause I know what she like, She know what's next. Yeah, keep that on ice. Hey, call me hot stuff, Baker. I took her out west like Laker. Had to put the flow on major. The key got Cali going crazy. The sea got things all wavy. You see me at the river with your lady. Now we eating ice with the brunch. Man, I got the sauce, got the gravy. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me. It's a ride, I'm saying it's a ride. Waterfalls, slip and slide. Waterfalls, you and me. It's a ride, I'm saying it's a ride. I need more honey, bee, well, then a jet ski. Hit legend tree, well, then a dream. Yeah, jeez, Gucci legend tree. I need better be, well, then a jet ski.
talking about me cause they never been relevant. Haters will copy, but I'm never done stunting tricks. Watch when I walk into a room, it gets lit. And since we talking about my girl, I drop a couple of hits. My daddy Laramie, granny my grandma Reek. Go mix that west side with that south to get that cocky heat. I'm country fat that like my money blue and loud strong. Do not care what you do, where you been or who you know. I go for mine, don't waste no time, and I ain't never stopping. I got moves to make and I'm bad. I work hard and show it. I sell hard, got hard bars, got bad girls sipping my way. Imperial by the acre, don't give a damn about the haters. I stay fly and famous, so serious about my paper. I look good in that grind, and I grind. Come for mine, why you trying, I look good, and I grind.
So off in the attacking rounds over there.
Ah, Smoke, give it a freaking 3-piece.
Of the 2 spots to actually fight from. I do see a third man. This throw it, but here comes the shot. Oh, a collateral!
Zero is a very essential player.
The nade.
And again,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Singapore Championship, brought to you by Garena, Call of Duty Mobile, and of course our very, very amazing sponsors, Sony, as well as the Xperia 1 Mark III, bringing you all of the hottest action as the official mobile phone of the Singapore Championship. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Beef Mommy, bringing you all of the hottest action, breaking it down as things happen, and of course we are at our one and only final series between the very cute but scary 6 ducks taken on Impunity, who have fallen and then gone onto a path of right.
now this is so scary to see, just because both of these teams are so opposite in that regard. Impunity is going to be that search and destroy team that's absolutely going to be insufferable. They're going to give everyone else a hard time. 6 Ducks, on the other hand, is going to have a little bit of a better time in those respawns. So best believe they're not going to give any chances or any points to the side of Impunity. Yeah. But let's take a look at our head-to-head, just because we already want to see our versus graphics of what to expect. We already know here 6 Ducks going up against Impunity. Yes, we've already said that a while ago, and both of these teams are going to be at the very opposite ends of the spectrum. So that's what makes it even more interesting, because how are they going to be able to pull through in the parts where they actually have a really hard time with?
Yeah, and of course, the main man for 6 Ducks, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the one and only Claudra, backed up by Nova, J, Bot, Nuke, as well as Amity, will be looking forward to take on one of the biggest competition that they have gone up against so far in here at the Singapore Championship. Impunity most definitely are looking forward to put a stop to their rise. But you know how possible that is. Just like you said, Beef, it's all going to depend on the strats, and it's so contrasted between the two.
It really is a stark contrast, just because we keep saying a while ago, Impunity is always going to be such an amazing team. Speaking of Burger Bee, Sky Oasis, and also Shadow Tofu, Siafikafi, it's going to be an honestly solid team for Search and Destroy, with Burger Bee absolutely just popping off. You already know, I'm actually excited to see what the maps are going to be, but we are going to be talking about that later on. Let's talk about how really good these teams are. Sky as well as Burger Bee, you know, they're going to be that double sniper just because they can do so, and they've learned basically from ALMGHTY that it's going to be such an amazing thing. We haven't seen a bunch of teams actually really apply the double sniper meta that we'd like to see, so hopefully we actually get to see that for the side of the 6 Ducks.
Yeah, it all depends on how comfortable they are. Let's take a quick peek at the head-to-head, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Once again, a little piece of paper with a couple of numbers, potentially to influence what you think about these two squads. But like we have seen, as it has been proven time and time again, these are just numbers that have led them here, not necessarily how the match is about to end, Beef.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be just numbers on a piece of paper, and Claudia would always be that top fragger. We already know Search and Destroy isn't going to be much for him just because he's always a roamer. Yes, he gets a lot of kills, but everyone else in his team need to pull through. Always, he's going to be a really essential player as well for Search and Destroy, but he usually makes a lot of plays as well for all of those respawns. But you can see here, it's Claudia still. He's doing such an amazing job. 3,600 points for his average scores. Not only doing the slaying, but also doing a little bit of OBJs as well.
And Claudius, that one guy who's just an all-rounder, right? You can depend on him to do anything, which is why when I introduced the Six Ducks, I introduced the point man Claudra and those within his squad that's backing him up, because this guy seems to be picking up a lot of the slack for his squad. Hopefully, we see the other Ducks step it up as well. Map vetoes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. First point is who has won that coin toss. Let's take a quick look, and the Ducks score it big with luck today. The operator bands, first Annihilator as well as the Sparrow, going to be removed from the equation, so a lot of the death machines are most definitely going to pop off. The equalizer will be brought forth as well, but a little bit lower in terms of how long or how far they can continuously go in for the slice. We've seen the death machine in action, and it most definitely is very useful in that non-stop respawn modes. Let's take a quick peek at the bans here. Hackney Yard not going to be in play, and Standoff is going to be shut down, Beef.
I like what I see with the map choices from both of these teams. You can already see here, Hardpoint, Crossfire, Six Ducks. You already know Impunity is going to be probably having a hard time here. Yes, they have really good snipers. They might have one support sniper if they are confident enough. Yes, we've seen that Almighty usually has Heaven there with a sniper even during a Hardpoint Crossfire, just because you already know Crossfire is going to be that long-range map that you will have a really great time with if you are able to really master that sniper, shutting down every single push that you can actually see for the opposing teams. Over here in Search and Destroy, though, firing range for Impunity, double sniper, Six Ducks, not gonna be really good right now, just because you already know that double sniper will get every single angle down. But then, this is where the story will change, just because domination for the side of Six Ducks is gonna be so great for them, because we have Claudra. You have that guy to actually go around the corners, be able to really pull through in those close range situations, and really go for those high frags.
Yeah, I'm looking at this whole map pick in a totally different way. I feel like Six Ducks know that Crossfire is going to be absolutely a losing battle if we drop it into Search and Destroy, so they pull it into Hardpoint. Even if Impunity comes in rolling the double sniper play here, it's not going to do them any much favors in such a high-paced match, and that's exactly what Six Ducks are maybe hoping for, because, you know, like broken down just moments ago, there are just 7 maps in rotation here. 2 maps get banned out. You have to play the rest of the 5. So it's all about a game of pick and choose. Where do you want, what sort of mode do you want to have certain maps on? And once again, you can either pull it to your strengths or to the disadvantage of your opponents. And clearly, they did not want to give that advantage to the double snipe for the side of Impunity.
Yeah, and it's going to be so scary to see, just because Impunity has a 100% win rate on Search and Destroy. Only one team has also had 100% win rate, which is going to be Almighty. So you already know that Impunity is going to be scary here. You shouldn't give any chances. You need to actually go in there, get that information for your team, eventually not be too greedy when it comes to those kills. Six Ducks, on the other hand, they've had 50%. So that's not too bad. That's not too good. It's just right. It's really in those respawns they can actually really go and pull through. But you know what? Speaking of respawns, let's take a look right now. Match number 5, lower bracket 2, Six Ducks versus Impunity. Let's get it started.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a quick look and see exactly how things break down, because obviously the central building will be point of contention, but almost none of those players dropping into butchers to clear out the area and look out for the attack. Impunity as well as Six Ducks, they flood into hardpoint number 1 with the side of Six Ducks taking control early on. And only then do we see one player from Impunity stepping into the butchers. Let's see what sort of control comes out of that.
Shadow was just the only one in there, and that was so surprising, because central building, you need to have a lot of players that's going to be there. But yes, they are going to be having that butchers, but it's not enough. But then it's going to be such an amazing contention for the side of Six Ducks. But just like that, it's going to be 5 and 17. There's still a lot of places to go, but then it seems like the rotation is going to be pulled through. Also for the side of Impunity, you can see here, it's going to be an early rotation. One person is going to be Tofu all the way in that P2.
Yeah, one main reason as to why they were able to do that is because one player in the name of Shafiq from the team Impunity went into Butchers, absolutely slaying, making sure anybody who passes through middle lane from that guerrilla base will not be able to put that fight up in central building from the front, because we've seen so many times teams, especially Crush, right, a few plays from the side of the Almighty, they constantly jump into that window of corner into the central building and get to that hard point. So difficult to push away. And as we move on to the second hard point, Impunity once again stomping their dominance speed.
The dominance is just a little bit too much, as one by one we can see here filtering through. It's going to be so hard for Six Ducks to really go in there just one by one. They need to go in for the rotation as well. The contest and the rotation, they need to split the team in two. Now that's going to be a very hard feat, just because you don't want to be the last one into that P3, but at the same time you don't want to give all of the points into the side of Impunity. Right now though, the rotation is going to be coming on. Not only that, but the scrap points as well. That's going to be so hard. 10 seconds left on the clock, yet no one is going to be stopping over there. They need to go in for the rotation, but there's going to be Shadow over there early on.
Yeah, Impunity is already at the laundry, waiting to wash the sins of these Six Ducks away. A bit of the dirt as well, because you know the pond that the Six Ducks have been swimming thus far, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is a little bit murky. So what kind of Impunity souls we have in here? Laundry, they take control of it, and Butchers comes the point of contention. You need to hold on to the Butchers, and look at what Impunity is trying to do. They are resetting the spawn, and if they get this spawn reset, they most definitely will be able to conquer Laundry. But this is a high risk, high reward. They allow one player to hold on to the Laundry. The spawn reset comes through. This is perfection from Impunity.
Always just making Six Ducks look like a bunch of squeaky ducks that you see in your bathroom and in your bathtub. They are nothing up against Impunity right now, and even though, yes, they're going to be able to actually give P3, but they're doing that on purpose just because the other rotation is going to be calling through over here, going into that P4. They are doing so well, and they are always playing this catch-up, the catch-up gameplay going in for the side of the Six Ducks.
Yeah, Impunity. Six Ducks started this off really well. Impunity just turning things around. Why? Because they know how to play standoff really well. Initially, they take hold of Butchers. Later on, when it was the office build, one main point man to take care of the access from Lounge, and they didn't carefully step in and pick up a lot of points. Office building was quite honestly one of the driest hard points in the matchup so far, and Tailor Shop might just be one of the biggest money hills for the side of Impunity. I expect them to take all of the points in here. Such a stellar defense setup, but this is good ideation coming in from Six Ducks. They take over the office building, and they will be able to put on pressure from this side wave.
But then the pressure is not going to be enough, and I feel like the rotation is going to be pulling through. They're going to be getting the scrap points yet again, and you can already see here two players already from Impunity is going to be going in for that rotation, heading on over to P5. Now this is going to be one of the harder ones, because majority of the points of Impunity, they were able to get in P4, and the scrap is going to be going into the side right now of Six Ducks. Not only that, they're probably going to get the majority of the points as well from P5. I feel like they should have heavily utilized going into that rotation instead of fighting for P4.
Six Ducks most definitely pulled off the right strat there. They knew that office building was so essential, and this is the impossible play to move in from the fourth hardpoint into the fifth. Wareroom is not going to be difficult, not going to be easy at all, but as I say that, they do exactly that. And exactly what Impunity was doing earlier on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, with the strats, we see it now coming out of the Six Ducks. Can the Six Ducks continue to keep this up? Now they need to focus in not only on holding onto this hardpoint, but resetting all of the spawns from the players of Impunity as well. But the reset is not going to go far. Laundry needs to be cleared out as well. The players are now spawning through that broken building, and the challenge comes through. RNG Gods most definitely on the side of Impunity. It's not going to be easy for the Ducks right now, babe.
This is a very strange game, just because both points that are usually heavily defended and really hard to infiltrate are being infiltrated by the Six Ducks. They're doing such a good job at actually going in there for the defense and going for the push. And not only that, they are going to be going for that early setup as well into P1, which we need to see Impunity do. It's going to be trickling down here one by one, and they should have just given up that P5 already and put their sights up into P1, because they can. They're up more, and they should have gone in for that rotation already. But then this is just going to give a lot of chance for the side of Six Ducks to get more points.
Oh, the ducks keep missing the butchers. Now, I understand that ducks do not like butchers for a very good reason, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But the butchers this time around is most definitely a point that the ducks need to focus on. They've done so many things right in the other hard points, and they have gone back to failing at the central building. And that one mistake of not taking hold of butchers earlier on makes the 6 ducks pay such a heavy price. 150. Too easy. This was for the ducks to lose, and they went ahead and lost it, beef.
They just became rubber duckies. But you know what? They had such amazing plays. They were able to infiltrate that P4. Not only that, was able to somehow also rotate into P5, get even a lot of points over there. Not only that, but also go into P1. But like what you said, butchers, they weren't able to get that power position. You always need to get that dumpster, just because you're going to be seeing a lot of sites, especially if you have the Holger 26. You can easily just wall back everyone else going into that top 2 in that top central building. Not only that, you can also get everyone else that's trying to go in for the parkour from those broken walls. So a lot of missed opportunities for the size 6 ducks, and they could have just won that match. But sadly, Impunity was just too good with the strats.
Yeah, let's break that down step by step, because we will have a little bit of time before we jump on over to Search and Destroy in a bit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Like Beef broke down, the very first hard point, that was all about the butcher gameplay. And then when we moved on into the office building, I feel like Impunity played that so well. They were not too greedy in terms of picking those points up. And at the very same time, they weren't too greedy because 6 ducks played the strategy well. They immediately stacked up into the corner building and they put on that pressure, right? Because the second floor of both buildings has got a clear view of each other. And that bought them enough time. And we moved on into hard point number 3. This is where those spawn resets came into play. And it was played to perfection by Impunity. 6 ducks, on the other hand, did something which I did not expect them to do, because initially with the first 3 hard points, they were doing such a terrible job. And I didn't expect strategy all of a sudden to pop up into their head. But that's exactly what happened. The death machine got brought in. They took over the second floor of the office building. And so much of pressure got brought down onto Taylor Shop. And they got the spawn as well. They reset the spawn for the other team. They took over Taylor Shop. Wareham was just pure luck. Wareham was just pure luck, because as they were rushing in for hard point number 5, here's what Impunity could have done. They could have stayed put. Instead, they branched out. They started running over to Laundry. They started running over to Butchers, and one by one, they got shut down. But that luck just wasn't capitalized towards the very end. Final central building, they didn't learn their lesson, Beef. They didn't send a duck into the Butchers.
I mean, I'm pretty sure a duck wouldn't want to be by the butchers, indeed. I would be very scared if I was a duck. But
it's a waste.
All jokes aside, it really is a waste. They did not learn from that first hard point. They went in there for that early rotation. They got so many points in P5. Even with the early rotation, we were able to say it. But then sadly, they weren't able to utilize, especially going into that power position, going into butchers, eventually getting pulled off one by one. But you know what? Here's another time to really just shine. Hopefully, they don't get to do the same mistakes here, just because you already know this is going to be even harder to pull through in Search and Destroy firing range.
Yep, this is going to be a much slower pace game. The attacking side taking it slow. 6 ducks. Let's see the strategy that they pull off. The bomber will be waiting at the corner of the shower fronts, looking down shooting range. Most probably Alpha, the point of contention here. Bravo will have 2 players on defense, but we do see J-Bot there as well, keeping an eye on them from passageway. We are still waiting for our first frag, Beef.
Holger 26 being spammed through, trying to get a wall bang, but doesn't quite get anyone. He has a really good part, though, just because you already know that he has that silencer on his gun, so he won't be heard. No information will be given. But then the sound might be heard just by a little bit. It's going to be a very passive gameplay here by the side of the 6 ducks, which is going to be good for them. Not only that, they also need to get a really good hold on trailer as well. 2 players are going to be there. Siafik always getting that pre-fire on.
Yeah, but obviously not meeting anyone. Unfortunate for him, but Nova Bot is not that unlucky. Goes in for the quick scope, manages to get the takedown and pushes in further. Once again, shooting range, the point of contention. But look at this strategy being pulled off here by the Six Ducks. Absolute perfection. They get the frag onto Alpha. They go in for the push onto Bravo, but it falls flat on their face because Kai just claws through them. Claudra goes down as well. Bomb trying to rotate all the way round through the wall, but it's just way too far. Burger P gets that shut down, but Shafiq closes this off for Impunity.
Now that's how you use a Holger 26. That is why you need to have that large mag size for times like that to stop a push, getting rid of 3 players just like that. And yes, actually, that could have easily been on the side of Six Ducks because Owace actually went down, overpushed into trailer, and just exposed himself like a madman. But then they were able to pull through. It's the individual gunfights that led to the win.
How did that turn around so fast for them, man? Always now taking Claudra Bot out, unfortunately with a sticky. Let's see exactly what the Fennec will be able to do in the hands of Shafiq. If he can check his left corner, he should be able to take a player out, but instead does the right thing. Looks at J-Bot from the right. Mo goes in for yet another takedown, a double, but the triple just does not come through, but it was really close. Amity now almost getting taken out, but the backup truly is there. Impunity 2-0, Six Ducks just quacking around.
Six Ducks is just too passive. They need to create a play. They are going to be so passive to the point that they're letting Impunity really just infiltrate them aggressively. And finally, we're finally seeing a push here going through A, but then it's going to be heavily stacked right now. 2 players is going to be enough, and Burger B with a big kill, probably getting second. Yes, he does get a second. Will he get a third?
Oh, goodness me. Impunity just absolutely slaying it right now in terms of the strats. So we've been paying a lot of attention in terms of how Six Ducks is taking the attacking push. Let's do a little bit of a breakdown on the defensive side as well, because Impunity clearly is getting this done right. Once again, for the fourth time in a row, they go in for a 2-1-2 split. But I want to focus in on Shafiq. What we can see Shafiq doing is going in for such a high push up Branch Road, and this is something I do not see a lot of the squads doing in every single match on this map beef.
You don't really get to see it a lot just because you won't really get to utilize it that well. Shafiq yet again. It is because it's a high risk, high reward type of situation. You usually hang over there. Oh, the COD gods are just in his favor. The moment he actually ducked down, he was... That was just so funny. That was a really great read. He was able to get rid of that, and Claudra Bot yet again is going to be the only one left for his team.
Oh, Claudra Bot taken down as well. Impunity picking up point number 4. Absolute perfection for a squad that didn't really start the Singapore Championship off on the right note. And as they start off their final round in the defensive position, it is yet again a 2-1-2 split with Shafiq once again going in for such a deep push down Branch Road. But the attack will come strong from the side of Six Ducks. They're going in for the push all the way into Alpha, but the bomber gets dropped. A quick trade coming right through, but the numbers game will be in the favor of the Six Ducks, but not for long. Shafiq strikes once again with that Fennec. It's a 3-on-3. Shafiq once again with a snipe as well. This guy is gonna be the reason why Impunity wins this search and destroy.
Sniper. But then, just like that, it's going to be evening things up. It's going to be very difficult for them, knowing very well there's going to be an absolute amazing sniper there. Almost gets the kill, gets the hit marker, but finishes the job. He needs to go in there. He needs to utilize that. Oh, but then Claudra Bot is just going to be able to get more health.
Come on, Shafiq. One final opportunity, and Shafiq does not get the clutch just yet. Pulls out the sniper, goes in for a quick flick, and not that lucky as well. The bomb, the fake will be coming through from Claudra Bot. One of the best from the side of the Six Ducks, now taking it up against this one player who has been so essential. And the Fennec does not work against Claudra Bot. He moves like most definitely a bot in Call of Duty Mobile, slides out of the way, and Fennec's Shafiq out of this competition. Maybe not out of the match just yet. 4-1 Six Ducks. This is going to be a tough one to make a comeback on.
You need to really just chill out if you are going up against Claudra Bot, knowing very well he's so great in those close range gunfights. But then just like that, Claudra Bot yet again with the 2-piece.
Okay, a two-piece now before getting taken down. This guy most definitely putting the numbers onto the side of the Six Ducks. And now the attack onto Bravo is set. But the defense, look at the stack here. 4 on 3 and one player. Bot will be going in for the flank. But if he decides to go in for the flank, he needs to be more assertive with it. He's undecisive. He moves away and he comes right back in for the defense. Thankfully for them, J-Bot is on the spot to go in for the takedown, leaving Burger B all alone. DLQ 33, opportunity goes in for the flick, does not get the shot and has to back away. Holger in hands, but he knows now that he has a sniper in wait right in front of him. Makes one mistake, goes in for the peek, but the flick will be strong. Holger, anticipating all of those movements from the opposing team, goes in for a couple of pre-fires. Burger B with the bomb, just making all of the players from the Six Ducks run around in circles quacking.
He's going to be going in for the planet A. They're still at Bravo. And for a moment, they already know where he's going. And
look at him.
They are
Look
going
at
to be
him.
displaying.
Look at
That's a
him.
good thing.
Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. He's waiting. Oh, he backs away at that very final moment. He could have gone in there for that slice. But he's just playing timer here. 30 seconds. Burger B making a mistake. He might get spotted out by J-Bot. And that's exactly what happens. Burger B, so good with the ideation in his head, but does not pull it off to perfection.
Should have just went in for A. I mean, he had the upper hand of them not knowing that he was actually going in there, but then eventually going back to Bravo, not even pulling out the Holger, knowing very well that someone might actually go here for B-Long, but no. And it's going to be very important yet again, just because they're making the same kind of push, and AMGHTY is going to be able to get that two-piece.
With Sky equaling, well, not equaling, just taking out AMGHTY, it might just be enough for them to take control of Bravo, but the numbers will now slide in for that backup. And look at the two players from the side of Six Ducks backing away. Where are they going, on a holiday?
They're probably going on a vacation, and it's going to be something that's very, very tropical, just because you can see here, I'm not quite sure why there's one person. I'm not quite sure why Burger B is going to be all the way over there in that A bomb site. He has no business over there, unless they're going to be making a rotation, but it just doesn't seem to be like they're going to be doing that. But then it's all up to Sky to make a big play and try to get one person down, which is J-Bot. What?
Oh, goodness me. Thank the RNG gods that luck is just on their side, because if they were to drop this, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I would just lose my mind. Sky now punishing them for taking so much of time. It's a 2-on-1 situation. The bomb is on the ground on the side for Six Ducks. The play needs to come through for Sky, and 42 seconds on the clock means a lot of time for this guy to waste.
Why was Burger B in A when they were planning to plant in B? It just doesn't really, I mean, he wasn't even flanking. He was just staying there. No one was there. And the moment that he was needed by his teammates in Bravo, he wasn't there. He could have had sights on tunnel, but no, he was deep inside A, looking at absolutely nothing. And when the side right now of Six Ducks, when everyone was already stacked there, they were able to pull through and finally clutch up that round, eventually almost evening things over to a 4-3.
This is the push now coming in for Alpha. A 3-on-1 situation. Clara Bot just making sure nobody steps in front of him and takes this win. And an equalize to a 4-4. The Six Ducks are right back in this. With only Shadow now running away from his own Shadow. Nothing can save him. Bot catches up.
No. Those past 2 rounds for Impunity, that was not really good for them. Always, for some reason with the Holger, just didn't pull through. He was a little bit too reluctant to actually go in there for the push. He could have had J-Bot already so many times, but eventually doesn't quite get that. And right now we're going to be seeing reluctance yet again. Yes, they're going to be playing a little bit more passively, which is going to be good. We can see a heavy stack in Bravo. They need to get that information on, though, before they go and make a push. Before they make a push, they need to get a pick, or else the same thing might happen from the last round where they just got every single one just dropped like flies.
Yeah, quite a balanced defense here from the side of Six Ducks. 2 men taking care of Bravo, which will be enough because 2 of those players are stacked up into Branch Road, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Don't mind the emulator crashing. It happens sometimes, but the bomb is still in their hands. No players have fallen. We haven't missed any of the action in here just yet. It's still a Mexican standoff between the 2 squads, waiting for the very first takedown. And the exact pressure that Shafiq was able to bring on again and again, J-Bot this time around is bringing into that midsection there. Shafiq brings in the damage. ALMGHTY goes down and the numbers might just catch up because Bot goes out of the equation. J-Bot down as well. OA's on fire and they should be able to go in for the plant absolutely undisturbed. But by the time they do that, it's all over. 5-4. This is now Impunity's to lose.
And this is why Impunity just needs to chill out, and that's what they did. And even though, yes, they planted at B yet again, it's just, it wasn't read correctly for the side of Six Ducks, and right now it's going to be a 2-1-2 split yet again. And then very passive by the side right now of Impunity. They're going to be hanging back, which is going to be good, because it really worked out for them in the last round. They just need to close this out. One more win, and they will win the Search and Destroy.
Let's see exactly how they get that win. It's a 2-1 push with just Shafiq alone teasing the players at Bravo. It's a 3-man stack at Bravo, and the bomb now joins Shafiq as well, which I think is an absolute terrible idea. Alpha might just be a better pick here, but they want to focus in. Burger B gets Cloud Robot down, and this might just be the opener over at Alpha. The communication needs to be flowed right back through so that those players make that rotation through, but instead of doing that, they are now stacking all of their players in for that Bravo pick. Ace gets Bot down and out for the count, and the numbers will still be able to give them the opportunity to pick this victory up. J-Bot gets away, the Fennec play, and a couple of more bullets finishes it off. It is all for Impunity to lose right now.
That could have been really wrong. The fact that NovaBot gets a kill, but no, Fake is just a little bit too fast. I was so scared. I was so scared to see that push for Bravo just because there was only 2 of them. But then it's a good thing they went into that little cubby into firing range. If they actually went into that side because 2 people were actually having that side, could have been easily down and maybe even bring it to around 11 just because everyone else in the side of Impunity was actually in A. But then a really great read and always it just popped off.
Yeah, I feel like both of the teams defensively played it really, really well, barely making many mistakes, a couple of unforced errors, but the one that was making the biggest of differences as both of the teams took on the defensive stance, it was Shafiq. Shafiq was the only one, even as they were on defense, he kept pushing mid, he kept pushing out a branch road, he kept fighting some frags into Barracks Hut. We saw him get a 2-piece, we saw him consistently go in and find kills round after round. But when it swapped on over, when they had the bomb, they were put into a predicament because where do they go in and focus on? And I feel like the attacking side, they were not anywhere near as strong as the defense, but thankfully they still got the victory.
It's really the individual gun plays that we actually got to saw. It's not really more of the plays because honestly it was a little bit questionable, and I feel like if their opponent, Six Ducks, could have read that a little bit better, then maybe it would be a different story right now. But they were able to actually come up with the points, and round after round, Six Ducks actually proved that they can actually go up against Impunity. Yes, the plays didn't really pull through for both of these teams. It's really just all of those individual gunfights that really pushed through, but that's going to be so impressive. It really just goes to show that Impunity is going to have a 100% win rate when every time they go and play in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, absolutely. If they could, I mean, the attacking side will be able to call the pace of the game. They called the pace of the game quite well when they were on the attacking side. Defensive, on the other hand, they were able to solidify all of their hold, right? What we can see the biggest difference here is Six Ducks, they don't step out of their comfort zone. Impunity, on the other hand, they are consistently looking for the kill, consistently looking for each and every single opener. Six Ducks, on the other hand, they wait. They play the game of wait and see. How is that paying out for them? I really don't understand why they keep doing it, right? Six Ducks, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, are down 0-2. Impunity, they have this series in hand if they can bag it with a 3-0.
If this is a matchup where they can pull through, this is definitely a map that they can win, just because we already know they are really, really aggressive as a team, especially with Quadra in the mids. They can definitely get that, but here we go. It's going to be a lot of kills already. We already know that the fight for Bravo is going to ensue, and we already know that Impunity is going to be able to go in there so quickly. The spawns are going to be flipping, though.
Alpha Charlie Oh, they're gonna lose Charlie that quick as well. This is just turning around so fast between the two. Impunity really showing Six Ducks. You can go in and pick out points off all you want, but we will be able to reverse it on you instantaneously. Stacking 3 men in the control room number 2 now. They most definitely want to have a good hold on to Bravo, and they will go ahead and send Shafik out to be the Slayer who controls the area side of control room number 2. Direct road is the absolute dominant spot of Shafik Beef.
Claudiabot only having 1 kill already. That's not really a lot of frags usually for this player. And we already seen such dominance come through in the side of Impunity, and this is the confidence that we really wanted them to have. We're going to be seeing a lot of Holger 26s though. This is going to be very surprising just because of how slow it actually is. So a lot. I actually really want to count how many players on the side of Impunity, but then big kill right now.
Oh, big kill. They're going in here for the triple cap. Are we going to be able to see Shadow get it done? He moves away, but unfortunately the shotgun with the reload just plays it very badly in his favor. And Six Ducks hold on to that alpha side. Getting a little cheeky as well with Charlie. Let's see if or not they manage to pull it away. One player now trying to make this play. It is the one and only soft and hard Tofu. Impunity triple cap. But Charlie once again taken back into the control of the Six Ducks. But either way, as long as Impunity can keep this pace up, keep the pressure up with the 2-side hole, they most definitely are going to close this off with a serving of a donut.
Oh, that was so great. J-Bot almost gets taken now. The flash was just a little bit too much. Bravo is going to be taken right now. It's going to be Six Ducks having that little home for them. But then you can see here, finally getting it. That was very worth it to have and a really great push for the side of Six Ducks.
Yeah, 59-34. Let's see if or not the Six Ducks will be able to pull Bravo right back into the bag for themselves. And it looks like it most definitely is possible. They need to clear out those markers quick enough. Triple cap coming in here from the Dogs. And they most definitely get it for themselves. Impunity now on the back foot. Charlie will be the point of contention. Here comes the prevention from Claudiabot. Claudiabot doing absolutely amazing as he eliminates Tofu. But he will have to now fight off 2 players. This guy's on a solo hold for Charlie as far as the Six Ducks are concerned, and he's doing amazing. Look at him just absolutely slay everyone.
Doesn't always know that there was actually a sentry gun there. I'm pretty sure you're going to be seeing it on the map, but sadly, he just wasn't paying attention. And speaking of not paying attention, it seems like Impunity is just having a really hard time. They're spotting off everywhere, and yes, they're going to be able to finally get that Charlie flag and also that Alpha, but then these 2 people, they need to pull through as well, just because you already know it might be so hard for them. Yes, finally, 2 spots are going to be able to go in here. Very quick triple cap in store right now for Impunity.
Oh, but right round it turns, but Sky, what a beautiful prevention. This is the equalizer, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the absolute power that it brings into the game. And that's exactly what Garena Call of Duty Mobile wants to show you guys. And that's why we have our operator bands. Check out the rest of these operators, man. Cool.
And I love to see operators. Honestly, that's why I really love Call of Duty Mobile, just because you get to see operators and score streaks really making and putting flavor into the game. But then speaking of flavor, if we're going to be seeing a really fast A and C cap nonetheless, but it's really that battle for Bravo that's going to be ensuing. There's going to be 2 players from each team that's going to be in the control number 2. And it's going to be very hard just because we already see Impunity is having a hold of that.
Oh, Impunity, and they bring in the Predator missile as well, just to make sure that the push into Bravo is going to be so much more harder. And with that, the sentry gun now gets pulled out right outside of control room number 2, deep into the direct road, and it will be able to rip through the Six Ducks a lot. XS1 Goliath being brought out as well for the one and only Tofu. Tofu should be able to defend either Bravo or Charlie. Let's see exactly where he brings in this Goliath. He wants to go Bravo, and this is the best play from the XS1 Goliath, because as long as you hold on to the second floor of the control room number 2, Charlie and Bravo is available for XS1 to absolutely decimate.
Absolutely great call right now for Tofu to actually bring in that XS1 Goliath, just stopping every kind of push that the Six Ducks can actually make. They need to take it down. It's going to be very difficult for that particular weapon to actually still push through, but then he's going to be in a little bit of a pinch. You can already tell he's going to be having a hard time. ALMGHTY is actually applying that pressure, not going down for that XS1 Goliath.
Yeah, but XS1 Goliath by Tofu just a little bit too good. He had some backup from a couple of team members as well. Shafiq on point, stepping up onto the second floor, making sure he has the back of the XS1 Goliath and using that to their advantage. Bravo and Charlie now under full lockdown. The Six Ducks cannot continuously swap back and forth, but one final player in the name of Claude Rabot manages to get the backdoor access. Are we going to be able to see him put it to good use? Yes, he does. Claude Ra takes down Tofu's XS1, opening the game back up for the Six Ducks.
Possible triple cap here for the side of Impunity, and yes, they're going to be able to take that, but then just like that, it's going to be Shafiq that's going to be going down, and he was supposed to be the one that's actually going to be stopping the push here at C. But then it's going to be very difficult right now just because we see just a bunch of players, but then get stopped by that cluster strike.
Okay, let's see if or not things need to be hyped up a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The Six Ducks most definitely are playing a very, very good game in terms of comeback in here. Bravo now getting picked up by the Ducks, and they've stacked all of their players into control room number 2. But is it too late? 142 right now. They need to get a triple cap, and the Ducks are getting the triple cap. Alpha in the bag as well. Can they hold on to Charlie? Prevention gameplay fails, and now the Bravo spot is under contention as well. 144 to 113. Impunity most definitely has gotten it done. They've won this and on through to the next round, Beef.
Amity bot with a late Predator missile was just so hard to see. I was already expecting, come on, bring out the Predator missile for the side of Six Ducks, but no, it didn't pull through. It was just a little bit too late, and just like that, we've seen such a dominating sweep for Impunity, finally winning this round. Well-deserved victory, but the Six Ducks definitely gave it their all. They gave so many nice moments, but then unfortunately, they are going to be out and about. Six Ducks, man. I had such high hopes, especially for the side of Claudia, but you know what? Well-deserved sweep by Impunity.
From getting thrashed on the opening day to being able to now serve a donut and move on to the next step, I am very, very sure Impunity is very impressed with their own teamwork that they managed to pull off against the Six Ducks, who quite honestly were really, really solid with all of their plays. Did you see that final matchup in their hard point? It just kept, the domination points just kept switching hands again and again until that final play came through with the XS1 Goliath beef.
That XS1 Goliath just did so much of damage, and Claudia was just a little bit too late to actually take it out. They weren't able to even touch C or even Bravo. But you know what? Before we actually get to really go into this domination round, let's take a look at the post-analysis and just see what we are meaning to say. Just because we've been seeing here, Hardpoint, it's just going to be so impressive for the side of Impunity.
Now, this was the play where we were checking out earlier in the day, which I was so disappointed with, right? Because I really thought that the Six Ducks will be able to get the clutch at the very end, because it was tremendous plays, but just one weakness. And the problem here is the weakness was with the very first hard point. Even though they managed to catch up later on with the points, their rotation back on for the reset of the hard point just did them in.
The fight for Butchers didn't really pull through that, even though they really needed to get that the second time. They just didn't learn from their first mistake. And speaking of a really dominant start over here, we actually saw Six Ducks really make a comeback, but then sadly they were just overpowered, especially with Burger B just popping up, and Shafiq as well, winning all of those individual gunfights. And yes, I feel like for all of these people and all of these players in the teams, they didn't really have much of a strat. I'll be honest, they didn't really get much of that, but you know what? It's still able to really pull through. But speaking of a really great game, Impunity here in Summit. This is the point where I actually thought that Six Ducks was able to finally pull through, but no, it was just a little bit too much.
Yeah, so it's quite easy to feel like that Search and Destroy didn't really have much depth into it at all. But, you know, the main reason as to why that Mexican standoff was so apparent in all of those runs is because they both were so good at defensive stances, right? They pulled that 2-1-2, immediately pushing that pressure into Branch Road. But at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this how the chips have fallen. At the start of the day, we understood exactly how these teams will be surviving in Gaijin Rouge, Impunity now into the lower bracket round 3 as we kick off tomorrow, Beef. I wonder what is in store for us.
This is going to be so interesting to see just because Gaijin Rouge versus Impunity. Gaijin Rouge, oh gosh, I'm so excited for this matchup just because we've seen Gaijin Rouge do a little bit good and really consistent, except for the fact that they actually kind of lost against Almighty. But Impunity, they've been on an upwards trajectory with all of their wins, eventually giving 6 Ducks the donut. So with that into consideration, I really want to see both of these teams really pull it off just because the giant that's going to be on top, especially waiting in that finals bracket, is not going to be a joke. We already know that Impunity is going to be having a really hard time going up a very good team in the side of Gaijin Rouge. But let's take a look at the schedules as to what is going to be going down tomorrow with our final match, day number 3 here in the Singaporean qualifiers here, AJ.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the rematch between Gaijin Rouge as well as Impunity. When we opened the competition up yesterday, Gaijin Rouge managed to take quite an easy win, making Impunity look quite puny. This is the perfect opportunity for a comeback at the lower brackets. And if they manage to do that, it will be one of the best runs the Singapore Championship has ever seen. And of course, the winner of that match will go on to pass through or maybe even get taken down by the hurdle in the form of Cloud Esat. And once that challenge is completed, the winner, the ones who manage to come up on top, will go on to meet the Almighty. And if by some chance Almighty loses that grand finals, we will drop into grand finals number 2. But if Almighty wins that grand finals, then it is all decided, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Those that come in from the lower brackets have got those that move into the upper brackets have got 1 extra life. So not only Almighty is already Almighty in terms of sitting down in that grand finals, they have got 2 chances to bag it tomorrow. And we know the gods of Call of Duty Mobile Singapore don't need 2 rounds.
They will end it with just 1 slice, maybe even go into a 3-0 sweep. Not only that, they have an extra life, so that's so amazing for them. No, it's not unfair because they were able to earn it to really get to that top spot. But just that assurance that you have, that is so comfortable to have. And not only that, they're going to be Almighty. They're not going to be giving a lot of these points to all of these teams. So that is double pressure for 3 of the teams that we are going to be seeing really just squabble it out tomorrow to just meet the Almighty squad that is just sitting very comfortably at the very top.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you guys have been tuning into Call of Duty Mobile Singapore Championship, brought to you by Sony Xperia 1 Mark III, the most amazing phone. This is the official mobile phone of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021. When all of the players, whichever players, one team from Garena, move on to the world stage, they will be playing it on this beautiful baby. Now, if you want to check it out very soon, this phone will be available in stores beside you. I'm not telling you to go out and buy it. I'm telling you to go out and put your hands on this phone, pick it up, check out exactly how it feels when you hold on to it, and then decide if you want to buy it.
Just hold it. Cradle it like a baby, and just like that, you're going to be having a hard time letting go of it. Just like this, like a force that doesn't want to make you put down that phone. It's just that good. I can't wait to actually get a hold of it myself when I get the chance to. I'm definitely going to do that just because Call of Duty Mobile, it's a really, really complicated game just because of like how many gigabytes you need to pull through. But obviously, it's so special to actually have, and you need a special phone to really operate a very special game.
Yeah, this phone has an expandable memory card up to 1 terabyte, okay? It's a lot of memory, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And that is on its expendable slot. It's not even the internal memory just yet. Octa-core absolutely blazes through with the speed. And if we are talking about the max frame rate on MP within Call of Duty Mobile, can the phone handle it? Yeah. With both eyes closed, the phone can handle it. Well, technically, you need your eyes open in order to play, so the phone can keep its eyes closed.
That expandable memory, I think, is more than my memory. I think I need to go in and expand and really just put an expandable memory on my hand. But you know what? Just like that, we are at the very end of our tournament. And I just really want to see, I'm so excited for the fan comments. Like what we said, we are going to be reading 3 comments for you guys. And just like that, we're going to be having our little drum roll because we're going to be presenting it really quick. I mean, 4 comments. Finally. Wow, that's even more than yesterday.
Yeah, boy. Ivan Rusli in the house with the first comment. I'm so proud for being a Sony Xperia phone user right now. There you go, Ivan. I know, right? And I'll tell you guys, right? Sony has most definitely stepped things up because my very, very first mobile phone was a Sony. And then as technology just grew, they kind of fell off the radar for a little bit, right? Other brands started to pick pace and they just didn't give up. Just like all of the players that we see the Singapore Championship today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. You strive, you continuously focus on perfection, and this is what you get. Mobile phone perfection, beef.
It really is quality over quantity, and we already know that Sony is such a powerhouse in every single way. The camera I'm using right now, a lot of people are actually saying, hey, you have a really nice camera. It's really clear, really quality. It's a Sony. But then speaking of, it's going to be the next gen that we are going to be looking forward to. But speaking of the next, we are going to be looking at the next comment. It's Cryptics right now. At this point, ALMGHTY are even more dominant than last year, getting melee kills. Also, Lamau. Other teams step up and be better. Guys, listen to this comment right now. Cryptics has it down. You already know that ALMGHTY is going to be so dominant. So do your homework and do well, or else you're going to be shut down.
I'm sorry to say, even after you do your homework, you're probably going to get shut down as well. Let's bring on the third comment. Congratulations, Cryptics, and thank you so much for your comment, buddy. The third comment, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that will be in front of y'all. Come on, moderator. What you doing? Man Yellow, lower bracket finals actually more intense than the grand finals because we know AMD is going to 3-0 everything anyway. Man Yellow, I'm with you on this one, bro. But I hope it's not going to be like that. And thankfully for us, it's not a best of 5 in the grand finals. So a lot more opportunities for them to make a mistake.
Yeah, a lot of opportunities for these other teams to really pull through and get at least one map on ALMGHTY. But then speaking of the next one, I really want to see our last comment of the day. And here we go. Joshua Mirado, Mustachio, we love you and all, but we know you're the camper type of Call of Duty mobile player.
Joshua Mirado, I have one word for you. One word. Actually, I don't know what is the one word. It's just that one finger popped up. I have to say one word lah. I hate campers, man. I don't play camping, man. You have to check out my stream every single time. Even though I suck, I never ever camp and I never ever play Trap Master, my friend. Never, ever.
And he does so well just because he has the Sony up in his hands, and everyone else who actually gets a hold of that will not have any lag whatsoever. Will always have an amazing gameplay.
Absolutely, man. Let's bring on the fourth comment. Joshua Murado, mwah, much love to you, bro. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, who do we have for the final comment in the day? Nice one, production. Stepping it up. Yesterday we had 3, today we have 4. And the final one in the house. Oh yes, sir. That was the fourth one.
Oh yeah, that was the last one.
Oh, Jay, I thought
hey,
there was another
Jay.
one coming through. This is bad communication from production, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I'll have a word with them later on. Production?
I said there was the last comment already, but you know what? You're just so excited. Hopefully tomorrow there'll be 5. Hopefully, I'm really hoping there'll be a 5 comment. Oh, hopefully we get to see that, especially it is our grand finals.
Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, jokes apart, the teams that have stepped in here most definitely have shined through, and it's just unfortunate to those who have not been able to make the cut. The shout out goes out to Code Red, Anything, the team of NATO, as well as 6 Ducks. We had the most craziest of time in the Singapore Championship, shoutcasting your matches, and I look forward to seeing all of these teams improve and come back with an even stronger showing in the competitions of the future, just like what their senpai, just like what the brand that has been leading the Singaporean scene has been doing so far in the form of the ALMGHTY squad. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, my name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Beef Mommy. We will be back tomorrow for the grand finals of the Singapore Championship for Call of Duty Mobile, brought to you by Sony. 1 p.m. We'll catch you there.
Hardpoint contested. Let's have a hardpoint. Lost the lead.
somewhere so far from pain.